Good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's full council. I must draw your attention that this meeting is being filmed for live and subsequent broadcasts via the council's internet site. You should be aware that the council is a data controller under the General Data Protection Regulation and Data Protection Act 2018. We broadcast council meetings to fulfil our public task obligation to enable members of the public to observe the democratic process. Data collection during this webcast will be retained in accordance with the Council's published policy. Generally, the public seating areas will not be filmed. However, by entering the meeting room and using the public seating area, you should be aware that you may be recorded and images and sound will be stored as above. Children will not be filmed, although sound may be heard. We will hopefully have lunch at 1 p.m. and we will have a short break after the deputations. I want us now please to stand for a minute's silence for Tom Gazine. I am going to just, before we move on to the formal agenda, you may notice that there is an award here. On Tuesday the 12th of November, I was pleased to attend the National Army Museum in London to represent the City of Edinburgh Council and the Lord Provost as our Armed Forces champion to receive the Gold Award for the Defence Employers Recognition Scheme. Receipt of the award followed a decision made in February of this year by the Corporate Policy and Strategy Committee, which endorsed that we should apply for the Gold Award, having already held the Silver Award for some time, recognising it would be a significant benefit to raise this gold standard. The decision to apply only followed a significant period of joint working to reaffirm the Council's commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant. Our submission was successful, and on the 5th of August this year, the Lord Provost was notified by the Secretary of State for Defence that the City of Edinburgh Council had been selected for the Gold Award. Given Edinburgh's proud heritage with the continued support for our armed services, veterans and their families, as well as reservists in the employment of the Council, the receipt of the award means that the Council is now viewed as an exemplar employer by Defence, and we will continue to champion and improve support for the armed forces community in the city and beyond. And I felt that it was important to recognise this today at full council, to recognise the hard work that all our staff and the project team did to achieve this Gold Award standard, and it was appropriate to highlight it here today. Thank you.
Start off with order of business. Just to inform you the main agenda, the answers to members' questions, the list of deputations and motions and amendments have all been circulated. It takes us to declaration of interest. This item requires members to declare any financial or non-financial interest they may have on any items of business on the agenda. Can I take the Conservative group first, please?
On item from Councillor McClelland, 9.5, as an ex-Director of Marketing Edinburgh.
Thank you. Can I take them from EPIC, please, and Councillor Grachik? From the Labour group, please. From SNP group, please.
As a Director of Marketing Edinburgh. 7.2 and 9.5.
Sorry, Councillor Cameron.
That's all right. No, it's just to say, similar to Councillor Webber, former Director of Marketing, Edinburgh.
Thank you.
As a member of the Royal Botanical Gardens of Edinburgh, to do the motion.
From the Liberal Democrat Group, please. And the Green Group, please. Thank you. That takes you on to deputations. You have 2 deputations. The first deputation is from Transition Edinburgh, Extinction Rebellion, Scottish Youth Climate Strike in relation to item 9.1 on the agenda. Are you happy to hear the deputation?
Good morning and welcome to the full council. You have 10 minutes to speak to the councillors, and then there may be questions afterwards.
So I'm Esther Silverton and I'm representing Scottish Youth Climate Strike. I thank the council for hearing our deputation today. As we all know, Edinburgh Council has agreed to a 2030 net zero target, and it's imperative that we meet that goal. On the 20th of September, 20,000 people marched along the street right outside of this building, showing that they believe we need to tackle the climate crisis. And I think almost everyone here agrees that it's top priority. As humans, we are guilty of causing this atrocity. It is our fault that 200 species go extinct every day, and it's our fault that we are experiencing extreme fires and floods. Therefore, it's our responsibility to fix it. I applaud Edinburgh Council for agreeing to 2030. If we achieve this, we will be doing our climate justice duty to the global south, who even now are suffering the effects of climate change. And however, this council has declared a climate emergency in February, and there has only been limited action taken. This is an emergency, and yet we have been acting as though we still have time. The science is clear, and the science cannot be disputed. Only by listening to it and reacting with urgency that is necessary do we stand a chance of resolving this crisis.
My name's David Somerville. I'm convener of Transition Edinburgh, a community-led initiative connecting and supporting community groups and initiating practical projects striving for a greener, fairer, healthier and more resilient Edinburgh. I start my remarks by thanking each and every one of you as a councillor and as a senior official in our local authority for the service you give to the city. I know it's not an easy job for any of you. However, citizens are getting fed up with ingrained patterns of behaviour. We wonder if those of us in Edinburgh who are super aware of the climate and ecological emergency are too accommodating to the norms and constraints, like this, of the sclerotic democratic processes available to us. Now, we noticed yesterday the launch of a public online consultation on the climate emergency by the city. We doubt if this and the launch of a proposed Edinburgh Climate Commission and perhaps a climate summit will do the business. At last month's deputation to the Policy and Sustainability Committee, we heard your advisers can only project a 67% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Edinburgh's aspiration for zero by 2030 is not possible, even under business as usual ++. So I share with you now the limitations of current approaches as described in a paper by a planner working in public housing in the United States, Sherry Arnstein. Arnstein described, in 1969, a ladder of participation, and I'll use the rest of my time to describe this. We asked you and your officials to move your public engagement further up the ladder. I've got a little picture of it, and I've shared it with your senior colleagues. The bottom rungs of the ladder, it's eight rungs ladder of citizen participation by Sherry Arnstein. The bottom rungs of the ladder are manipulation and therapy. These describe levels of non-participation, contrived substitute for genuine participation. Their objective is not to enable people to participate in civic affairs, but to enable power holders to educate or cure people, the participants. Rungs 3 and 4 progress to tokenism, allowing have-nots to hear and have a voice. 3 is informing, and 4 is consultation. When proffered by power holders as the total extension of participation, citizens may indeed hear and be heard, but they lack power to ensure their views will be heeded by the powerful. Now, when participation is restricted to these levels, there is no follow-through, no muscle, no assurance of changing the status quo. So further up the ladder are levels of citizen power with increasing decision-making clout. Citizens can enter into partnership that enables them to negotiate and engage in trade-offs with traditional power holders. Now, the top rungs, delegated power and citizen control, have not citizens obtain the majority of decision-making seats. They get some power. Now, obviously, the 8-rung ladder is a simplification. But we ask you to consider exploring further up the ladder than just simply this consultation. I'll pass now to Robert Alcock.
Thank you very much for inviting us to address this session of the Council. My name is Robert Alcock. I have a PhD in ecology and I'm an activist with Extinction Rebellion Edinburgh. As you know, on February the 7th, the Council declared a state of climate emergency and pledged to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, far in advance of the Scottish and UK government's weaker targets. That was laudable, but today, more than 10 months later, there's still no concrete action plan for how to achieve this target. With the COP26 conference in Glasgow coming up next December, Scotland's claims to be a world leader on climate action will be placed under international scrutiny, and we need to make sure our actions match our words. As Esther has already reminded us, the global ecological emergency is unprecedented and far-reaching. If we are going to avoid catastrophic climate breakdown, we need to make dramatic changes to our economy and our lifestyles. Governments can't mandate these kinds of changes without the broad support of society as a whole, and we can't rely on experts alone to come up with the solutions we need. To get all the way to zero will mean thinking outside the box, and it will mean changes in people's behaviour and attitudes that just can't be achieved in a top-down way. In Extinction Rebellion, we've been promoting citizens' assemblies as a form of deliberative democracy that can achieve things that seem impossible through normal political means. The recent Irish referendum on abortion is just one example. Over the past 12 months, citizens' assemblies and juries, mini-publics, are starting to look like an idea whose time has come. Other councils across the UK, including Leeds, Oxford and Camden, are using mini-publics to address the climate crisis. And, as you know, the Scottish Government has approved the creation of 2 citizens' assemblies, one of which will be on the climate emergency. Deliberative democracy is very different from mere consultation. A consultation, whether online or in person, only gives us a superficial response to preset questions, with no opportunities for the respondents to discuss those questions and ask their own questions in response. Normally, those who participate in a consultation are self-selected and do not represent a cross-section of the public. The same is true, par excellence, of experts, who normally come from a higher socio-economic stratum of society with a different perspective from the general public. There are sound reasons for Edinburgh Council to follow suit of these other councils and governments and declare its own Climate Citizens' Assembly. We are dealing with a much more ambitious target than the Scottish one, and a very different economic and social context, which will need different localised solutions to those faced by Scotland as a whole, as well as local buy-in for those solutions. Deliberative democracy through citizens' assemblies, backed up by expert advice, is a proven way to achieve those objectives. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentations. Is there any question? Councillor Corbett.
Thanks very much, Deputy Lord Provost, and many thanks for bringing your deputation to the Council this morning. I wonder if you might say a bit more about how a citizens' assembly actually would work in practice. I think you were saying part of the thinking behind the citizens' assembly is that participants are randomly selected, and I wonder if you could say why that's particularly important.
Last month, over 500 letters were sent by the UK government to citizens in Glasgow, and just under 500 to citizens at addresses in Edinburgh. And this was issued on behalf of the five select committees of backbenchers at Westminster. They've embarked on a Climate Citizens Assembly to select, out of a possible range of 30,000 randomly selected people through a process called sortition, 100 citizens to form this Citizens' Assembly, who will meet 6 times over 6 weekends. I'm reading from a briefing which I've shared with your senior colleagues. Participants are randomly selected. They have to be asked the right question. A small incentive, a small payment, which is being made in the case of the Scottish ones. For a Citizens' Assembly, a full assembly of 100, they're typically over 5-6 weekends where they're gathered together and have an overnight. And so you can properly ask questions and gain an understanding. For a citizens' jury, between 20 and 30, which City of Leeds has recently completed, it's maybe over 5 or 6 evening sessions. It's a shorter thing, obviously much cheaper, and so on. There is expert witness brought to those assemblies as determined by the participants themselves. They ask the questions what they want. Facilitators are obviously crucial to be independent of government or the convener or the client. And in the case of the Scottish ones, the 2 co-conveners are one male and one female. As you know, David Martin and Kate Wimpress are the co-conveners of the current Citizens' Assembly, which has just started. And then there is sometimes an oversight panel, which assists in ensuring balance.
Yeah, just to specifically address the question about why sortition is important. Essentially, it's because it's really the only way of guaranteeing that the Assembly does genuinely represent the public as a whole, and thereby gaining more social buy-in to the outcome of that Assembly.
Councillor Munro.
Thanks very much to the deputation. David, you referred to the sclerosis or the action with regards to both the motion earlier, but also in other organisations in the response to this. Outside this building, we have a statue of Alexander and Bucephalus. And cutting through the Gordian knot, how would you see the Citizens' Assembly actually not just discussing, but actually changing and making the impact that we so desperately need for our planet? Because I have to say that I didn't grasp that from the contributions so far, but I would like that to be sort of explained further, how these Citizens' Assemblies could actually lead to real concrete change for us.
Quite understandably, your council, your officials are bound by lots of tradition, lots of norms. What appears clear from some decades now of scientific projections is that this is an emergency. Now, in 1939, they didn't say, oh, well, actually, we've got to carry on as normal. They said, we're going to convert our factories to build warplanes and so on. They did it one year, and that was because of an impending threat. It's very difficult for you, for your officials, to take that leap And so the idea of citizens' assemblies is that it gives you more authority because you've listened to the people. Now, it's not to us as campaigners that you're listening to, it's ordinary citizens from different strata, all the different ethnicities across the city, and different ages. It's very important. Sometimes it's suggested, and some of the Extinction Rebellion lot say, oh, we've got to have it so that the council would be obliged to do things. This is an advisory thing for you. It's not trying to do your job. It's an advisory but lifting the question up and enables you then to take an account. And there are plenty of precedents. The Irish Citizens' Assembly on abortion, which was a locked thing, a wicked problem, nobody could resolve it, was resolved by a Citizens' Assembly which was actually very ambitious in their recommendation, which was then taken. And interestingly, in Ireland, a greater percentage of the people in the referendum voted for the ambitious changes to the Constitution.
Councillor Watt.
I have a question for the representative from Extinction Rebellion. I'm, a bit concerned about comments made by your co-founder, reported in The Guardian, with reference to the Holocaust. If we were, firstly, I would hope that you would disassociate, yourself and your local organisation from those comments. Secondly, if we're selecting random citizens for a citizen's jury, how do you make sure that you wouldn't get extremist views like that are in no way representative of, I would think, most citizens?
There's a number of things I need to say. First of all, that Extinction Rebellion is a movement based on autonomy, which means, for instance, that XR Scotland is an autonomous movement. We're not a part of XR UK. We are allied with them. We cooperate with them, and I don't think that we need to buy into everything that every single member of XR does or says, because that's just not the way that we work. So I don't feel that I am obliged to rebut something that some member of XR has said necessarily. The question about how you would avoid getting extremists on a citizens' assembly. The answer is that there are a lot of questions in our society that have become very polarised, okay? And actually, the deliberation that goes on in a citizens' assembly is the way that we try and work with those polarised issues to attain some kind of resolution. A citizens' assembly doesn't work on a consensus. There may be some members of the citizens' assembly that just can't be convinced. You could perfectly well get people who deny climate science on a climate citizens' assembly. It's quite possible, but they wouldn't be able to kind of veto the results of that assembly or block it in any way. So I think that this is the reason why the citizens' assembly is particularly powerful, because it is a deliberative body. It's not about arguing back and forth from pre-set positions. It's about trying to come together to reach solutions.
Councillor Rose.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost, and thank you, Esther, David and Robert. My question's for you, Robert, and it relates to a quote. The MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, is the home of Professor Richard Lindzen, who's a much-respected, much published, much acclaimed atmospheric physicist. And in relation to climate catastrophism, I have a quote for you from him, which he made recently. He said, "The big question is," and I quote, "how otherwise intelligent people come to believe such arrant nonsense, despite its implausibility, internal contradictions, contradictory data, evident corruption, and ludicrous policy implications. Is there any room in your mind, even just a tiny bit of room in your mind, for doubt that catastrophe is imminent and that the science cannot be disputed, as was said?
I've been studying science for quite a number of years. I did my first degree in the 90s, early 90s, which is when I really first learned about the threat of climate change. And at that time, which was also the time of the Earth Summit in Rio and the time of the foundation of the IPCC, there was plenty of time for us to have non-aggressive solutions to climate change that would have, by now, we would have reached a point where it was no longer a threat. It is a matter of historical record that governments and fossil fuel companies at that time were well aware of the threat of climate change and chose to disseminate lies which unfortunately have become believed by a significant proportion of people about the level of scientific certainty about climate change. There is a very broad scientific consensus on the reality of climate change and has been for a number of decades, in fact. Should we believe a few dissenting voices, which, yes, they could be true, but on the other hand, are we really going to take the risk that this individual who you mentioned might be right and 97% of scientists might be wrong? I don't think that's a risk that we should take with the future of our planet.
I have 5 more people who wish to ask a question, and unless I've got your name down here now, I'm not taking any more. Councillor Osler.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Lord Provost, and thank you very much indeed, Esther, David and Robert. My question relates back to, obviously, the Citizens' Assembly. One of the hardest jobs we have here is engagement with individuals. We put out consultations. We believe very strongly in democracy. It is phenomenally important that people have the ability to feed into something. How would you try to resolve that issue? Because we would be dying to know how we can actually engage better with citizens in general.
Yeah, I feel that basically when you're putting something out on your website, online, maybe on your Twitter feeds, it's such a closed amount of the population and people that see that and then will be interested to reply. So you need to find other ways to reach people that gets the widest spread and isn't necessarily so voluntary involvement, because the people that look for things will be the people that have very certain opinions and are the people that you hear from. If you find a way to target people that aren't looking for something to reply to, and just the general population, you'll get a much better viewpoint into the insight of what people really think. How you could do this could be through wider targeting systems, if you want to get different age groups, different groups of people, maybe even focus things at universities, schools and workplaces, and have a change in system that's less voluntary and biased.
So we've got people in Edinburgh, specialists from an outfit called Shared Future, who have convened over 30 citizens' juries. This is not rocket science. It's a new way, it's a different way of eliciting opinions in a way which can be very effective in addressing the concerns that the colleague in the far corner was making about extremism. It's not us and our campaigning things, it's for citizens selected through sortation on a random basis to be like a jury. Now, our judiciary operates on this way, that we choose 12 citizens to try somebody. This is an effective way which has got some track record. Leeds, which is partnered with Edinburgh, has just completed a citizens' jury at the end of last month and will be shortly reporting. So it's not like it's completely new. We're suggesting it might be appropriate to just have a citizens' jury because it's lower cost and so on. And if the citizens, if the Edinburgh Climate Commission was able to have this under their wing as part of their remit, that would be very valuable.
Councillor Day.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I have two quick parts to my question. Firstly, I don't think Councillor Watt's question was answered. I think she says, do you support the comments made by the co-founder, Roger Hallam? The Germany branch of Extinction Rebellion said, we explicitly distance ourselves from these comments about the Holocaust, and he's no longer welcome in Germany and should be excluded from the movement. Do you support those comments? And my second comment is a bit more wider. It's about how we engage people in citizens' assemblies or whichever model. For me, it's not about being prescriptive about what model it should be. It should be the best model that works for the city. How would you include people who this is not the number one priority? I think I said this before, when parents are struggling to pay their rent or buy food for their children, how can we make this their number one priority?
So, speaking personally, yeah, I think Roger Hallam's comments were both tactless and insensitive. So, personally, I definitely wouldn't support those comments. I can't speak on behalf of anyone else. And as regards the priorities, I don't necessarily think that we should be asking everybody to have the climate crisis as their number one priority, because, as you say, people have other things that are much more imminent to them than dealing with the climate crisis. However, one of the main things that we need to do is that we need to ensure that this is done in a socially just way, so that we don't see, for example, what has happened in France, where the government has tried to implement green taxes, the burden of which fall on the poorer and more excluded in society, and as a result we've had very large amount of civil disruption. It's only one of the issues that the Gilets jaunes are talking about. I should emphasise that it is not principally a movement against green taxes. It's a movement against austerity as a whole. That's just one of the examples, but that is one way of doing it wrong, that we cannot allow the burden to fall on the poorest. And deliberative democracy through citizens' assemblies or whatever other means, I believe, is one of the best and most proven ways of ensuring that all voices are heard in trying to find a way forward.
I'd like to add that I think it's also important to look at the way that the co-benefits of climate change can reach these people. If people are struggling to pay rent and feed their home, then maybe that's because they can't afford to heat their homes during winter or that kind of thing. So then the houses that are built need to have better insulation. That'll cut down on the amount of fossil fuels that needs to be used to heat the houses in the first place, which helps to solve climate change. If the solutions that we look at first can bridge the gaps between all of the social issues that are faced and some people's highest priorities, then we can work on solving climate change whilst also helping people through thousands of other issues, which I think is really important and we need to be looking at.
Councillor Cook.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. The gentleman from Extinction Rebellion, personally I still don't think you've gone far enough to explicitly condemn on behalf of your organisation the comments made by the co-founder, Roger Hallam. So I'd like to give you a third opportunity to address the remarks that the gentleman made. You're here representing the organisation today. You speak on behalf of the organisation, so I'd like you to give a categorical disapproval of what he has said. But I'd also like to pick you up on another part. He said that the goal of XR is to have everyone come together to find solutions. So can you tell me how this goal is consistent with your organisation's disrupting of public transport networks, often low-carbon public transport networks, which creates huge inconvenience for people trying to get to and from work, many people who do care about our planet, care about our environment, not to mention the mass vehicle diversions which these demonstrations have been shown to generate. and also lead to an increase in carbon emissions by vehicles having to take longer routes home and sit in stationary traffic. And do you think that the fear-mongering tactics, increasingly fear-mongering tactic of Extinction Rebellion, which have seen young children, young boys and girls, reduced to tears on Fridays, it's been shown in the media after their school marches, they're reduced to tears because they think they're going to die soon because of the impending end of the planet. Do you think that is the responsibility and the responsible way for an organisation to behave, or do you think Extinction Rebellion is more concerned with shock and awe tactics to try to make a fringe and extreme point rather than engaging in a responsible way to actually see action through government and through society?
In regard to your first point, I want to say again that I don't support Roger Hallam's remarks as an individual, and if you want a formal official statement on behalf of Extinction Rebellion Scotland, I suggest you look at our Twitter feed. As regards the tactics of Extinction Rebellion, we sincerely regret the disruption that we cause to people's everyday lives. We do it because we believe that this is a far lesser evil than the damage that is already being done by the out-of-control economic system that we have allowed to develop, which is genuinely risking the future of everyone on the planet, not just causing inconvenience to a small number. As regards the third part of your question, I have two daughters. The younger one is now 13. She has learned about climate change and the ecological crisis in school, as has my older daughter, of course. She's come to me and said, listen, I don't want to know about this. I don't want to have to deal with this. It makes me very upset. It's not the tactics of Extinction Rebellion that are making her upset. It's the facts that she's been learning in her science classes that make her upset, okay? And what I have said to her is, listen, I am doing what I can to try and make people aware of this problem so that you don't have to worry about it. So you can go on just being a kid, right? That's all that I can do for her. She is not crying because of Extinction Rebellion. She is crying because of the situation that Extinction Rebellion is trying to address.
I'd like to add on to the second part. I'd like to add on to the second part of your question that the protests that take place add huge awareness of the issue. In every single thing, things are possible now, solutions are possible now that were never possible before because people weren't aware. People didn't know and people weren't able to act on it then. So many more things are in the possibility and feasibility now because of the actions of Extinction Rebellion, of the youth strikes all over the world, that people hear about it and are willing to make change, which assists you guys and assists politics and government in making change because they have the support of the people. Without these protests, there would be no support of the people.
Councillor Jim Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. Thank you for coming along to speak to us again today. I feel that we're getting to know each other quite well. So I want to engage with you on a very serious level with the points you've raised. My observation is in this Council we have spent quite a lot of time discussing the climate emergency, and we have set what we believed was a very challenging target of Edinburgh attempting to become carbon neutral by 2030. So it seems to me that is democracy working, in that you have all the councillors here debating this issue for quite a considerable length of time, one assumes representing the interests of the people that elected them. So is your complaint that we have not spent enough time debating this issue, or is it that the 2030 target isn't ambitious enough, or is it that we are not delivering the steps to actually make the 2030 target real, so we're not taking the practical actions we need to today and tomorrow?
Thank you for your comments. I think that our concern is at the pace of change. I understand currently your administration is wrestling with how to square the budget coming up for the coming year. This is awful things with austerity forced down from Westminster and so on. Now, this is really difficult, but the problem is that you're compartmentalising the climate emergency. We vote on different things, and the business of the authority. My question would it be possible for you to prioritise that budget decision-making, the really difficult nitty-gritty, to promote and prioritise those actions which are going to, and investments which are going to reduce the carbon emissions from the city, and deprioritise, reduce down those that are potentially increasing greenhouse gas emissions associated with the city. And I think it's those sort of things through every aspect of... I think it's happening. It's happening within the Scottish Government as well. Officials are being asked to make these balances. And it's that. But it's the pace of change which I think is what is concerning to us, together with the fact that, and this is why I read you a lecture about the ladder of participation. We're grateful to be able to come and address you. It's wonderful. It's part of our democratic process. But it's not making change. It's not co-creating things. The colleague over here asked how we can do things. You've got a huge untapped opportunity to get more people involved if you would have more people around the table deciding things to help develop the online thing. We've just been kept at arm's length as interested parties, and we offer to contribute to the process.
I'd also like to add that you mentioned that we spent a lot of time debating this. We could spend a lot of time debating what solutions we're going to use. We could spend a lot of time debating whether this issue is an issue in the first place, and we have, and it's unnecessary. We need to just start taking steps, whether they're small or bigger, no matter what they are, and just make change. This is an emergency, and we're not acting like it. We are in an emergency. We have caused an emergency, and we need to address it now in every way we can, and that's not happening yet. It's not being viewed that way yet, and that's hard to see. It will affect every element of life on this earth, and it is already affecting hundreds of elements of life on this earth, and yet it's still being treated as a thing that we need to work out how to solve for 10 years' time away. 10 years is going to come quick, and the things that need to be put into place need to be done quickly because they're so big. And it's not been started, and it's not happening yet.
Just one more point. I mentioned earlier the COP26 conference in Glasgow. There were going to be a lot of headlines in about 12 months' time about what is Scotland doing about the climate emergency. And they could either go one of two ways. They could either be, yeah, Scotland is really walking the talk, we're really doing what is necessary to achieve this ambitious target, or they could say, well, Scotland, they've got a target, but what else have they got? That's really the situation that we need to address. We need to be doing things now so that we are on target to reach those ambitious targets that have been set.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Arthur, thank you very much.
Apologies, Councillor Arthur.
I've been called worse, Lord Provost. Thank you. So I'm glad we've all reached a position where we can disassociate ourselves with Roger Hallam's comments, which frankly I think were grotesque, and I think we've got there now, and I've read the Extinction Rebellion's Twitter feed, and they've denounced, is the word they've used, which is quite strong. But I have to say, I also find Councillor Rose's comments quite baffling. Not grotesque, baffling. And I'm disappointed that neither the Conservative speakers chose to disassociate themselves from those comments.
Councillor Arthur, sorry, Councillor Arthur, have you got a question for the deputation?
So let me get back on track. So I'd like to thank David for the work he's done in my ward recently in trying to raise awareness for climate awareness, and also actually engaging people in making positive changes in their lives. I think earlier on you mentioned and I think other speakers have talked about it, about how governments at all levels, including the Council here, were very good at setting targets, particularly targets which are quite far into the future. But my concern is we need to be speaking more about what we're doing next year rather than 20 years' time. So I guess if we're going for a citizen assembly, I want to be reassured that that's not actually going to slow down the progress I hope we're going to make in the coming years. Rather, it's good to have people engaged, but I really want to see action happening quickly. In terms of the budget, there will be a climate change focus on the budget, and I hope you will raise concerns if it's just greenwash, because I think we'll have to have real changes as well. So will you also commit to doing that? Thank you.
I'm not quite sure how to respond, but I'll use the opportunity to just cite one small thing. I attended a formal public engagement process established by public relations experts hired by the Edinburgh Airport last month. There were community councillors from the affected area. Edinburgh Airport has placed a statement in its statement of need to the Civil Aviation Authority that they need to expand from 11 million to 20 million passengers per annum going through the airport. And they're planning some flight path changes. This is not compatible with the climate emergency. I think it needs somebody to draw all these different things together. Whether we actually expand to 750,000 people in Edinburgh, whether this is the best way of sorting people's needs is questionable also. And so I think really we have to be very careful about how we integrate and develop a holistic approach to this climate emergency and not allow it to be parcelled off in different things. Otherwise we're Janus-faced and wanting our cake and eating it.
I think your question was about how do we stop this from extending the process and making it take more time. Take the example of the climate summit that's been discussed at previous deputations and in meetings with councillors that I've had before. That was discussed, I think, first, but like many months ago. 30th of May. And if we were to start acting at it and treat it like a priority, then it could already be happening now. Or at least it could be happening in January. But it's not been spoken about yet. The process hasn't been started yet, so that's not happening. If with the Citizens' Assembly, the Citizens' Jury, you make them a priority, and you just say we're going to start it, we're going to do it, and you go through the processes as quickly as possible, then I don't think it will extend the timing more, and you'll get a more accurate viewpoint of what the people really want to hear.
Can I thank you very much for coming along this morning to deputation to speak to the Council. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you all.
The second deputation is in relation to item 9.12 and it's from the Royal Botanic Garden. Is the Council happy to hear the deputation?
Good morning and welcome. Thank you very much for coming along this morning. You have 10 minutes to present your case to the Council, and then there may be some questions afterwards.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost, Councillors. Thank you for allowing us to speak to you today. The Royal Botanic Garden, Edinburgh, is the second oldest botanic garden in the UK, second only to Oxford. We were founded in 1670 with the laudable aim of improving medicine and medical knowledge in Scotland, at a time when an aspiring young Scot couldn't study medicine in Scotland and instead had to travel to Europe or England. The little garden prospered. We soon outgrew our original small plot at Holyrood and moved location several times over the centuries before arriving at Inverleith in 1820. The Royal Botanic Garden, Edinburgh, has therefore always been at the heart of the city of Edinburgh, and next year our 350th anniversary celebrations will include valued partnerships with organisations across the city. Of course, we are delighted to be working with the City of Edinburgh Council next year, and that the world-famous floral clock in Princes Street Gardens will celebrate our 350th anniversary in floral form. We are also working with the Palace of Holyrood House, Network Rail at Waverley, and Friends of Hopetoun Crescent Gardens at Nearleith Walk to mark in different ways our three historical sites from the 17th, 18th and 19th centuries. But we're not just looking at the past. This isn't just an anniversary about what we've done. The anniversary year is also very much about the future. At a time of extreme environmental concerns, we are working with the Royal Society of Edinburgh on an event around plant extinction, bringing in experts and proposing solutions. With the Edinburgh Film House, our botanical season of films will be accompanied by pertinent talks by our horticultural and botanical experts. We are also working with the National Galleries of Scotland, asking secondary students across Scotland in their annual art competition to think about climate change and produce artworks inspired by the garden and by that theme. I mentioned that our founders' aim was to improve medical knowledge in Scotland. In fact, they grew specific plants in order to learn and teach about their medicinal properties and how they could be used to treat illness. That early focus on education, way back in 1670, continues today. The Royal Botanic Gardens programme for schools and teachers is hugely important. Classes are experiential, with hands-on outdoor learning. We believe in children getting their hands dirty. We welcome nursery-age children with fun, age-appropriate activities, moving up to primary school, where we look at the plants we use, Scottish trees, even art in the garden, and much more. Our programme for secondary schools is necessarily a bit more demanding. It ties in with the Scottish curriculum, looking at biodiversity, ecology, plant science and taxonomy. We also run hands-on gardening projects with schools, where pupils come to the garden for a 16-week period where they learn to grow their own vegetables. And a new Living Roots project, it's helping to teach rural skills and practical gardening. And we work with primary schools, secondary schools, and also schools where pupils have severe developmental needs. Apart from our schools education, we also offer a very wide range of short courses for adults, with over 1,000 students attending over 100 courses each year on subjects including horticulture, botany and plant science, herbology, garden design and botanical illustration. We use our own expert staff to teach in the courses,
directly linking to the horticultural and scientific work of the garden and opening this up to new audiences. Of course, many of our leisure courses act as a stepping stone to further study on our RBGE certificate and diploma courses. We currently have more than 1,300 enrolments on these professional courses with students from 41 countries across the world. And we offer a full range of degrees, working in partnership with the universities of Edinburgh and Glasgow and with Scotland Rural College. We're the only institution in the UK to offer such a complete range of internationally recognised botanical and horticultural courses. This is just a snapshot of what we're doing in Scotland today. So I'll now hand over to my colleague Mark, who will tell you about what we're doing globally.
So we're primarily a scientific institute with the happy accident of having the beautiful garden as our laboratory. So we carry out collections-based research using our living collection of 13,500 species. So there's only 1,000 native to Scotland, so we are a biodiversity hotspot. And we've got a herbarium of 3 million specimens, meaning we have about 2/3 of the world's flora at our disposal for research. This is a globally unique collection, and we are the temporary custodians of it for Edinburgh and for the world. So our collections come from sharing with other botanic gardens, but also from our expedition programme, which has a global reach and is directed by our research strategy. And we focus on countries and plants that are poorly known or that have high levels of threat. So, for instance, in the Amazon basin, in collaboration with universities in Brazil, we've produced the first checklist of plants in the Amazon rainforest, 14,003 species. With funding from the Global Challenges Fund, we've helped to develop small-scale farming systems based around native Amazon tree species. These maintain tree cover and offer an alternative to large-scale soy or cattle farms while providing smallholder farmers with improved incomes. We're using distribution data and climate modelling, to develop new methodologies to classify and map biomes across Brazil. We are combining these maps with climate change predictions to better understand the threats that these forests face. So, in addition to these threatened areas, there are still lush and pristine rainforests which beg to be explored, and these are all the focus of our species discovery efforts. And this is necessary for biodiversity accounting, and our ultimate aim is to leave no species ignored and for each to have a voice in terms of conservation. So on average at the garden, we describe about 1 species per week, 1 new species to science, from single-celled diatoms, which we found in the Loch of Craiglush a couple of months ago, to towering rainforest trees in the Congo Basin. So we are currently planning our expeditions for our anniversary year, one of which is a plant rescue mission to Robinson Crusoe Island, and the second is a traverse of the central mountain range of Papua New Guinea. So Robinson Crusoe Island has just got a flora of 285 species, 70% found nowhere else, only 3 in the seed bank, and 5 have gone extinct so far. And it's highly threatened by invasive species. So we're going to work with a team from Chile, scale the mountains, look for these tiny pockets of remnant vegetation, and get everything in a seed bank so it's secure for the future. So New Guinea is an island that's got 1% of the land area of the world, but over 5% of terrestrial biodiversity. And it's still got some of the world's most beautiful, pristine rainforests. But it's full of what we call botanical dark matter. There's all this stuff there that it's never been described, and it doesn't have a voice in terms of conservation. So this is a collaboration with the National Museum of Scotland and the Papua New Guinea Forest Research Institute. And we're going to survey a transect across the mountains, looking at previously ignored plants, the mosses, the algae, the herbaceous plants, the rhododendrons, and insects and fungi. And we want to bring as many of these back to Scotland as we can, and also for the Botanic Garden in Papua New Guinea, for safekeeping in a changing world, but also to infuse, to inspire and educate visitors to our garden to care for the world of plants as much as we do. And we'd like to thank the Council for seeking formal recognition for the 350th anniversary of our wonderful garden. Thank you.
Councillor Osler.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed both for coming today. I'm fortunate enough, obviously, to represent the wider Inverleith ward of which the Botanic sits in, and I'm a regular visitor there, and I really look forward to hearing about how you get on in Papua New Guinea, because that sounds absolutely fascinating. Not having a garden myself, I really enjoy the Botanics because of the variety that is available there that you wouldn't get elsewhere. But anyway, I digress. I just wonder if you agree with me the fact that another way that the Council could sort of help celebrate the 350 years of the Botanics is by possibly putting in a much longed-for pedestrian crossing that links the Botanics through Inverleith Park to allow visitors a safe passage from one to the other, which I think would be very, very beneficial indeed to the greater area and obviously, as I say, to provide safety for individuals accessing the beautiful gardens.
Yes, I think it would be wonderful to link those two green spaces with a safe crossing. Absolutely. Yes, all for it.
Councillor Day.
Thank you, Lord Provost. My question is about the deputation rather than pavements and roads. I just want to thank Mark and Susie for coming on this morning. 350 years is a tremendous celebration, so well done for all the work you do. It's really interesting to hear the work you do locally in schools, but obviously the international work that Mark touched on as well. I want you to tell us a bit more about the other gardens that you are working with across Scotland and of course, the UK. And finally, are you the best botanic gardens in the UK?
So, was your question, are we the best botanic garden in the UK? Well, I should say there are at least six botanic gardens in the world top 4, but we're collaborative, we're not competitive. That's the key thing. So by joining forces, we get more done. So we work heavily with partners in Kew Botanic Gardens, and of course we've got our other collections across Scotland as well, Doggart, Benmore and Logan, which give us different climates to grow different habitats, and actually superb for our kind of a conservation programme. Do go and visit Benmore, it's absolutely stunning. In fact, they're all really stunning.
Just to add to that, although we've got 3, or in fact 4 very different gardens, they're not, to keep them in the pristine state they're in also takes a lot of hard work. Benmore that Mark mentioned is actually, if you know Benmore Garden in Argyll, we have a wonderful avenue of enormous sequoia trees. They're actually endangered at the moment. There's been a lot of soil compaction over the years, so we're actually got a fundraising drive just now to try and do some remedial work, because they're absolutely fantastic, really awe-inspiring avenue of great trees, and we need to try and help them to save them.
Councillor Child.
You're definitely collaborative rather than competitive, and I just wanted to pay tribute to the work that you've done in terms of the coastline project and also the Edinburgh Living Landscapes. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but could you tell us in the Chamber a little bit more about that?
That's work done by my colleagues, so that's not my area. So it'd be really hard for me to say, but you're absolutely right. It's a community-driven thing, and it's all about our common mission of connecting plants and the living world. So it's a great project, and we're very happy that we're taking part in it.
We're also, again, fundraising for that. We're looking to extend the current period of employment for the person who's running that. I think it runs until March next year, and we're looking very much at keeping her on because we're aware of how vital her work is in the north of the city.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. As an Inverleith councillor who has actually campaigned for even longer for a pedestrian crossing to the Botanics from the park than Councillor Osler, we all know that that would be very useful to the local community. But actually what it's helped me do is have a relationship with people from the gardens where I've learnt a lot more about what you do, both here in Edinburgh but internationally. Given your spirit of collaboration, and given while we want people to visit the gardens, we also want them to learn more about them across the city. Is there anything you could do more in collaboration with the city and our parks department to perhaps have examples elsewhere in the city, small examples that show the work of the gardens and get that out there in a way that allows more people in Edinburgh to be aware of it?
Yes, I think there's always more to be done, absolutely. And We have made inroads in that. I think in Princes Street Garden, we've looked at planting some of our endangered red-listed conifer species, and it's a great use to have of the city green spaces to have an extended garden across the city where the planting is conservation-focused as well as amenity-focused. But I think there is always more that we can do, and I'll raise this when I get back to work today.
Our horticulture team were also working very closely with the Parks Department on Saughton Park earlier this year as well, and that was a revamp and a redevelopment of Saughton Park. So I know that's made a huge difference, but certainly I would agree that everything more we can do is wonderful. We are very much part of the city.
Councillor McNeish-Mahan.
Thank you. You'll be aware that Edinburgh is the only Scottish local authority that's been chosen to participate in the Thriving Green Space Accelerator Programme. And our coalition is very much looking at budgetary issues around key issues of tackling poverty, achieving sustainability, and promoting well-being. And I see your organisation as central to that, particularly with your education remit. So I guess it's asking you, what more things can we do to be collaborating you on achieving those? And particularly the one that I'm thinking about this morning is the importance of pollinators, because we've all been reading about the insect apocalypse and the fact that we can hand seed or hand pollinate, but we cannot achieve what the sometimes small and invisible little species do. So is that a part of your program that you're working with children particularly?
Yes, very much so. We already run a number of courses. Some of the gardening projects, we're working with 5 schools just now, but that could be expanded as well. The the Living Root project is very new. That's only just starting up. I think it's 2, possibly 3 schools. But again, there's room for expansion there. Yes, it's not finite. This is a number of schools we work with, and finishing that, we're always looking to expand, particularly with children. But also adults. Adult education is also extremely important.
Councillor Howie.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and thank you for the deputation. I think we're all very proud of the Royal Botanic Garden. It's a very it's a great resource and a great place to visit. A couple of questions. You've already touched on the 2 questions. I wonder if you might expand on the on one that involves access for local people, and I'm thinking more of older folks, folks who are unemployed, disabled people, people with mental health difficulties, people who have a bit of time on their hands, and I wonder if you could expand on that. Second question is probably more for Mark, because I'm quite excited to hear about the international component of the work, and I wonder if you had anything to add to that, Mark. Thank you, Deputy Provost. Thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, about access, being inclusive is really part of what we do. We have our now fairly new Botanics Cottage, which has moved from the Leith Walk site. That's one of our key venues now for community meeting groups. So for people who are lonely or dining alone at home, they can come and join a meal cooked from produce at the garden. We are planning a dementia garden as well. So if you have friends or relatives suffering from dementia, you can bring them along, and it's a safe and comforting space to be in. As ever, though, I think there is always more that we can do, and we're very proud of our community outreach to all sections of the community, but we're aware of our location is very much in the middle-class part of Inverleith. But thank you for raising that, and that's something that we strive to be excellent at. Our international work is certainly core to my department, the Science Division. And I think if you go to many countries across the world, particularly in the tropics, in the middle of the highlands of Papua New Guinea, for example, and you ask them to name somewhere in Scotland, they'll say Edinburgh Botanic Garden, because we're the only people that they've met from Scotland. So it's very much part of our collaborative outlook. And we have connections at the ministerial level and at the university level, and of course we're part of the Botanic Gardens Conservation International Network. So we are very much an international garden. We're very much looking outward, and we're just very, very collaborative, and we've got projects across all continents.
Gardner.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Botanical Garden, and that entitles me to get into the glass houses.
Thank you.
And it also entitled me to get into Kew Gardens. And I contrast the Botanics in Edinburgh with Kew insofar as you don't charge any admission to the main garden, and it's very expensive to visit the London Garden. I would like you to confirm, I hope this is the case, that you have no plans to charge any admission. Like many of the public buildings and museums in Scotland, there's no charge there, and you've no plans to do that, which ensures equitable access for everybody in our city.
Yes, we can confirm that. There'll be no charge at the doors.
I don't see any other hands up for questions, so can I thank you very much for coming along this morning, and it really is quite exciting what you're doing at Botanic Gardens. So
May I say one more thing? We have a range of activities and events on during our anniversary year. We're, of course, delighted to see everyone from the Council, if you want to come along, support us, enjoy a day out for free.
We will have a 15-minute recess.
We recommence item 9.1. This is a motion by Councillor Burgess on engaging citizens on the climate emergency, and we have a coalition amendment as well.
Councillor Burgess.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. Deputy Lord Provost, if this Council is going to be successful in leading our city to reduce the climate-changing pollution that it's responsible for to net zero by 2030, we must engage with our citizens. We can't hope to tackle the climate emergency and hit our targets without their involvement, contribution and support. As we heard from the deputation from some of our citizens this morning, councils and governments will need to make bold changes to existing systems and business as usual in order to facilitate the shift to net zero pollution. Such bold changes need to be backed by our citizens and even led by them. This Council and national governments have the responsibility to achieve reductions in the pollution that they are directly responsible for, but they also need to make it possible for all of us to be able to sufficiently reduce our own carbon footprints, and they will need to be encouraged to do this. A recent report to the Council's Policy and Strategy Committee touched on the issue of citizen engagement, but it fell short of making a recommendation about a citizens' assembly or jury, and that's why I've brought this motion to full Council today. Now, I appreciate that an online survey, Edinburgh Talks Climate, has just gone live on the Council website yesterday, and this could provide some useful information, but it falls way short of what's going to be needed. An online survey is not an informed conversation, but a very constrained sort of one-way communication. Whereas a citizens' assembly or jury would allow an informed debate amongst a representative citizen group and the development of views about the actions that this Council and governments need to make to our contribution to tackling the climate emergency. Deputy Lord Provost, other councils, local authorities are establishing citizens' groups such as juries and assemblies to encourage them to tackle the climate emergency, including the Oxford Citizens' Assembly on Climate Change and a citizens' jury in Leeds. And so we can learn from them. So this motion calls for a report on how our residents can be fully involved in achieving the city's 2030 net zero carbon target, including the potential of establishing an Edinburgh Citizens' Assembly on the climate emergency. There is a coalition amendment, and I'm willing to accept that. It does move the report to the spring, but it keeps alive the potential for a Citizens' Assembly. So I move the motion in my name and accept the coalition amendment. Thank you.
Secretary.
Formally.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost. I'll be very brief. This whole process, I think, is about getting the right level of citizen engagement at the right time as we build towards our net zero future. And the process that we've laid out already indeed starts with a consultation that's already live, and members can go and feed in and indeed encourage others in their communities to do so. But the tools that we will use to engage citizens further down the line, when it becomes more action-focused rather than policy-focused, is something that we're very alive to and we'll be looking at throughout the coming years. I should say, though, one of the tones of the deputation and some of the questioning implied that we were starting from a standing start. We are not. The Council, the City, is making inroads in trying to reduce our own carbon emissions as an organisation and across the city in sectors of our economy, in transport and in other areas. So I thought it was worth making the point that while we have a long way to go to meet that future obligation to future generations to secure a net zero future, we're not starting from a standing start. We have done an incredible amount of work so far and will continue to build on that to deliver the green future that we all demand.
Councillor Day.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm happy to support the motion from Councillor Burgess, and our amendment highlights the recent Sustainability Cross-Party Working Group, which met and had a discussion about some of these issues about how we engage our citizens. Our consultation, which was launched yesterday, highlights the absolute need for us to engage the whole of the city in our climate challenges. As Government-based aid policy and sustainability will discuss a report in the next week or so, setting out option appraisals, including citizen juries and other engagement tools. Deputy Provost, this Council, I think, is making great progress in this area and needs the support from the organisations like those that we heard from this morning to push the whole of the city, to push business, communities, universities and much more to help make the difference and make the change that we need. As I raised this morning with the deputation, this needs to be about the whole city, that we can fully engage everyone, not just the organisations that are represented here, who are quite vocal this morning. The Council is committed to host a youth conference, and the materials will go out to schools in the next week or two, and that will set the scene for a youth conference in early 2020. Deputy Provost, I am happy to second our motion.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. I feel that we won't oppose the motion this morning, given that it has been amended and the amendment has been accepted. The temptation was to move no action on this motion, Convener, because this issue has been raised a number of times at Policy and Strategy and then Policy and Sustainability, as it's now called, committee, and in all-party oversight groups. And Councillor Burgess has got to the point of arguing for what he's arguing and then backed down on the basis that a plan was already in place to take the consultation forward. A plan that the administration amendment sets out, actually. So because that's been accepted, we're back to the status quo. But it does strike me that what has happened is that we've wasted everyone's time, including the deputation's time this morning, by having this, presumably, so that a press release can go out from the Green Party saying that Steve Burgess has done something, perhaps because he's a candidate in another election or something. So, Deputy Convener, there are two things we have to say. There is a set plan on how we go forward on this. There is a method of consultation that's been put forward. If we do want to reach everyone in the city, we have to reach them on practical measures that will engage them, not 100 people sitting in a citizens' jury. And practical measures that will engage them are things like making their homes warmer and greener in a way that also saves them money. That's what we should be talking to them about. And secondly, we need to be working towards that on a timescale that is realistic. And I say that because the deputation this morning was almost suggesting that nothing had happened on this. And actually, the UK is already there. We've met our first two climate budgets since the Paris Agreement, and we're well on track to meet the third. The UK and Scotland are likely to do these things and are doing them in line with the science. If we accelerate that in Edinburgh, that's good, if we can achieve it, and if it's realistic. But as we heard at Policy and Sustainability, achievable and realistic, even at the stretch, is about 60-odd% by 2030. But let's do it, let's see what we can achieve, but let's be realistic about it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Burgess.
As there's no opposition to the motion with the amendment, Deputy Lord Provost, I think we can just all agree. Thank you.
Agreed.
That takes you on to item 9.12. This is a motion by Councillor Dale in the Royal Botanic Garden.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I want to just add a minor adjustment to the motion before I speak. Just after the main paragraph where it starts to celebrate, I want that to be amended to say to celebrate the momentous occasion, then add that it will be 350 years old. Sorry, Deputy Provost. If that's okay, I'll just say a few words. First, I should remind the Chamber that Councillor Doran is our tree ambassador, so anybody who's got any questions about the trees in Botanic Gardens, Karen will be able to answer that. I just want to thank Mark and Susie again for their deputation this morning, Deputy Lord Provost. Members heard directly of the work that they do here in our capital city, but across the world in pursuit of new and exciting discoveries. Their mission to explore, conserve and explain the world of plants for a better future couldn't be better timing. And whether that's the 70 acres at Edinburgh Botanics and 10 spectacular glasshouses, or Victorian palm houses and 3,000 exotic plants to add to over 100,000 plants in Edinburgh, or a more rural 120 acre mountainside Benmore Gardens celebrating Japan, Himalayas and a 150-year-old Redwood Avenue, the Bhutanese and Chilean pavilions and the Golden Gates of 1878. There's much, much more to see also at Doggart and Logan, all offering something different for everyone to enjoy, and I encourage everyone to take an opportunity to go and see one of them. Members will have seen the amazing 2.5 metre plus Titan Arum or corpse flower at Edinburgh, a record-breaking and amazing feat. As we heard this morning, the role of plants and trees and the environment is hugely important as we look for solutions to combat climate challenge. Royal Botanic Gardens in Edinburgh and across Scotland deliver world-class biodiversity research to underpin the conservation and sustainable use of the world's plants. Here in Edinburgh, the Royal Botanics also have a huge education programme that we heard this morning in our schools with our open days, touring arrangements with Taiwan, China, Himalayas and much more. And if anyone needs any information about begonias, Mark is a world-renowned expert. Deputy Lord Provost, the Lord Provost has also intimated his support for a civic reception, and I wonder if you would agree to such an event being held to mark the 350 years of the Royal Botanic Gardens in Edinburgh. As we heard this morning, they are the best in the UK, in Scotland, and hope to be better than the UK in collaboration. Happy to move this motion.
Second.
I'm very, very happy to second this. It's a wonderful institution, enjoyed by so many in the city. So,
any questions? In regards to the request for a civic reception, I will look at the civic budget, and if there is funding in the civic budget, then I don't see any reason why we shouldn't have a civic reception.
That takes you back to the item 4 on the agenda. This is the minute of 24th October 2019, which is submitted for approval as correct record. Then that takes you to item 5, questions. The first question is by Councillor Osler, development of the Christmas market in East Princess Street Gardens.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Provost, and thank you very much indeed, Convener, for your answers. Bear with me if I get through this question, okay? If I may, if there was no project arborist, I've struggled desperately with this word, consulted, then who prepared the arboricultural impact assessment and tree protection plan?
I will ask the question on your behalf within the department and come back to you on that one. Thank you.
5.2, again, is by Councillor Osler on the strategic review of parking.
Thank goodness, slightly easier this one. Again, many thanks, and thank you very much indeed, Convener. I'm delighted to hear that these are both going ahead, and I look forward to them both going. So no supplementary on that one.
5.3, again, is by Councillor Osler on the trial of the Demountable barrier at Falshaw Bridge.
Thank you. Yes, if I could possibly ask again for this one, is when the plan is going forward, would the affected wards, would the ward councillors be advised of when this is actually going to happen so we can inform our residents, please?
Thank you for the supplementary, Councillor Osler. Yes, delighted to. I think it's clearly going to be an important part in going forward in terms of ensuring that the resilience is built into the city around these kind of events, and I'm well aware of how important it is for local residents. I would add that whilst it's not been tested in situ, there are regular inspections made of the Falshaw barrier where it's stored at the moment, so we're certain that it's in good working shape. It's just about how it's then applied in situ. Thank you.
5.4 is by Councillor Doggart on Princess Street Gardens, Christmas market and attractions.
Thank you, Deputy Convener, and thank you to the Convener for her answer. Could the Convener clarify why the report that was unanimously requested by this Council, in consultation with the Leader of the Council, we put an amendment or agreed an amendment, but why has the report not
arrived in time for Armistice Day this year, as agreed unanimously by Council? And why, in particular, consideration of the Council's request to investigate not building a high structure, i.e. the wheel, which I think qualifies as a high structure, has been ignored and not presented to councillors?
Thank you, Councillor Doggart. I understand that quite recently, in fact, before this question was lodged with committee services, I imagine, you received a long and detailed response from the head of service around the particular aspect of that. It's something I'd be happy to pick up and discuss with you in more detail in person if you wish to. But as you can see in terms of the written answer, there are issues around the construction of the contract that relates to the construction of the wheel. But let's not forget that in terms of the written answer, it is absolutely correct. You asked two particular questions, which was about the dignified no-work zone around the Garden of Remembrance and the limitation of the building of high structures. Both of those were observed in terms of the forward planning. And as you can also see in the written answer, they're also under review. Thank you.
5.5 is by Councillor Rust on the revenue spent through external organisations in each of the last 3 years.
No supplementary, Deputy Convener.
5.6 is by Councillor Osler on bins being raided by vermin.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed, Convener, for your answers. I just wondered, going forward, considering we're having an increasing problem with foxes in certain areas, and is it possible to look into the possibility of possibly getting tamper-proof bins that people can apply for, that I'm sure they'd be happy to pay for, so we can try and reduce this problem?
Thank you, Councillor Osler. I do recognise the fact that there is an increasing problem with foxes across certain parts of the city, and I would come back again to the content of the written answer, which is that we would appeal to people to be much more careful about how they dispose of their food waste, particularly those who put them beside bins rather than in bins, etc. For those residents who have bins where, for example, lids are broken and that might lead to a further problem, they can apply for replacement bins. It's there. It's a service that's currently available. In terms of changing the kind of provision of bins that we have in this city, there's a lot of complexity that sits behind your answer, both in terms of costings, how we would implement them, which areas we'd look at implementing them in, etc. It is, however, a question which I will ask of the Waste Service, and we'll come back to you by email around some of the key parameters. Thank you.
5.7 is a question by Councillor Bruce on garden waste.
Thank you, Deputy Convener, and thank you to the Convener for her answer. How convenient that this information is not recorded. I have a great many constituents contact me to say they've been unable to register due to this clunky system. Does she not agree now is the time to scrap this unfair tax?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Bruce. First of all, as we have stated repeatedly in this chamber, it is not a tax, it is a charge. And given how much heavy weather your party makes about their expertise in business and an understanding of the financial world, I'm surprised that this keeps coming back. In terms of the garden waste charge, as you know, it's in a relative infancy in terms of application. We're only into the second year of application on this. There is nothing convenient, as you state, which I actually think is quite a strong statement for you to make, because it implies that there is motivation and intention behind us not recording the information. That is quite clearly not the case. It is instead to do with how people interact with the council around this. They can interact with us in a number of different ways. It could be somebody wandering into one of the local offices and making a generalised inquiry. It could be somebody phoning us. It could be somebody with an online request. There are a number of ways in which people come into us on that. We quite clearly have stated from the very beginning of this implementation of this policy that, as in common with most other local authorities who are implementing a similar structure to their charging, that it would be done in a registration of windows. Everybody is told that. So we will see that come back again when the next window opens on the 20th of January. In addition to which, I would suggest to you that I appreciate that you will not perhaps be as close to this as I am, but I've worked with officers closely on the complexity of the systems, and we have some considerable way to go with CGI to provide a more simplified position in terms of the backroom operations. That is what lies behind all of this, and I do not recognise your characterisation of this as being a convenient non-recording of requests.
Question 5.8 is again by Councillor Bruce on Waverley Bridge pedestrianisation.
Thank you, Deputy Convener, and again thank you to the Convener for her answers. What input will you have into this Waverley master plan, and where do you think the buses and taxis should go once Waverley Bridge has been pedestrianised?
Thank you for your supplementary question, Councillor Bruce. As was discussed at some length during the debate in this chamber and in committee on the city centre transformation, which is one of the underlying projects that will produce any change around Waverley Bridge, it was quite clearly stated that we are not at that stage of providing detailed plans around specific elements of that. It is something that requires careful coordination and careful thought. We understand where we want to try and get to, but not in terms of some of the detail on some of the key projects. It would be remiss of me to pretend that we have leapfrogged to solutions, and it would not be a responsible approach. In terms of my own particular involvement in it, I will of course be working very closely with officers, and I am keeping a close interest in what's going on in terms of the Waverley Master Plan, which is not solely under the Council control, because it's very much a good example of partnership working. There will be plenty of opportunities, both at Transport and Environment Committee and presumably here in this chamber as well, to continue to report back on the development of various aspects of both the City Centre Transformation Project and the Waverley Master Plan. Nothing will be kept from the chamber. It will come forward, and there will be plenty of opportunity for scrutiny and discussion at the time.
Question 5.9 is by Councillor Lang on traffic regulation order team.
Thank you very much, and I thank the convener for the answers that were provided. I think one of the things I probably found most surprising when I became a councillor was just how long it takes for TROs, even for small, uncontroversial changes, to actually progress through the system. So I very much welcome the information that she's provided around the improvement plan, which is due to come forward. Although it's 7 months, it's almost as long as it takes for TROs to be turned around within the team. Can I ask the convener, there was obviously quite a big disparity, actually, in terms of the number of outstanding TROs by locality. And I was just interested to know whether she had been provided with any information that perhaps explained why there were such significant differences across the 4 localities.
Thank you, Councillor Lagg. It is an interesting question, and I do have a slightly broader understanding of why this has occurred. The 4 different localities treat this and process these requests in slightly different ways. A lot of it's to do with how they bundle them together and to allow for progress. So, for example, in the North West, where we obviously see a change here, there are some outstanding ones for disabled parking bays, which have actually already been installed. So it doesn't necessarily imply that there is massive delay to delivery, although it can do. Now, one of the things I would like to highlight is the fact that I've already been talking to officers about trying to improve our progress through TROs. Part of that has been about lobbying the Scottish Government for changes in the Transport Bill, in which we were successful in achieving some changes, not perhaps the full demand that we would have made to reduce barriers to quick progress, but that's a substantial benefit. In terms also too of the new structure within the Roads and Transport Infrastructure team, we expect that will lead to greater clarity and consistency in the approach, particularly as we move towards the Roads Improvement Plan, which is due in March of next year. So there have been, I should note, however, that whilst the situation in terms of the response to your particular question now indicates that there is a too long a period attached to it, in actual fact, this represents an improving situation, and that's come about by some changes in approach by the team, and we can expect that to continue.
5.10 is again by Councillor Lang on garden waste collection permits.
And again, I thank the convener for the answer that she provided. I know I am not alone as a councillor who has been contacted by constituents who paid for their permit in good time and who have, despite repeated complaints to officers, still, even as of today, Deputy Provost, not received their new permit. They have paid for a service and they have already missed several collections. So can I ask the convener if she will take this opportunity to apologise to those in my ward and to others who have been affected? And does she have any explanation as to why this has happened in the second year of this new scheme?
Thank you, Councillor Lang, for your supplementary question. Clearly, it is of distress to individual households who have not been able to get the service that they want, and I recognise that very clearly. However, there are sometimes reasons that are beyond our control as to why we then get requests in for repeat issue of permits when people have perhaps lost them, thrown them out by accident, etc., etc. We have no way of defining what has caused that request for a replacement permit. I should say that as far as I am aware, there has not been any major structural reason as to why anything that has gone out from our offices has caused an issue. I'd be very interested in knowing exactly how many households that you know of that have been directly impacted. I'd like to know who they are, so that our service can actually deal with that and make sure that they are taken care of effectively and that they have that replacement permit, so there's no division there. But I would refer back to my earlier answer about the difficulty of the complexity of the situation that we've got in the backroom office, courtesy of CGI. It is a situation that's being worked on very clearly, and we expect that to move forward. So please provide me with the information and we will move forward on it. Thank you.
5.11 is by Councillor Hutchinson on Edinburgh's 2019 Christmas market in East Princess Street Gardens.
Thank you, Deputy Convener, and thank you to the Convener for his answer. I notice it is not at his desk, so I'm not sure who's going to be answering my supplementary. Thank you. Given that the Finance Committee oversaw the original contract and scrutinised the procurement exercise, how has the Place Directorate managed the conflict of interest as the planning authority and the contractual counterparty with Underbelly?
Can I thank the Councillor for his question? I'll obviously raise it with the Convener in terms of our role as both regulator and deliverer. There are obviously complexities in that relationship. Especially when issues like planning become involved, more than happy to raise it with the Finance Convener. I should say he's sparing us all a severe virus, Deputy Lord Provost, with his absence, so I'm sure we can be, on this rare occasion, grateful for his absence. I did suggest that he sat near the Conservatives and came in anyway, but he's at home getting better.
Takes you on to 5.12. It's Councillor Hutchinson again, and again on Edinburgh's 2019 Christmas market in East Princess Street Gardens.
No supplementary, Deputy Convener.
5.13 is by Councillor Mowat on Edinburgh's 2019 Christmas market in East Princess Street Gardens.
Thank you. I thank the Convener for his answer, and I would like to ask that although officers were advised advised Underbelly on 30th of August that planning permission was required, could you confirm that you had no indication of the size and structure of and mass of the structure before construction started on the 18th of October this year?
Yes, I had no indication of the size of the structure. I add that it's the responsibility of the applicant to submit plans and applications and so on. That was informed by the planning service staff to the applicant that they needed to do that.
5.14 is by Councillor Mowat on Edinburgh's 2019 Christmas market in East Princess Street Gardens.
No supplementary.
5.15 is by Councillor Cook on Edinburgh's 2019 Christmas market in East Princess Street Gardens.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Does the Convener have full confidence in the Executive Director of Place? If so, why?
Thank you, Councillor Cook. This administration is delivering substantial progress across the Place Directorate, near record lows in waste complaints, improvement to our city's road conditions, 20,000 affordable homes, improvements to the planning service and thousands of new trees across the city. I think your party voted against the vast majority of the progress that is being made across the city and being delivered by the Police Directorate, so I'm a little concerned as to why you brought forward such a question. I'm happy to arrange a briefing with the Council's monitoring officer for the Conservative Party, or indeed any other party, to help them better understand their responsibilities in relation to the Code of Conduct when asking questions.
Can I please, before we move on to the next question, remind councillors that you must not criticise officers in the chamber?
(516) is again by Councillor Cook on Edinburgh's 29 Christmas Market in Eastbourne Street Gardens.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Does the Deputy Convener have full confidence in the Executive Director of Place, given the coverage and information which has come to light in regards to the situation surrounding the Christmas market in East Princes Street Gardens? If they do, why?
Thank you for your supplementary. I'll refer to Councillor McInnes's response and echo that.
517 is by Councillor Doggart on Edinburgh's 2019 Christmas Market in Eastbourne Street Gardens.
Thank you, Deputy Convener, and thank you to the Convener for his answer. We now know, given the report that's now available to us for P&S next week, that there is some information missing. So could the Convener confirm when he was consulted by the Director of Place about the change in decision to permit extending the Christmas market to the south side of Princes Street Gardens, and why did he not insist on taking that change of mind to committee?
Okay, I've not got the exact date in front of me, but it was discussed, and then it was brought to the Culture and Communities Committee. And when was it discussed to make the change to the south? Then I will investigate that and make sure that information is available. I want to say, however, that I thought you were going to ask me the same question as the previous, and my answer to that is quite interesting. And but I'll give it anyway. And that's that we refer to previous answers, of course, but also I would also say that for me, in answer to why, I think there is an issue. There is an issue with the application of devolved responsibility, and I've said that before, said it at Culture and Communities, and I'll say it again. So that's a wider issue than being levelled at one particular officer. So as the amendment to the motion that came to Culture and Communities on this subject stated quite clearly, we are where we are with this. It's right that we look at the process that's involved, and that's what you're asking me about. And so we have to look in detail about how that decision was made, and that needs to come out and will come out next week when this goes to policy and sustainability. But we must not let that get in the way of the fact that we all agree that we have a successful Christmas winter festival that has been attended by hundreds of thousands of people, indeed already, and will be in the coming weeks. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think we all accept that. We have to look at these issues. We have to look at how these decisions were made as we go forward. But we must also ask the citizens of Edinburgh if what we are doing is what they want. And that's the purpose of the consultation that we have asked for and that we will get in the near future. So we'll make absolutely sure not just what we're doing, but where we are doing it is exactly what Edinburgh citizens want. Thank you.
518 is by Councillor Doggart on Edinburgh's 2019 Christmas Market in East Princes Street Garden.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. I'll try and surprise again. Thank you to the Vice Convener for her answer. Could she confirm when she saw the full report showing the change of plans for this year's Christmas market, and what objections did she make when she saw them?
Thank you for the supplementary. I'm going to refer to the previous answers that have been given by my colleagues, Councillor Wilson and Councillor McInnes. But I wanted to sort of make a personal note here, because this is a subject that really fascinates me. I actually did my MSc research on the 300-year ban on Christmas, which started in this city. So it's something that I know is a very emotive subject, and you know it's of really great interest to me.
what I think I am keen to see, we can see how popular it is with the residents. I was out on the weekend myself seeing mums with prams, shoppers laden down with bags of shopping from our stores on Princess Street, disabled folks all enjoying it. The key thing I think that we want to look at is encouraging everyone to take part in the full in-depth public consultation that we had agreed in our committee in June, and really find out what the men and women and children of this city want to see in their Christmas celebrations.
519 is by Councillor White on Edinburgh's 2019 Christmas market in East Prince Street Gardens.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. Other colleagues have asked various conveners questions on this, but I think the leader should perhaps try to get us an answer to what is at the heart of this. Given the previous controversy over trees in East Princess Street Gardens, screens in West Princess Street Gardens, and the ongoing debate on over-tourism, why didn't he, or any of the conveners in his administration, insist that what was clearly going to be a controversial change in the Christmas market arrangements should be surfaced at Council or a committee through a written report by officers? Wouldn't it have been better to allow the public to be aware of the plans in advance and allow councillors to scrutinise plans before they were signed off?
In relation to Councillor White's question, the trees in Princess Street Gardens that he talks about, I think, were voted unanimously through at Planning Committee. His party's representatives, just like everyone else, voted for the plans. It was not to do with the removal of trees, it was to do with the improvement of access to our gardens, it was to do with the transformative project in the National Galleries. So it's worth just reminding the Conservatives of fact when they bring questions to the Chamber, because otherwise they rebrand some Twitter accounts and invent their own way of fact-checking, which does nobody any the good. In terms of the delegated functions, I think the answer talks about the emergency motion that went in June, which his party, the Conservatives, have representation on. And I've went back and watched the webcast, and I have to say there was no questions coming forward in terms of what that additional investment to protect the works was from his party. There was then a report which went to Culture and Communities in, I think, September. Again, his party had very little to say about it, and I understand the other members who were briefed out with those public reports and motions that were brought to committee had very little to say when they were briefed by the Executive Director as well. So it is, frankly, reinventing reality, which the Conservatives are very, very good at. Give them their due, they're great at that. But it's reinventing reality to suggest that this information did not come to committee in June in the form of an emergency motion and in September in terms of a report. It's his party's failure and his representative's failure. Perhaps he wants to do a reshuffle of committee membership, that the right questions weren't asked at the right time. He has to take responsibility, just like the entire chamber.
520 is a question by Councillor Webber on Edinburgh's 2019 Christmas market in East Prince Street Gardens.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. I'm delighted to see that the motion that we had at last Council about respectful debate doesn't seem to have lasted very long. So, thank you for your answer, Deputy Leader. But given the significant public interest across the last 6 to 9 months on a number of activities that have happened in Princess Street Gardens, and therefore the sort of scrutiny that the public has in how we are behaving and acting at the moment, is it now, and with the papers that are coming to policy and sustainability next week, is it not clear that there was significant issues with the I can't speak. Sorry? Can I sit down? I'm going to start again, all right? Because I've got myself in a bit of a tiz. Hold deep breath. Thank you very much, Councillor Scott. There you go. Okay, what now seems to be apparent from the papers coming to P&S next week, it does seem that there's clearly some issues with the delegated scheme of officer authority. Do you feel now that with the information that was shared with you looking back, the information that was shared with you on the 4th of September, was that sufficient to make an informed decision on the Christmas markets? And can you tell us what level of confidence that you have in the Executive Director of Place? Thank you.
I think I'll make reference to the comments that were made by Councillor McVeigh, Wilson and McInnes about how the consultation was processed. I'm quite confident that everything was done as it should have been. The report that's due to come to committee identifies a minor weakness in the process. A number of members were consulted, and I think the question about do I have faith in directors may be inappropriate, but I'll answer that by saying delivering a tram system for the city, fixing Waverley Bridge, 20,000 new homes, a waterfront development, climate challenge, a director that is absolutely leading in this city. The city is enjoying Christmas. Tories vote against anything that's positive in the city. Tories vote against anything that's progressive in the city. And now the Tories vote against Christmas.
5.21 is by Councillor White on road closures, advance warning.
Deputy Convener, the answer from the Convener is helpful insofar as it goes, and perhaps she could assist with an issue that has been raised with me by residents in my ward, but I know will affect many others. We already have now this week the start of tramworks. There is a whole host of diversions around that. Scottish Gas Networks, and the particular thing I'm thinking of, are going into Stockbridge. In January, there will be major roadworks all across the north of the city, and these are known about in advance. Should we not be doing a little more than the usual to try to encourage people to use different routes? And more importantly, can we not do a bit more than some of the on-street advertising that is usually fairly illegible to drivers to ensure that people reduce their car use in these areas or take different routes? And I say this on behalf of constituents who are particularly concerned about how their bus services will get through these areas and the various junctions around them while all of these works are ongoing.
Thank you very much for your supplementary. Thank you, Deputy Convener. You've got a lot packed into that question, but let me start with one particular key point, which is that roadworks represent actual progress often. It's about developing the city. It's about reassuring citizens that their water, their electricity, their gas networks and so on are fit for purpose. It is a requirement of a city of this size to have that kind of organic development. It's a feature of cities. It is an unfortunate feature when it then produces difficulties for citizens, and I fully recognise that fact. But the fact of the matter is that when it comes to roadworks and their impact, if those of us who are political geeks will not mind me referencing Donald Rumsfeld, there's the knowns and the unknowns. Now, there are pieces of work that we can plan for, and we absolutely can plan for. And that's exactly what we do. We have a very effective traffic management team that works very hard on our behalf. They coordinate with blue light services, they coordinate with Lothian buses and other bus operators to try to ensure that disruption is minimised. But we also have the unknown. We have sometimes the emergency works that are brought in by some of the utilities. We do not have the right to resist those emergency works, and indeed it would not be responsible for us to do so, because it would bring us back to ill-functioning water, electricity, gas networks, whatever it is that we're referring to. So we have a duty to manage that process as well as we possibly can. But it does produce some difficulties. There's no question about it. And our transport teams work very hard to try and minimise that as much as possible. When it comes to the specific reassurance that your ward residents and others are looking for, the reassurance sits in the fact that we understand how the traffic works in the city. We do our very best to address those kinds of issues. We do communicate through a number of different methods. So, for example, around the tram extension, there's been communication with individual residents and businesses around, in terms of deliveries being impacted, etc. There's also been very clear work by Lothian Bus to inform their bus passengers about the impact on their services. So there's a number of efforts that we make in order to ensure that everybody who is trying to move around the city or to move goods around the city are as informed as possible. I've forgotten part of your question. My apologies if I haven't answered it. But essentially my answer to you boils down to we plan as far as we can. We work as much as possible with all those organisations that are impacted by it and help to ensure that they adjust around it. The other issue, however, that we have less control of is how individuals respond to roadworks and the changes that are required. I think it's fair to say that almost every time we put in place roadworks, there will be those who choose to ignore diversions, for example, and that then has all sorts of knock-on impacts. I would certainly ask residents and visitors to this city to try to be more cognizant of the instructions that are out there on the street in terms of signage, and to help us as a city minimise disruption by obeying the signals that are out there to allow us, everybody, to move more smoothly and not to have one individual car or one individual delivery vehicle causing difficulties. I hope that answers your question. If you have any further questions, I'm more than happy to talk them through with you at a later date.
5.22 is by Councillor Young on bus lane fines.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost, and to the convener for your answer. I just wanted to ask, and I appreciate you may not be able to answer this right now, but just on the back of the really helpful information about levels of fines, is to get an idea of the rate of successful recoup of those fines, basically how many people are actually paying and how much are we having to chase up, but also to get an idea of how much it costs for us to install and maintain a bus lane camera.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Those are two quite precise questions, so I will have to come back to you on them with more information. But needless to say, I think that the fines work. It helps to change behaviour. It helps us, again, to control the city and the flow around it a lot better. Clearly, one or two of the more recent ones, for example, the installation of new ones in 4 new locations, one of them being Liberton Road, for example, is producing a high rate of fines at the moment as people adjust and learn and I would expect those to come down. We've seen that with some of the older ones. Okay. But I'll come back to you.
5.23 is by Councillor Young on funded nursery provisions for under-5s.
Thank you very much again, and thank you to the convener for the answer. Obviously, there was just for the context, very briefly, the debate in the Scottish Parliament at the start of October, commented on the issue of funding for all 4-year-olds who were deferred. So, in anticipation of the promised legislation that came out of that debate, are there any plans in Edinburgh to implement this funding for those that are intended to defer at the 2020 intake?
Thank you for your supplementary question, and you're right to point out the Parliament's already debated on this, and I think they'll change the legislation. What we're waiting for is a directive to come through, and if we can apply, we'll apply that in the most liberal way we can. But until the directive comes through, we can't comment on it, but I'll keep everybody in the Chamber informed, and when the directive comes through, I'll send it out to everybody, and we will then have a report on how we're going to implement it.
And the final question is by Councillor Neil Ross on Edinburgh City Car Club.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost, and I thank the convener for his answer. As a supplementary question, I understand that a sum in excess of £300,000 is waiting to be paid to the Council by Enterprise, but is being withheld because the agreement reached in 2017 has not yet been signed by the Council. Given the Council's difficult financial position, can whoever is deputising today for the convener explain the reason for the delay in completing the contract and receiving the monies due?
Can I thank Councillor Ross for the supplementary? I'm more than happy to follow up with the Convener of Finance and indeed the Convener of Finance and Resources to explore exactly why the contract hasn't been triggered yet, work out if there's a legitimate reason for that delay, and if not, sign it as a matter of urgency.
That takes you on to item 6, which is the Leader's Report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost. It's been another busy month for the administration, delivering a whole host of policies and improvements across the city. I've mentioned just 2 in my Leader's Report, mainly the school building programme, which is continuing to add additional schools to it, and indeed Tram, which is now kicking off with real works on the ground. I should say these are only 2 examples where we're making progress on a whole range of improving things for people's lives here in Edinburgh. Deputy Lord Provost, I know there's a motion later on the agenda, but I did want to take the opportunity to say that on Tuesday I was honoured to join with Lord Provost and Bailey's work, Cameron and Councillor Rose, and indeed other councillors from across the chamber, to the funeral of Tom Gozine. It was a magnificent celebration of the man, the great Edinburgher, and an emotional and joyous event and celebration of his life. And I'm sure anyone who attended that service will agree that his family did him exceptionally proud in the way they spoke of him and the way they celebrated his life. Lord Provost, it's not lost on us that we need a conversation with the city about Christmas. We need to talk about Santa. There are drawbacks and benefits to the way we went about it this year. There was certainly publicity about the temporary structures that were outside city chambers, and that drew some negative attention for very understandable reasons. There were then a series of front pages of Santa's sleigh travelling down a packed Royal Mile with fireworks going off that I think actually will become one of the iconic images of Edinburgh's Christmas celebrations in years to come. The point, though, Deputy Lord Provost, is that we need a wider conversation with the city. To suggest that there is one answer, to suggest that there's one view held across the city is just not accurate. I certainly am on the receiving end of a particular strand of view, and that is absolutely fine. I respect a lot of points that are made to me on social media and other forums. But it's interesting, and I would encourage members to do this, to go on your favourite social media tipple of Twitter or whatever, and search for the words Edinburgh Christmas. Because when you search for the words Edinburgh Christmas, you find a deluge of positivity in among some legitimate criticism and issues that we need to work through, but a deluge of positivity of people who are excited to visit the city, of families who are excited to take their children to the Christmas celebrations that we do. And I'm not defending every aspect of everything we do every year. We need a conversation with our citizens. But that has to be framed as a reasonable, responsible conversation for us all, and willing to listen to each other through that process. This can't be a situation where a majority and substantial minority just go at loggerheads. We have to find a way of having that mature engagement across the capital city to work out how we take the best bits of how our capital city has become one of the international leaders for winter celebrations and how we manage those issues better. That's been the whole ethos, Deputy Lord Provost, of policies like the tourist tax to give us additional revenue to be able to do these things better for our citizens and better for those who enjoy things like the festivals all year round in this festival city of ours. And with that, I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Councillor Johnston. Apologies, Councillor White.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. The Leader has talked about Edinburgh's Christmas in his report. And I think the problem that most of us recognise that we were trying to highlight in the various questions in the written questions section of the meeting was not about the nature of the event. It's about the governance that this council puts in place and its processes to ensure that legal requirements, planning requirements, regulatory requirements are all in place. We see similar governance issues in areas like Marketing Edinburgh in recent weeks, Deputy Convener, where the Lord Provost and all the directors have disappeared on the grounds that they could not back the decision the council took in private. Given so many things seem to be happening in private and under delegated authority, even where controversial, what is the Leader going to do to ensure that the city and our people can be aware of decisions going forward, can have a view on them, and can ensure that they are properly scrutinised and this council once again becomes a paragon of good governance?
Can I thank Councillor White for the question, because it's a good question about how we conduct our business as a council and how we make sure that everyone in the city knows what we're doing. I have the words from one of the deputations earlier ringing in my ears, which is when we consult and we put information out, even that method and medium of explaining information and getting citizens to understand situations isn't effective for every demographic in the city, and I completely understand why. The default position, in my mind, whether it is a decision which is politically sensitive but under delegated authority, or indeed another form of decision, is that it should be a form of decision in committee, rather, is that it should be taken in public. That our default position for anything we consider as councillors should be in public. We've had a conversation at the Sustainability All-Party Oversight Group just a few weeks ago on that very subject, making sure that what is being discussed in forums that are not public and not webcast, and we've now been webcast for, I think, 7 years, to help better put things on the record and allow citizens to better engage with their decision-making, how we make all of these things that are necessary to the functions of the organisation and decision-making, but put them in more of a public sphere. Do I think we've reached the panacea of that yet? No, I don't think any organisation has, but my default position is always, when we're taking a decision as elected members, or indeed politically sensitive decisions as an organisation, it should be done as much as possible in public. There are no starting points that I have for any decision to be either in private or under delegate authority if politically sensitive. People should understand the decisions we're taking, and we should be able to communicate them well. There are examples, Deputy Lord Provost, and this is where it goes back to the words of the Deputation still ringing, I hope, in more ears than just mine. Even when things have went through the sausage maker in public, on webcast, reported in the press widely, there are still reactions to it post-event, not at decision, but post-event, when people then find out what's going on. So we all have to have a conversation about how we better communicate as a city, and that's as much of a responsibility on us as an organisation as anyone else.
Councillor Aldridge.
Thanks very much, Deputy Lord Provost. Can I ally myself with the Council Leader's comments about the importance of openness and transparency in all our decision-making? It's something that Liberal Democrats are wholly in favour of. Council Leader made reference in his verbal report to the tram, and I'm sure you'll be aware of speculation about the future of concessionary fares on the tram under the SNP and Labour administration's budget proposals. Does he agree with me that the rather spiteful decision of the SNP government to exclude the Edinburgh tram from the National Concessionary Fares Scheme has cost this council millions of pounds, which could have been spent on other vital services? And can he inform us of any representations he's made to the SNP government to ensure the Edinburgh tram is treated the same as other tram services throughout the UK, i.e. as a bus service, and is well used as a low-carbon and accessible form of public mass transit?
Can I thank Councillor Aldridge for the question? I wouldn't quite agree with the entire sentiment of the question, but I'll try and answer it as best I can. In relation to quote-unquote budget options which are being leaked, I have to say it's not only deeply unhelpful for the citizens of this city, it's deeply misunderstanding of the budget process and indeed the budget that we will put forward next year. So I would say, and obviously it was of course done anonymously, as all great strong politicians act anonymously. If you can't hear the sarcasm in my voice, Deputy Lord Provost, that was sarcasm. So I think that was deeply unhelpful and damaging, and the member who did that should reflect very carefully on their actions. In terms of the broader point, about Edinburgh Tram and being part of the mechanism of bus support, for example, the concessionary rate, thank you very much. We do have two problems in Scotland, and one is Edinburgh Tram and one is Glasgow Subway. And it seems like there is an enormous amount of ability for us to work together as two cities to make the argument strongly that our tram system and the subway system in Glasgow can work together to be part of, if not the bus concessionary scheme as it exists right now, an additional scheme also. There have been discussions about this. a number of times. There's probably been discussions about this before I was elected and when Councillor Burgess was in the administration. And some of the problems are around rail itself and trying to create something that doesn't open the floodgates to concessionary travel across the entire rail network. That is not an excuse. That's an issue in my mind to be worked through, and we're more than happy to do it.
Councillor Main.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. In the programme for government announcement in the autumn earlier, the Scottish Government said that it will bring forward powers to implement a tourist levy, and that's very welcome. However, some of the statements in the programme around funding being used for tourism spend or tourism pressures, does the leader agree with me that the decision on how best to use any additional revenue from the tourist levy should lie with the democratically elected local councils?
Can I thank Councillor Main for the question? I should say, when there's something approaching consensus, let's not try and break it. We've been calling for this power for a long time. It took our approach as an administration to robustly make the argument for ourselves, and that has been the sea change that has enabled the government to change position and go with us. I should say, we have always said from the outset that this is additional funding, and the papers that we've approved at Corporate Policy and Strategy, as it was then, and indeed this full council, have always identified the kinds of things that that money would be spent on. I've seen nothing in the proposed legislation, or no comments made about the proposed legislation, which would give me cause to fear that any of our plans will be undermined or inconsistent with the legislative powers that we're given. So my plea to us as a city is we did such a good job of remaining in consensus. As we now look at the detail of it, it's really important that we don't act in a way which maybe jeopardises us getting this over the line, because it's increasingly looking like Edinburgh may be the only authority in Scotland to pursue this policy. Now, that's a precarious position if you're a council leader and trying to argue for that level of change. So it's important that we all stay together and united towards the development of that policy, because what's increasingly politically clear, and other local authorities can speak for themselves, is that we may be the only ones batting for this. So it's important we bat as one team.
Councillor Day.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Would the Council leader agree with me that the Chamber will be a lot quieter and will lose one of our real personalities when Gordon Munro is elected as a member for North and Leith on the 12th of December?
All I can say is, having been out to campaign for Deirdre and indeed Tommy, and I'm looking forward to going out and campaigning for other three fantastic SNP MP candidates across the city, I don't like his chances.
Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and thank you, Council Leader, for your report. Would the Council Leader like to join me in thanking the current and previous management committees of the Community Wing at Craigmount High School for their hard work and dedication to providing outstanding community classes and events over the last 50 years? On the 1st of January, the management of the Wing passes to Council officers, and I would like to wish them every success in continuing the legacy of the Wing and providing a diverse range of classes and sessions at low cost to all residents, no matter their financial situation in the local community.
Can I thank Councillor Bridgman for the question? Absolutely happy to echo her sentiments of thanks and pay tribute to the work that's been done over the years, and wish the officers well in taking it forward for the future. It is absolutely crucial that there are centres of activity and indeed education within all our communities that people have access to, and those barriers are as low as possible, if not removed entirely, to ensure that everyone in the community has access to those opportunities.
Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. Would the Council Leader join with me in congratulating the Commercial and Procurement Services team within Resources on winning the Government Opportunities, or GO Award, for excellence in public procurement in Scotland, for the first ever Market Development Award, and for being highly commended for the Team of the Year Award?
Can I thank Councillor Bird for the question? Absolutely give me an enormous amount of pleasure to congratulate the team on all their success. While procurement can be seen as a bit dry subject, it is absolutely not. It is about enabling the kind of change through our contracts as a city that we want throughout our city. I noticed there were other awards that our team were nominated for. The Social Value Awards, the Best Service Micro and Small Business and Third Sector Organisations. There were other categories that we were nominated for, so it's no surprise that they won Team of the Year to boot. The most important thing, I think, in our contract management, well, there's a few, is about control and making sure that we are using our contracts in a way where we emphasise the prudence of the management of this organisation to enable us to maximise the amount of money we have, not only for the delivery of those contracts, but for the delivery of other services across the city, and also using those contracts as a flashpoint of interaction with the market to try and get seismic change. We spend probably a sizable amount of money in the grand scheme of things within the city, within the private sector, and being able to use our contracts to better enable that social change, inclusive education programmes and training programmes, fair wage clauses, etc., I could go on, are an incredibly important way for this organisation to affect change out with the bounds of our own organisation. So absolutely congratulations to the team, and I hope as we build on these successes going forward, they're able to do as sterling a job going forward.
Councillor Johnston.
Deputy Convener, earlier on the Council Leader talks about the importance of conversations. 2 weeks ago, the Chief Executive of UK Hospitality said that the introduction of a tourist tax would be incredibly damaging. It would batter hotels. It would be a disaster for employers, and it would undermine Scotland's reputation as a tourist destination. Can the Council Leader tell me the secret behind the great success of these conversations he's having with UK Hospitality, the Federation of Small Business, the UK Licensed Trade Association and Edinburgh Hotels in convincing them that a tourist tax is the right policy for Edinburgh?
Thank you. I have met most, if not all, of the organisations cited by Councillor Johnson. I didn't say earlier, Deputy Lord Provost, I thought you'd elevated Councillor Johnson to the position of Leader of the Conservatives when you called on him earlier to speak in Ian White's place. Maybe that's just one AGM away. In terms of the organisations in the city that have come out in favour of our plans, the Chamber of Commerce are supporting our plans in the city after canvassing the members. The hotels that are member of Chamber of Commerce have come out and supported our plans. But I don't expect the industry that would be contributing most to necessarily be in support of our proposals. But the important thing for me is that the city is supportive of the proposals. The city understands that the relationship between tourism and our entire resident population and everything else needs to be better facilitated, and this gives us a revenue to be able to do that. This will not put off people from coming to the great city of Edinburgh. It will not put off people from coming and seeing more shows than ever before, as we have for our fantastic festivals in the summer, or indeed from filling the Royal Mile or another street with Santa careering down it for Christmas festivals. It doesn't undermine our success one iota. It shares the success. And that's the important part about what our, not only in terms of tourist tax, but our entire agenda is about. Edinburgh is a successful city, but we have to acknowledge that there are elements of our city that are not successful. There are demographics in our city that are finding it harder to access the opportunities of that success. And by harnessing a little bit of revenue from such a success story of our economy, we can invest in the things that share that success better across our communities, better across our demographics and better across the sectors of our economy, and make sure that the council isn't the bit of it getting squeezed out in terms of the pressure that we see on public services. So I'm confident that our tourist tax plans, as I've said before, are in chime with the legislative powers that we'll get. I'm confident they'll be used to good effect to make life better in this city for its citizens. I still don't understand, Deputy Lord Provost, what the Tories find so objectionable about that.
Councillor Staniforth.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. In recent weeks, we have seen more and more disturbing reports from China.
We see the repression of protesters in Hong Kong and hear of Uyghurs being disappeared in Xinjiang province. Given these human rights abuses, does the Council leader feel it is really appropriate for Edinburgh to continue its close relationship with China? And if so, will he at least assure us that the Lord Provost will raise these issues when he is there?
So in terms of our engagement with China, I know there's been a whole series of engagements focusing at city-to-city level. Shenzhen, for example, is a young city, predominantly with an incredibly young profile. I think the average age is in their 20s. It's a modern, youthful, vibrant city that actually we'd need to engage with if we want to see substantial change in the world. I would not advocate engaging with the Chinese government at this point, because I think their actions in Hong Kong have been absolutely reprehensible. That said, the cities that are willing to engage and look to a model that is different should be engaged with and encouraged to flourish within their own countries. So I personally am comfortable with the engagement that is done by the city in areas like Shenzhen, because I think it's a city worth engaging with. They're bringing an enormous amount of technology out because they have the innovation, the resources and the demographics to make real advances in areas that we need. So it's mutually beneficial to our city. But there is a point about showing the way, about the kind of city we are as a democracy, about the kind of governance we have as a country. And the more we build those ideas within China itself, I look forward to, within my lifetime, hopefully, a fully fledged democratic state of China. Now, that may be a pipe dream, but I would rather engage with those who are willing to listen to that message and willing to engage with us on those terms than turn our back on everyone and tarring an entire country with the same brush. I do agree with the comments made by Councillor Stanforth in relation to the Chinese state, and that is something that I think is different. To my knowledge, this council doesn't engage directly with the Chinese government. We engage on a city municipal level, and that I'm quite comfortable with. In terms of the engagements with the Lord Provost, I'd encourage Councillor Stanforth to have a conversation with the Lord Provost and find those opportunities, if there are any, to raise those specific concerns.
Councillor Osler.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Lord Provost, and thank you very much indeed, Council Leader, for your report. Yesterday there was an accident at the Queensferry Road, Orchard Brae Junction, which badly damaged the guardrail there to protect pedestrians waiting to cross. This is a very busy junction for pedestrians, especially children, as it's within easy walking distance of several schools. This is the second time this particular guardrail has been hit and badly damaged in the last year. For the poor parents of the nearby Flora Stevenson school, this is the second major incident to happen within walking distance of the school, as a couple of weeks ago a delivery van went straight through a garden and hit a resident's house on the nearby Orchard Road. Would the Council Leader agree with me that it is vital to get the many active travel projects currently suspended in the area progressed, so that parents are reassured that it is safe to walk, cycle and scoot their children to school?
Can I thank Councillor Osler for the question? More than happy to, along with the Convener of Transport and Environment, look into the specific instance and see if there are any immediate road safety measures that could be taken forward by the team. In terms of the active travel system across the city, there are similar stories. We're not saying we can go to bed one night and wake up with a fully fledged active travel network across the entire city that everyone will use, and I think everyone understands that. But we have put our money where our mouth is. We have made the approaches through Sustrans and the Scottish Government for sizable amounts of funding that are now coming in to the city to try and upgrade where there are no networks or where there are poor networks, the networks that people demand to do exactly as Councillor Osler has suggested, build the networks that people require if they're going to make that crucial modal shift to walking and cycling across the city.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. Unfortunately, we find our residents relying more and more on food banks. Edinburgh Food Project have launched their Christmas appeal. This year they have seen an increase of 48% in people needing their support following the rollout of the Universal Credit in 2018. What help can we as a council give to promote and encourage support for Edinburgh Food Project?
I thank Councillor Dornan for the question. I think there's a lot that is being done in linking up with our advice services in particular, and with the services who are using other grants. So housing benefit, for example, are well versed in where people can access that kind of service. I think there's probably quite a lot we can do in trying to tie some of those strands of thinking together. I'm aware as well of the work done by Councillor Gordon in terms of sustainability in food, and Edinburgh and the work that's going on there, and the connections that they're building up with some of the food banks in the city. It is an absolute shame that so many of our citizens have fallen into a position where they've been frankly attacked, and there's no other word for it, by the Tory government in Westminster. I think the last thing this city needs, frankly, is more Tory MPs for voting fodder for Boris Johnson. I think we need people who are going to stand up for our citizens, stand up for our communities, and that is, frankly, obviously from my perspective, SNP, but I think for the vast majority of people in the city, it's anyone but Tory.
Councillor McInnes.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. I'd like to ask the Leader whether or not you agree with me that in light of the climate emergency described so clearly by the earlier deputation, and within the growing climate conversation, that the City needs to take a holistic and far-sighted approach to how people and goods move around and into the City.
So I thank Councillor McInnes for the question. Absolutely, and can I say the work that has been done on low emission zones and a whole host of other things, I think, is driving the way forward for our capital city. When you look at our plans versus the plans taken forward by a range of other cities, it's very clear we are shown by far the most ambition in terms of tackling those issues, be it from deliveries as a source or from private vehicles, or indeed, in some cases, private public transport operators themselves. So I think our entire agenda in this space is all about doing exactly as Councillor McInnes has outlined. It's about creating modal shift. It's about changing methods when we can, and where we can't change methods, it's about upgrading vehicles to make sure that what is coming into our city meets our expectations as residents and as citizens of Edinburgh, that our air will be clean and our carbon emissions will be low.
Councillor Corbett.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Provost. Deputy Lord Provost, given the general election 3 weeks today, and with the decision to cancel full council that day, and the knock-on delay to the Scottish budget and therefore the council budget, can the Leader detail how he plans to use all that extra free time to press the Cabinet Secretary for Finance on the case for a fair funding settlement for Scotland's capital city?
Can I thank Councillor Corbett for the questions? I don't have much free time these days, I have to say. But in terms of delays to the budget, it is incredibly unfortunate that the UK Government chose not to put anything out beyond what they did. It gave no certainty, certainly to us as an organisation, it gave no certainty to the Scottish Government, which would have been helpful, at least from my perspective, because then at least I would have had someone to lobby in relation to the timeline of the budget. In terms of our process, it's business as usual. We are going to develop and stick to the timeline that we have outlined. My expectation and hope is that there is a form of government fairly soon, that there's a budget soon after, and that the Scottish Government timeline for their budget setting isn't pushed too far down the line, because until we have those numbers of what our block grant will be, and particularly the differences in that complex local government equation of how that will affect all the other revenue streams like non-domestic rates, etc., we won't know what our starting position is, and therefore we won't be able to present a budget. But on the expectation that that happens in advance, we will try and stick to our timeline. Members will notice we haven't moved yet, hopefully not in future either, the budget meeting that is already set for February. In terms of meetings with the Cabinet Secretary, I spoke to the Cabinet Secretary earlier this week on an issue, and Councillor Day and I are liaising with diaries to try and come up with a date to meet in person.
Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. Councillor Corbett kind of asked some of the question that I was going to do, but I also had another question for the Leader of the Council as well, is it will he find time tonight to actually come to Custom House for Scottish Book Trust Week, where I will be chairing an event with Tim Bell on his book Choose Life, Choose Leith, about the train spotting generation, along with contributions from Waverley Care and Turning Point as well. I think it's a necessary discussion for us. But I would also like to return to a familiar theme as well, and it is about how we use that time, because this is the last meeting of full council before we meet in February next year. And I wonder when or will he, along with the Deputy Leader of the Council, build and prosecute a case for Edinburgh to be fully and fairly funded to the Scottish Government? And will he actually meet the Finance Minister to make that and present that case as well, along with the Deputy Leader? Because, again, in replies to previous questions, when this has been said, it's about diary arrangement and it's about times to set, but nothing has actually happened. And I've repeatedly asked these questions because the financial position of this Council is such that the auditors of the Council have said that we're looking at between 138 million to 150 million worth of cuts to 22-23. It's necessary and needed to be done.
Can I thank Councillor Munro for the question? And absolutely, I'd encourage people to go down to Custom House tonight. It sounds fantastic, although unfortunately I can't make it myself. In terms of the case for funding from Edinburgh, yes, we are making that case. We're making it in several ways. Yes, we're making it in terms of engagement with colleagues on what the overall envelope of funding will be, because that's what dictates how much funding we will get, essentially, through that equation. There will not be a special case made for Edinburgh in terms of the amount given to our capital city as part of that block grant. What there might be, and this is an important part of the discussion that we have to have through our budget process, are specific elements where the government can make shifts to make life easier for us, like the tourist levy, like some other options being considered in relation to, for instance, non-domestic rates. And all of these are being considered by us as a council to make sure we know what our ask is. The only parameters I would set to that ask is that the block grant, we need to keep that argument on the size of that envelope of funding, because it's all very well Edinburgh gaining if someone else is going to lose out of it. I don't think that's what... I don't think we'd get any success whatsoever going down that road. However, making a specific offer, which is about what the government could do, is very much going to be part of our discussions with the government going forward.
Thank you, Deputy Convener, and I thank the Leader for his report. In his report, the Leader mentions people getting into the festive spirit. But for some people, the actions of this administration have made that a little bit more challenging. And don't worry, I'm not going to talk about the Christmas market again. What I'm talking about are the employees of Marketing Edinburgh. And I'm sure the Leader will agree with the comments of Councillor Kate Campbell in the Evening News that this will be an uncertain time for Marketing Edinburgh's employees, and they have to be our priority and focus now. So can he confirm if he, or indeed Councillor Kate Campbell, has visited the organisation and spoken to the employees to demonstrate they are the priority and focus of his administration? Thank you.
Can I thank Councillor Laidlaw for the question. Broadly, I agree, although the funding obviously is enough to take the organisation through past Christmas. Councillor Campbell will be meeting staff next week, obviously, as a new director, and hopefully the item on the agenda later on will provide some sort of overall governance mechanism, although I'm not entirely sure whether the Conservatives are taking up their position or not in relation to Marketing Edinburgh continue. Maybe they can clarify that later on in terms of how it goes forward, because what is very clear is that there was an option put forward to committee which was not able to be accepted. It's not a case of accepted or not, it was not able to be accepted, and that triggered the resignation of board members. That does not necessarily shut the door to other options, Deputy Lord Provost, and it's important that we give the staff and engage with them and give them time to come back with something else that perhaps we can say yes to.
I just want to forewarn you, we have 5 minutes left and I have got 5 names that are still. So quick questions if you all want to get in.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. Now that we're into November, obviously the issue of winter maintenance comes back to the fore. And last week in my ward on Burnshot Road, there were 3 serious accidents in just one day because that road had not been gritted properly, despite the fact that it was a priority 1 route. And those of us who represent rural wards have argued for some time that there does need to be greater recognition of the fact that even when gritting is not needed in the city centre, it is needed in rural roads to the west. So I know the council leader often has regular meetings with the maintenance team during the course of the winter. So can I ask him just to make sure that that is emphasised in the discussions that he has?
Can I thank Councillor Lang for the question? My understanding is that the information that came in relation to the weather was inaccurate, and as soon as it came in a different forum, the team did respond very quickly. Of course, we're happy to relook at this, as we always are, through the regular reviews of how we structure this. The important thing is that the city keeps moving. The important thing is that there are no serious safety concerns in rural West Edinburgh or indeed anywhere else in the city, and more than happy to keep looking at that. But in the specific instance, it seems to have been an issue in terms of accurate information. It's Scotland, it's the weather, it can never be 100% accurate, and when there are issues like that, I think the team in this instance seemed to respond very quickly. Of course, that doesn't take away from the substantive point that we could keep this under review.
Councillor Rust.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. And if Councillor Day was worried about the Labour Group being quieter next month, we are trebly worried with the departures of Councillors Laidlaw, Hutchison and Cook. But my question is to the Council Leader. Thank you for your report. Given the ongoing review of standing orders, does the Leader or his administration have any plans to recommend a reduction in the threshold for the removal of the Lord Provost?
No, and that would be a ridiculous thing to do, and it's a ridiculous question, if I may say so, Deputy Lord Provost. I'm aware of the rather strange conversation that took place between Councillor Douglas and the Lord Provost at the weekend, and I have to say, it just seems odd, that the Conservatives would use their position to rumour-monger around the building rather than actually focus any time. And I know this is a bold concept, Deputy Lord Provost, so they're going to have to hold their breath for this one, spend their time actually trying to improve the lives of the citizens of this city.
Councillor Arthur.
I'm tempted to follow up on that, but I won't. I'll keep this question short, because we're running out of time, and it only... and it needs a yes or no answer, so that's good as well. The deputation earlier around climate change spoke about the need for our city to grow sustainably. Soon we'll consult on City Plan 2030, and hopefully there'll be lots of opportunities there to build on our climate change plan. Does the Council Leader agree with me that we can meet future housing need in Edinburgh using the land currently identified in the LGP and only brownfield sites if we work hard at it? Yes or no?
Can I thank Councillor Arthur for the question, and obviously what we bring forward will be a brownfield-led plan. That's the whole ethos that I think everyone in the Chamber would agree. I would like to express sympathy with Councillor Arthur in particular, Deputy Lord Provost, because there's been a bit of talk about general elections and the candidates that we have across the city. I don't know why, but a little birdie told me, maybe it was one of the Conservative councillors anonymously via the Evening News, but a little birdie told me that the reason Ian Murray refuses to put Labour on any of his leaflets is because he's embarrassed about Councillor Arthur. Now, I think if that's true, that's really appalling. I think Ian Murray should have the confidence of his association with Councillor Arthur and indeed his leader and indeed the whole Labour, all my Labour colleagues, to put the word Labour on his leaflet. I think it's a travesty that Labour have been treated this way by their MP for Edinburgh South.
That is the time up, so I'm sorry if I've got your name and you don't get your question in, but that's the 40 minutes. We'll lunch for 45 minutes.
We recommence on item 7.1. This is appointments to committees and outside organisations. We have a coalition motion, a Conservative amendment, a Green amendment, and an amendment by EPIC.
Cathy.
Deputy Lord Provost, I move the coalition motion formally, please. Amendment.
Seconder.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. Formally.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you. I rise to move the amendment to the item 7.1, appointments to committees and outside organisations, in the Conservative name. It's probably time to just remind ourselves a little bit about the governance of local authorities. The Council is comprised of all 63 councillors who are elected and entitled to represent the wards that they sit in, and we are all elected equally, with equal rights and responsibilities to those who we represent. The governance of local authorities is clear that it is for a local authority to choose whether or not to recognise political parties. It is not the default option in local authorities to recognise political parties, as it is in the parliaments at Holyrood and Westminster. In this council, we have chosen to recognise political parties, and it has been common practice to organise ourselves into committees to delegate the authority that stems from this council, as all authority in this council stems from this council in session, the 63 of us. Any other decisions taken are taken in and on behalf of this council. We have agreed, because of the weight of business, to arrange ourselves into committees. Committee membership is arranged on a proportional basis. These are decisions that this council has taken to manage its work. These are our decisions. If any councillor had left one party and gone and joined another party, if a councillor had left the council for health reasons or for matters of conscience, and a by-election had been called, and the numbers of each group were changed, we would, as we have done after by-elections, adjust the terms of reference and the proportionality of the committees, as indeed we have done in this, when independent members have left to sit as independents, when SNP members have left to sit as independents, when a Conservative member left to sit as an independent, when people were elected at by-elections, which changed the numbers in the council. It is clear that you cannot, under the proportionality reckoner, an independent, a single member of the council, does not gain a place on the committee simply because the divisor of one doesn't give them sufficient. If they are to join together, then if they are accordant to the proportionality reckoner, we should recognise any such grouping. There is nothing in our terms of reference standing orders that says a political party has to be registered with the Electoral Commission in order to be recognised as a political grouping. Therefore, when members have become independents and they have chosen to organise themselves into a grouping, we need to rerun the proportionality reckoner. That is the rule, that is the agreement of the terms of reference of this council, and that is what we have done in coming to our amendment. So by this, when you run the proportionality reckoner, it doesn't like 17 as a committee number. In fact, 17 throws up an oddity because you've got two. So to add an additional member to the Policy and Sustainability Committee to make it 18 actually makes the proportionality reckoner work better, which is why we have chosen to do that. And that would then award and a place to one of the three members of EPIC for them to nominate. If you then rerun it for the committees named at 1.1.2 of the papers, it means a Green member is lost and a place is awarded to the grouping that's called EPIC. Therefore, we have proposed this. When you get to a committee of 9, you then have the oddity that it becomes It is clear to see where the first 8 places on that committee should be awarded, but for the 9th place there's a dead heat between what is the SNP, the Conservatives and EPIC. So we have proposed that that should be drawn by lots to reflect that dead heat. So all we are asking today is that the Council adheres to its own rules that it has previously decided and reruns the proportionality reckoner in recognition that we have a new political grouping sitting in our Council chamber. We have no rules about what constitutes a political grouping. All we say is that we have a proportionality reckoner that determines membership of committees, and we would be happy to welcome the 3 members of EPIC onto the committees that they wish to be nominated from, and we think that is the democratic and correct thing to do. I must also, at this point, officially nominate, and I'm on the wrong papers. Thank you, Councillor Webber. And we must also nominate, our last proposal is that the SNP group appoint a member to CEC Holdings. We would nominate Councillor John McClellan to the Capital City Partnership and Councillor Susan Webber to the Bio Advisory Board. I move the Conservative amendment.
Secretary.
Deputy Convener, there's little to say at this point other than that I fully support what Councillor Mount has outlined. The issue here is about giving due place to groupings as they form in the Council. And we do that on the basis that if we are all fair at all times, then we'll all be fair going forward in the future. Whoever happens to be having a majority or not on the Council, we should be fair to all sides as groups form or are elected to the Council as groups. In thinking about that, there have been many changes over the years. I mean, I recall, Deputy Convener, when there was no SNP member of this Council. And then, of course, there was one SNP member of this Council because a person crossed the floor from the Labour group and decided to become the only SNP councillor. That person went on to lead a bigger SNP group later. These things happen, they change, and our normal practice is, as things change, to reflect that in the numbers that we have on committees as group sizes change. We do that at election time primarily, but we have always done it also at different times during the life of the Council. And if we are to throw away that principle, then we throw away the principle that all of us have stuck to for a great many years now, and that does not bode well for the future. Thank you.
Councillor Staniforth.
Deputy Provost, in May 2017, enough people cast a vote for people standing as Scottish Green Party candidates that we have 8 councillors. By contrast, not a single person cast a vote for the Edinburgh Party of Independent Councillors, not one, because they did not exist. Not a single person in this city has been able to voice their support for the manifesto of the Edinburgh Party of Independent Councillors because it does not exist. It is completely unreasonable and undemocratic to give parity to a democratically elected group of 8 and a group of 3 whom nobody has assessed. Nobody has voted for their manifesto. They stood under the SNP. If we give them seats, in effect, we're giving SNP voters extra seats in proportionality. That is not reasonable and it is not fair. I'm sorry, they seem to think that's funny. I mean, if they want to be legitimate in the eyes of the public, they can stand down, stand for their seats again, and we'll see how the public, well, we'll see whether the public thinks they're as epic as they think they are. Having said that, we will be withdrawing our amendment in favour of the coalition amendment, as they essentially do the same thing, and the coalition amendment allows them to make certain important official roles. Thank you.
Seconder. Councillor Barry.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. I rise historically to move the first motion in the name of the Edinburgh Party of Independent Councillors. Win or lose today, history has been made. Deputy Lord Provost, last month I sought to change in the terms of reference for committees that would have allowed independent members of this council to be aggregated and thus see them awarded places on committees in line with new amended terms of reference. When it became clear that that motion on this would not attract a majority, I withdrew the motion informing Council that to comply with the agreed terms of reference, 3 of the independent councillors would form a political group, as recognised by the Electoral Commission, and thus adhere to the terms of reference that clearly state, and I quote, "Committee membership will be proportionate according to elected representation of political parties unless expressly agreed otherwise at full meeting of the Council." Today, I am asking that these terms of reference are applied as written and agreed by this Council in August of this year. Let me emphasise that point. These terms of reference were not inherited from a previous Council. They were agreed by every member in this room today, and last month, if you wanted to amend them, my motion gave you the ideal opportunity. That you didn't appears to suggest that you were happy with their content. These terms of reference are clear and unambiguous. No caveat, no addendums, proportionality in line with party numbers unless proportionality is specifically agreed otherwise. So today, in front of us for debate is a report by the Chief Executive that indicates that committee membership in line with the agreed terms of reference. Frankly, there should not be much of a discussion about this. Each of you who sit on a committee only have these seats on the agreed process. We are proposing the same rule applies to us, and yet we appear to have some who try to oppose the application of the rules that they agree with and gives them seats on a committee. But let's closely examine what is being proposed. The administration Council seeks to retain the current political arrangement on committees and then go on to name replacements from amongst their own number on various committees. Can I thank them for this? Because the current arrangement for political balance on committees are decided by the agreed terms of reference, and they are not opposing this or voting against proportionality as per the agreed way of changing the proportionality rule. So it appears that they agree with EPIC being awarded seats as per the terms of reference. Deputy Lord Provost, words are very important, and I would seek that in accordance with Standing Order 8.1a, you rule on whether my interpretation of the words in the coalition motion as written are correct. But before you do that, can we similarly look at the Green motion? They seek to maintain the status quo and make no changes to the political balance arrangements on committees. They have now withdrawn it. Quite frankly, I was bemused by this. The status quo on appointments to committees is done by the means of proportionality rule, which means there would be changes on committee, and then they were going to say they don't want changes. Deputy Lord Provost, this motion would have been ambiguous, but having it been withdrawn, I'm only seeking you to rule on the coalition's motion. Would you wish to do that now, Deputy Lord Provost?
In relation to the item we're discussing, it's on the membership of the committees, so therefore the status quo is as stands.
Thank you, Lord Provost. You won't be surprised to say I'm disappointed in that ruling, thoroughly disappointed. But whilst I'm on a feet, let me address one or two other issues that have appeared in the press about our attempts and have just been repeated by the Greens. Deputy Provost, despite it being frankly irrelevant, some comments about whether EPIC has a manifesto have been made. Well, today, for information purposes, I can indicate what some of the first lines might read like. They will go something like this. Members of EPIC will ensure that the voices of all councillors, regardless of political affiliation or otherwise, will be heard equally at all levels of this council, and that members will endeavour collectively or individually, without fear or favour, to represent their electorate and all citizens of Edinburgh to the best of their ability. They will always abide by the standing orders in terms of reference agreed by full council and never seek to use them for unfair advantage. Can I add that if published manifestos prior to election is relevant in some people's eyes to representing the electorate on committees, then the entire administration group should be resigning and stand for re-election because, after all, they were elected on manifestos that were rewritten to enable the coalition to take place. And if we can only act on what is a published manifesto, then we'd better reverse the decision to declare a climate emergency or a climate-neutral city, because that was in no one's manifesto. Quite frankly, the talk of manifestos in relation to committee memberships is nonsense. Deputy Lord Provost, there are not two tiers of councillors in legislation, and those of you who describe yourself as democrats should find your way to support the inclusiveness of all elected members. We do fully acknowledge the motion to be moved by the Conservative group, and that may see additional places on committees that we are not necessarily seeking. But this party is committed to sharing the burden of committee work, and as such we will support their amendment to recommendation 1.1.3 if they seek to maintain it. And should we be successful in any ballot, I name myself as a councillor that will assume the position on any additional committee places. Deputy Lord Provost, the contents of this report are correct. The Chief Executive's recommendations are correct, the opinion of the Electoral Commission are correct, and the committee terms of reference are clear and unambiguous. Our amendment seeks to implement the recommendation in a clear and pragmatic way. I urge all members to support our amendment and do the correct democratic thing today. I move.
A seconder for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Deputy Convener. The purpose of our motion is quite simple. It is to move the recommendations of the Chief Executive's report, which seek to ensure that political balance across committees is maintained and the terms of reference that govern this Council are adhered to. Adopting this report should be a matter of routine. The Chief Executive's recommendations are clear and unambiguous. The terms of reference are explicit and unequivocal. So the very fact that this matter is even up for debate is hugely disappointing. Surely, Deputy Convener, no Democrat could take to their feet and attempt to justify ignoring impartial recommendations of the Chief Executive which relate to the democratic function of this Council. It is unthinkable and entirely without precedent. Yet here we are, with two proposals in front of us that ask us to not only disregard the terms of reference, but also to sever the long-standing democratic principle of proportionality, which ensures fair and equal representation across our committees, for reasons that boil down to nothing more than base political self-interest. Every single one of us has the same responsibility to this Council. We each have an equal duty to hold the actions of the Council to account and to scrutinise decisions that impact the people that we represent. The bond that we each have to our wards and the obligation that we owe to our constituents is exactly the same, whether we wear a yellow rosette, a blue rosette or no rosette whatsoever. The Coalition and Greens have both moved to maintain the status quo, but the status quo is clearly no longer fit for purpose. There are not two tiers of local councillor, and it is unsatisfactory and unsustainable that independents should be precluded from exercising the full range of their duties, disbarred from representing their constituents on committees on a fair and equal basis. However, the Coalition and Greens go much further than that. They suggest that there are not only two tiers of local councillor, but there are two tiers of independent as well, those elected as independent and those who become independent after their election. This argument is completely bogus, unsupported in law, with no precedent whatsoever at any level of elected representation anywhere in the UK's multi-tiered democracy. You may not like it, but the simple fact is that EPIC is a properly constituted party political grouping that adheres to every relevant regulation and procedure set out in legislation. Our status has been confirmed by an impartial report of the Chief Executive and has been corroborated by the Electoral Commission. Our rights under the terms of reference are beyond reproach. I would urge every member to reflect very carefully on the consequences of what may well be agreed today. Are we seriously prepared to rip up our terms of reference, sever the principle of proportionality, deny a political party's right to exist and silence the voices of elected members of this Council? I cannot believe that we are. Since my election over 4 years ago, the desire to take personalities out of politics and to work with others on a collegiate cross-party basis has been a constant theme. We have an opportunity here to put this rhetoric into action, and that opportunity should not be missed. EPIC is made up of 3 energetic, committed and passionate councillors with vast experience gained both inside and outside of this chamber. Our only desire is to serve. Our only aim is to do the same thing that matters so much to each and every single one of you, to do our duty and to fill the responsibilities that we're privileged to discharge. Do not forbid us from having that opportunity. I second our motion.
Councillor Lang.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. The Liberal Democrats have no particular skin in this game. However, we do believe in 2 important points of principle. And they're points of principle that I thought, at least until today, that all members agreed with and were all prepared to adhere to. And those principles are, 1, that every councillor, irrespective of which party they belong to, and those of no party, have a contribution to make as members of this council. And 2, that the make-up of our committees is, and has always been, proportional to the make-up of this chamber. And what's clear, Deputy Provost, is to thanks to political self-interest of the Green Group, nauseating sour grapes from the SNP group, and the failure of the Labour group to show any kind of independent thought, that those principles are going to be thrown out of that window today, and it's unacceptable. It represents a dangerous precedent, Lord Provost. It's a dangerous precedent for 2 reasons. 1, as Councillor Ritchie said, it creates 2 tiers of councillor, setting barriers, seemingly, criteria, requirements for an elected councillor to participate in any committee of the council. Now, I do not know why. What is the principal reason as to why a councillor can attend, speak and vote as a member of this council in this chamber, but what we're saying is they cannot attend, speak and vote in a committee? I do not understand the principal difference. But worse still, what the Green Group and the administration are going to do today, again because of party political interests, is go against the recommendation of our non-partisan independent council officers on what is a party political issue. And I warn the Greens in particular about this, because when we start down this path, where does it stop? What is to stop? What is to stop a future administration from going further and excluding other smaller groups from scrutiny and decision-making bodies in this council? And let's also be clear, Deputy Provost, what is the true motive of the SNP group? In a week where the true chaos in their group has been laid bare, the leadership is acting to make sure that nobody else is tempted to leave. And for the sake of the Green self-interest and the SNP's internal party discipline, key and long-standing principles will be cast aside today. We are having nothing to do with it.
Councillor Jim Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. In 1859, John Stuart Mill wrote about the tyranny of the majority. That's what we face when we go down this road. I wholeheartedly agree with the comments that have been made by Councillor Lang and by the members of EPIC, that we're setting a very dangerous precedent when we don't recognise the legitimate role that members of any group formed in this council can play in committee. The Chief Executive has brought forward a report in line with standing orders, and we should respect that. I think it's extremely worrying that a group, when in power, decides to use its power to suspend what we might consider the rules of democracy. I very much hope that the press will cover this extensively, both those present in the chamber today and any who happen to be watching from Webcast, because it is an extremely dangerous step, and it actually tells us something about what the SNP may do with our country should they ever gain independence. They're not prepared to have rules that go above simple majorities, and that's wrong. The rules of our democracy are rules that are well established, and they shouldn't be set aside for cheap party political advantage. I will be supporting the Conservative motion.
Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I stand here unsurprisingly to support the Edinburgh Party of Independent Councillors motion to ensure that every elected member sitting in this chamber has the opportunity to fully participate in the business of the council that we were elected to serve. To reiterate, the members of EPIC didn't originally set out to form a group simply to participate. Last month, this chamber rightly adopted Councillor Birds and Watt's motion on respectful political debate, and I would like to draw your attention to key parts of what we discussed then. It was rightly pointed out that the behaviours of politicians, whether councillors, MSPs, MPs or MEPs, are undermining the confidence in democracy. Surely undermining democracy is exactly what will happen here 1 month later if the report and our amendments are not supported. Similarly, in last month's debate, the Chamber talked rightly about removing barriers to becoming elected and political participation. But today, the administration and the Greens want to do exactly that. We are very familiar with the phrases, "You'd make a great councillor," "Why don't you stand?" and actively encourage people to do so. After all, you are welcome right here. But actually, is that what happens? You get elected, you don't agree, so in essence, you're told, be quiet, get back in your box. And frankly, I'm just waiting for somebody to tell me to go and make the tea. How is this democracy? How is this removing barriers to participation? After all, all we are asking is for standing orders that the administration didn't want to change last month to be enacted. One point that I would like to make very clear is if independent councillors were to stand down and be re-elected, not only would this be an unnecessary expense to our cash-strapped council, but as things currently stand, and let me make this perfectly clear, no future independent councillor would be entitled to a place on any committee, except in this chamber right now. So please can members of the chamber who are spreading myths to the contrary, please stop and be honest about this. I have not had one email, phone call, letter or representation asking me to stand down since I became independent. In fact, the correspondence I have had from residents across my ward has been very supportive, including from long-term SNP members. What residents have been incredulous about is that I am not able to sit on committees and represent them properly. So my call to my fellow councillors today is vote for the report and our amendment and show that you really do support democracy and are fully committed to removing barriers to participation. Thank you.
Councillor Rose.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. Whatever you think of the rights and wrongs of crossing the floor, the legal position is that councillors are elected as people, as individuals. That's a long-standing tradition in British politics, and it's been qualified slightly in terms of the recall process that we now have in some parts of British politics. But nonetheless, people are elected as individuals. And so today we're abandoning this, as we've heard, for convenience, for political self-interest. And I would say to the Greens, where is your fairness now? I would say to the SNP, where is your fairness now? And I would say to members of the Labour group, Councillor Scott Arthur, or perhaps Leslie Cameron, I would say to you and others, where is your independence? I support the Conservative amendment.
Councillor Watt.
So, I mean, this was a very difficult one for me. Councillor Bridgman used to
serve on finance and resources, and I enjoyed being on that committee with her. Enjoyed our contributions. I think what it came down to for me at the end of the day is it's just about arithmetic. So, yeah. So here's the thing: if you're going to go about it this way, yeah. So the Greens, they might decide tomorrow, oh, we'll go into 2 splinter groups. We'll have Green Party 1 and Green Party 2. And then they would be back to having 2 councillors, and the recently formed group here would be back to having none. So if we start that kind of thing, how can we maximise who's on committees by splitting off into separate groups? Now, it just wouldn't work. So why do you want that to be allowed now? Because you feel that the EPIC group are against their previous comrades in the SNP, yeah? That's why you're supporting them. If you thought that they were a splinter group of the SNP that were always going to vote with the coalition, always vote with their old party, you wouldn't be putting this. You wouldn't be talking about democracy. You would be talking about how arithmetic was being used to fudge committees. So, at the end of the day, while I have enormous respect for the councillors as individuals, I cannot support this change based on fragmenting parties. And that's logic, that's rational, and I'm supporting the coalition. Thank you.
I have no other people wishing to... Sir Cameron.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. Like Councillor Watt, this is a kind of difficult issue for me, and I totally understand and accept and respect the arguments that have been put forward by the Conservative group and the EPIC group in this debate. Many moons ago, when I worked for a former local authority, it was run by an administration of non-aligned elected members, a group of independents who became a group solely for the purpose of being the administration, the opposition being a group of SNP councillors. It's been said by others before me in terms of the legal position, the democratic position, and in respecting and responding to the recommendations that are clear in the Chief Executive's report, that there is merit, there are places that ought to be given to EPIC on our committee. I don't say that as a Labour councillor. I say that as someone who likes to see good governance and fairness and democracy enacted. In terms of, I mean, as Councillor White alluded to before, new parties start. Those of us old enough will remember the beginnings of the SDP, for example, and how that became part of the Liberal Democrats. Politics, especially in our era, is especially fluid, volatile, and, as we've seen and talked about previously, not as respectful as we might wish. One of the downsides, however, of being part of a political group, and I think this goes for any political group, is that you sign up to agree by the democratic decisions of your political group. And while you may put forward the arguments that you believe in, ultimately we, as members, particularly of the Labour group, because I am a member of that group, sign up to agree by those democratic decisions. You win some, you lose some. I'm just sorry that I'm just sorry that we're having this debate in the first place, because as I understand it, in other parts of the UK, this would not be a debate, it would simply just happen. So for us to sort of hold ourselves up, particularly as the local authority of the capital city and so forth, I'm very saddened that this debate is happening. However, as a member of the Labour group, I will be supporting the coalition on this occasion. Thank
you. Councillor Miller.
It's Mitchell, Deputy Convener, but, you know, Councillor Miller and I do look very similar, I suppose. Sorry. Sorry, I wasn't actually planning to speak, but... oh, well. We won't go there. Sorry, I just wanted to touch on something particular that Councillor Watt highlighted in terms of us thinking that we can somehow gain from this. Ultimately, it actually it would potentially make decision-making more difficult at the committee. But at the end of the day, there's only one additional member, and indeed that's what the coalition is shy of in order to make a decision. And I don't always agree with everything that Councillor Barry does and says, and indeed with the others as well. Certainly when Councillor Ritchie was on planning unit, well, that's a slightly different thing. You know, we voted differently, and you can't just say that we think that we're going to gain from it somehow. I think it's the appropriate thing to do. It's within the rules. They've formed a political group now, and indeed the Greens always preached about proportionality and being equal and whatnot. It doesn't suit them. So therefore, they're just sort of being a little bit hypocritical now. That's what it is. It's hypocrisy on stilts. That's what they're doing. They are hypocrites. It doesn't suit them, so they don't want it.
Councillor Arthur.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost, and thanks for getting my name right this time. So I have a confession to make. When I stood for election, I didn't mention my party's manifesto in my leaflets. I did mention the name of my party, which is not always the case, happens in elections these days. And I did say what I thought I could do for the local community and the city. And I think I am probably not alone in that. There are probably some councillors here that just cut and paste National Party slogans onto their leaflets, put a picture on their leaflet and pushed it through the letterboxes, and relied on that national branding to get them across the line. But I think most of us would have spoke more about their connections with the community. And I have to say, I was the only candidate to stand in my election that actually lives in the community. And what they were going to do for that community. And I think that's an important consideration here. But I want to thank the council officers for the report they have prepared, because it very clearly says that a new political group has been formed, and the Electoral Commission has been consulted on that and the arrangements around that. And it says that the standing orders permit them to take up places on committees, and that's the default situation. Everything else we spoke about this afternoon is politics, and that's on both sides of it. Some of that politics might be party politics, some of it might be personal, and some of it might be petty, but it's politics. Thank you.
I have no other speakers. Councillor Fullerton.
I'm just going to recommend it formally.
Could I just check, Councillor Barry, you talked at one point about accepting 1.13 of the Conservative. Are you looking to change your amendment?
No, thank you. What I said was that if they insisted on maintaining it, I think the easiest way forward for us is just to actually accept the Conservative motion, and we'll support that. It's all but the same as ours, except for that one paragraph. And if they want us to take on extra positions, we are more than willing to carry that burden.
Sorry, was that you withdrawing your amendment then? Thank you. The division will now be rung, and one vote will be in 1 minute.
Point order, please. Point order. Do we not get, we proposed a motion, a proposer is second on a right of response?
Pardon, sorry, the right response goes to the original motion. Thank you. We are at item 7.1, Appointments to Committees and Outside Organisations. We have a coalition motion moved by Councillor Fullerton, seconded by Councillor Dorn, and we have a Conservative amendment moved by Councillor Mowat, seconded by Councillor White. Can I take the votes for the Conservative amendment, please? (26). Can I take the votes for the motion, please? (34). The motion is carried. That brings you on to item 7.2. This is appointments to Marketing Edinburgh Limited. We have a coalition motion and a Conservative amendment.
Deputy Lord Provost, I am moving formally the coalition amendment.
Seconded.
Formally, Deputy Lord.
Sorry. Thank you, Deputy Convener. Yes, in moving the amendment to the Conservative amendment for the appointments to Marketing Edinburgh, we will not be taking up the offer of a position on Marketing Edinburgh. We had a very clear position when our previous members were members of directors of Marketing Edinburgh, and we don't feel that we would like to appoint a director simply for the purposes of winding up the company with all that entails. We have also, I suppose where I should draw your attention to paragraph 4.2 and the removal of the proposal of the wording after stakeholder directors. We do not support the change in the category of persons who can become directors to permit officers of the Council to become directors rather than councillors. We feel that the officers of the Council are appointed by the Council to do this Council's bidding. And I remind people that we, the 63, are the Council in legal terms, and that all authority derives from us. We do not think that an officer of the Council can do their duty as an employee of this Council, appointed by this Council to carry out delegated powers of us, and also act as the director of a company and not be in conflict with companies' law. We think that's creating a conflict of interest, which we don't think it is fair to impose on those we ask to carry out duties on our behalf. So we do not support the appointment of officers as director of the company. All directors should be councillors. That is our position, and I so move the Conservative amendment.
Seconded.
Formally second.
Councillor Watt.
Thank you, Provost. To address the concern regarding officers raised by Councillor Mowat, the issue arose when the whole board just resigned, that there was no board. Councillors cannot be forced to take up posts. So if no councillors wanted to be directors, how would it operate within companies' law? You need, so our problem, deal with it. That's real. Thanks for that, Councillor Mowat, because that's what we would say to the employees then. That's what we would say to the employees when there was nobody to step up. That's what we would say to employees when there's nobody to step up. Your problem. Thanks. So what we're trying to do is we are not proposing to put officers on the board. There are no nominations of officers on the board in this proposal. What there is a fail-safe if no councillors take up positions, and we need something in an emergency. That's why it's been done. Thank you. Thank you, Provost.
Councillor Cook.
Lord Provost, I wasn't going to speak in this debate, but viewers on the webcast will have seen that there's a spat going forward between Councillor Watt and the Conservative group when she was speaking, in which she had the gall and the audacity to suggest that it's this political group who doesn't care about the employees of Marketing Edinburgh. I think it's for Labour in the Scottish National Party to ask themselves why councillors do not wish to take up an appointment with marketing in Edinburgh so the company can be wound up and leave this council, the capital city of Scotland, is the only country and capital city in the world without a dedicated destination marketing company. We can already see the brain drain and the intelligence and the experience that we've lost by the misguided decision of this administration to wind up this organisation, and it's because of that that these jobs of these hard-working people and employees within the organisation, whose board I've had the privilege of sitting on, now close to Christmas are facing this prospect of losing their jobs. That is where the responsibility lies with the coalition, with Councillor Watt's party, and perhaps the SNP and Labour should reflect on that right now.
Councillor Jim Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. Prior to this report coming forward, the position that has been shared by officers to members of GRBV and other committees is that it would be a conflict of interest for an officer of this council to be a director of an ALIO. That is because a council officer is responsible to council and duty-bound to carry out the instructions of council. The director of a company's duty in law is to the company. That duty cannot be extinguished or suspended. That duty exists for the entire time they are a director. And for that reason, the clear advice from officers until this report came forward, and the advice from Audit Scotland and other professional bodies in Scotland, is that council officers should not be directors of ALIOs. Councillors, on the other hand, serve a slightly wider interest in that their duty is towards the city and its citizens, and therefore there is more scope to avoid that conflict of interest. It seems to me entirely proper that we maintain the recommendations that officers had given us until this report was published, and we do not move to a position which will potentially put officers in a conflicted role. It's up to us as councillors to man these boards, and in the position that we're in, it is going to fall to the administration councillors to put forward directors to advance the policies they chose to take forward. And in terms of the comments that Councillor Watt made earlier, I'd point out that when we discussed this, we asked the head of legal to attend the meeting, and we asked him questions specifically about what would happen to the board and the company. And it was quite clear through that questioning that he had not been consulted till that moment on what would happen. So I would suggest Councillor Watt, in her role as Vice-Convener, next time she faces a decision such as this, seeks the advice of our legal team before she brings forward the recommendations.
I don't know. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost. I think it's really unfortunate that this has become quite so politicised, and it's actually incredibly disappointing to see what I would say are quite cheap political points being scored on what is quite a serious issue. This assertion that the coalition doesn't care about people's jobs is absolutely outrageous. And I mean, I feel very sad about the way this has happened, but we have to be clear, this is something that was decided in the budget last year. There was 2 years where there was going to be a reduction in funding to Marketing Edinburgh. That's something that's come about because we've had to make difficult choices because of 10 years of Tory austerity. And actually, we had to make decisions. And so Marketing Edinburgh had come to us and asked that that be reprofiled, that they had less of a reduction in the first year, moving to a complete reduction in funding in the second year, because they believed that that gave them the best opportunity to become self-financing, self-funding, self-sustaining. And we supported that as a coalition, and that went into our budget. This is a budget decision that was taken last year. And in that same budget process, we also saw a significant amount of money come out of economic development, which resulted in losing staff from this council. And actually, councillors should be considering the impact on our staff as well as the staff on ALIOs. And actually, we need to look at everything in the round. And I don't remember the Conservatives making quite so much noise about our own stuff, and I think that's quite a sad position to be in. So it's a very difficult position, but Councillor Watt and I will be meeting with the senior management team next year. From brief discussions I've had, which have been positive discussions, we are looking at a way forward to minimise the redundancies, to look at how we can, and the staff themselves have ideas, move Marketing Edinburgh to a place where it can become self-sustaining. We will look at all of the options available to us. Now, I don't know what will come out of that, because that work was being taken forward by the board. The board have resigned, and we have a shorter time frame in which to do it. But we are absolutely committed and very keen to hear any ideas that the staff have, and we will work with them. And I know that officers have already been having those discussions. Just in terms of the fact that the Conservatives have decided not to appoint anyone to the board, I believe that the Greens would be happy to make an appointment, so we will be adding to our coalition amendment that we would like to appoint an opposition councillor to the board from the Greens. I don't know if the Greens are happy. I've taken advice from that. Oh, was it opposition? Very funny. I don't know if the Greens would like to name their person, but that was all I had to say. Thank you.
Councillor Mean.
Thank you, Deputy Leader Provost. To ensure this Council fulfils its legal obligations, including those to the staff, the Green Group would nominate Councillor Claire Miller as the opposition member of the board.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. This discussion and debate has been webcast, it's in public, and I hope that the hard-working, dedicated members of staff at Marketing Edinburgh, who did work with the former board in preparing a plan for submission to this council, do have a real sense of sincerity around the words that have been spoken already in this debate by previous speakers about wanting to work with them and find a future, etc. The decision, as I understand it, made by the committee was taken as a B agenda item. So that doesn't sit very easily with me. Meanwhile, whilst we are in this chamber being political, these members of staff, despite the uncertainty, despite the pressures they've been under, having to come up with a plan as well as fulfil their day-to-day jobs, are still being ultra-professional in receiving and taking potential delegates to bring much-needed business to this city, around our city, with a smile, answering questions. That is exceedingly a hard thing to do. And in terms of what Councillor Campbell said about losing economic development staff, absolutely. We shouldn't, to my mind, how can we properly and fulfil it properly and successfully deliver everything we want to do in our economic strategy without capability in marketing and without capability in economic development in this ever-increasing world? That means, and I know this council is signed up to pursuing partnership and working in partnership, and we do have a track record of good collaboration and in partnership. But my view is on this issue, and with many other issues of this type, let's have a plan first before we, decide to wind down. And it saddens me, it really does sadden me. I was involved in the winding up of EDI as chair and signed letters of redundancy to those members of staff. It's not pleasant at all, and it saddens me and it surprises me, and I think Councillor Barry was on the board as part of that process, that nobody has been, from an elected point of view, been to see the Marketing Edinburgh team as yet. We resigned as a board on the 4th of November, and it's now the 21st, and that is not in keeping with the reputation of this council in looking after and fulfilling its duty of care to its staff of the council and that of its allies, and I hope that that will be remedied very swiftly. Thank you.
Point of order, Deputy Lord Provost. The officers have been several times out to see the senior management team at Marketing.
You've already. Fullerton, do you want to?
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost. For clarity, the coalition motion agrees the terms of it, plus we agree the recommendations in the report and agree Councillor Miller's nomination. Thank you.
The division bell will now be rung and the vote will be in 1 minute. We are on item 7.2, appointments to Marketing Edinburgh Limited. We have an adjusted coalition motion moved by Councillor Fullerton, seconded by Councillor Doran, and we have a Conservative amendment moved by Councillor Mowat, seconded by Councillor Rust. Can I take the votes for the Conservative amendment, please? 17. Can I take the votes for the coalition motion, please? 34. The motion is carried. That takes you on to item 8.1, international travel and conferences. We have a Conservative amendment, Green amendment and a Liberal Democrat addendum, but I believe we have also an amalgamated amendment from the Conservatives and the Greens.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost. I'll be very brief because I think we are heading towards consensus on this one. Hopefully members agree that the support better reflects our aspirations as a city and how we want to go forward in relation to these things being approved. I have now seen the composite and I'm quite happy with the contents of it, as is Councillor Day, so we're happy to accept the composite as an amendment to the report.
Formula Provost.
Councillor Leader.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. I'll keep it brief then, in the spirit of consensus. I've worked along with Councillor Stanforth to come up with this composite motion that I think expresses the principles of accountability, transparency, efficiency and sustainability, which the Council should abide by. It's just a bit of a tidy up of what we've got already, just to make sure that things like international travel are met with the required scrutiny and that we are thinking about our carbon footprint when we make those decisions. So I move the composite motion.
Councillor Jim Campbell. Councillor Stanforth.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. We are in a climate emergency. We have declared a climate emergency. I think the composite motion makes sure that this report acts like we're in a climate emergency, which is what the deputation we heard this morning complained we were not doing. So I'm very pleased to have been able to work with Councillor Laidlaw to form it, and if it were solely green, it might be a little stronger, but it makes the report a lot stronger as it is, and that's what's important, getting things done. So I'm very happy to have worked with the Conservatives on this amendment.
Councillor Aldridge.
Just to confirm, Deputy Provost, that we will be withdrawing our amendment in favour of the composite. We were included in some of the discussions about the composite, and we think it strengthens the recommendations of the report, so we're happy to support.
Councillor.
Great, that takes you on to item 8.2, the amendment to scheme of delegation to officers' traffic orders.
Councillor McInnes.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. Quick recommendation to
accept this report. It's got a very simple reason behind it. It will allow the Council to move much more quickly and appropriately towards delivery of agreed programmes. This augmentation of changes to the scheme of delegation from December 2018 allows us to address a crucial element in delivery of street improvements. We've recognised in the past that the traffic order process can be costly, time-consuming and resource-intensive. Indeed, we've had some success in securing some changes to the Transport Scotland Bill, which will help to meet those challenges, as mentioned earlier in response to a question from Councillor Lang. The report brings forward a proposal that will allow officers to meet traffic orders covering several separate locations where there have been no more than 6 material objections per location. One key example of this situation is where a single traffic order can cover separate locations. One key example of where this will work across separate locations is the delivery of multiple secure cycle parking hangars across the city, a programme due for rollout within the next few months. The amendment that is attached here reads briefly, where an order under the above noted sections of the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984 covers locations in different streets or contains no other proposals located within 100 metres in the same street, the order can be made under delegated powers where there be no more than 6 material objections per location. It would avoid the need to make separate traffic orders for each location, reducing both costs and time delays in the process, a welcome improvement in our processes. I recommend the report. Thank you.
Seconder.
Formally.
Then that takes you on to 8.3. This is the City Strategic Investment Fund, and we have a coalition motion, a Conservative amendment.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost, and I'll again stand in for Councillor Rankin, who is feeling marginally better, for anyone keeping tabs. The City Strategic Investment Fund was set up with a very noble purpose at a very difficult time for this city. It was to try and invest in areas of economic growth when there wasn't that kind of speculative investment coming forward. It was to try and instil confidence in the market and build things that were otherwise not being unlocked in the city, and I think it has managed to achieve that. Of course, it's been some time since the economy has now thankfully recovered and Edinburgh's economy is powering ahead, and the initial purpose is looking a little different and through the lens of the strength of our economy now. The purpose of the motion with the amendment, and just to clarify, this is an amendment in relation to the report, particularly in 1.4 of the motion from the report, but the rest of the report we're moving along with our amendment. The purpose, as I say, has changed, and we have now used it for profiling of major infrastructure projects, which was useful. It helped unlock that and take it forward. We are now using and asking Council's permission to use it to take forward one of the biggest, most important strategic developments that our city will have ever taken forward. I think it will be akin to some of the major expansions of our city that we've seen generations ago, because the working Granton will unlock a level of affordable homes, a level of community, a level of investment and opportunity for our city to manage the challenges of our city's population growth and economy growth, but also to create, most importantly, a place for people to live. So my plea to the Chamber is that we don't go with a Conservative proposal on this, which would needlessly delay that work and delay that investment and delay the progress that we can make towards developing Granton in the way that our communities and our city demand. There's a very small amendment from the Coalition simply on the outstanding balance of this fund. It's been some time, because of positive market conditions, that we've used the fund in its initial way that we'd envisaged some years ago. So we're simply asking that the remaining balance be put into unallocated reserves so that the Council can then use that money to better a whole other list of priorities. And with that, I'll propose.
Seconder.
Second, and want to echo what's been said about, what an enormous success this fund's been, how it's been used to achieve, some really impressive things. It's a good time now to take the balance that's left back to general reserves. For the avoidance of any doubt on that, that will allow it to be used for, whatever full council decides in the future or delegates to FNR to decide, but as to whether we might use it for, the sustainability and zero carbon, we might use it towards tackling poverty, we might use it towards funding, capital projects for schools. That's yet to be decided. That will come back to full council for a decision. So I have no hesitation in recommending the report with the coalition amendment. Thank you.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. This, ultimately, when you look at the report before us and what we moved at the Policy and Sustainability Committee, comes down to governance. And we've already had a discussion about governance today, and I have to say, my view is that the administration are failing in terms of governance. They're failing to set things out properly, in a clear way that allows people to scrutinise them. They're failing to set any long-term financial strategy. They're failing to give us any budget proposals for next year. There are apparently some secret ones, but they won't let us see them. And here, we're asked to take £2 and a bit million of the public's money and just allocate it broadly across some projects without saying what we want to do with it, what we want to achieve from those projects, how we're going to spend it, and what the business case for any of it is. I cannot, as an individual councillor, as leader of my group and as leader of an opposition group, say that is a reasonable way to behave with public money. They may or may not be worthwhile projects. They possibly are. But to suggest that we're delaying Granton because of this and delaying house building is just utterly ridiculous. That's a multi-million-pound project that will take many, many years to develop. And to suggest that £2 million here that can be decided at a whim of either an officer or a convener, rather than having proper scrutiny, will ensure that happens is just nonsense. What you really want is that money to be available at your whim without any scrutiny. What's not in here is why you didn't put any money in the administration budget, Deputy Convener, to ensure that these projects could go ahead. Where is it? It also goes against the way this fund was set up, which was to be evergreen, to take the money back in from future investment. There's no discussion of that. Indeed, this £2 million will not be evergreen. It will not come back in. And there are no business cases for what's going on. No business cases to say what will be achieved. Probably my most amusing thing about that is that we're told, oh, well, it will take forward the city centre transformation. But we heard in questions this morning, Deputy Convener, that the city centre transformation may have some aspirations, like closing Waverley Bridge to all traffic, but we don't actually know where we're going to put the buses and taxis. So there isn't a plan, there isn't a proposal, and there isn't a budget. Well, just grabbing a bit of money from the public purse and saying we'll splaff it around on all of this is not an appropriate way to govern this council. We should do proper budgeting. We should make sure the money is accounted for, and we should have a business case that indicates how it will pay back benefit to the council, either financially or in other terms. Without that, we should not go forward. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. As Councillor White has already said, this proposal entirely goes against the principles on which this fund was set up. Councillor Watt highlighted in seconding the coalition motion that this fund had been a great success, and is perhaps not surprising, given the state of this administration, that we're going to take something that's a great success and change it to see if we can make it a failure like so much else that we've done. The point on the Granton waterfront, as Councillor White has already made, the suggestion that this will mean delay in investment, delay in progress. I grew up in Granton. I can remember getting a leaflet through my mum and dad's door about 15 years ago with a vision of something that was a combination between Dubai and Monte Carlo, with floating islands out in the River Forth, with sail-shaped hotels and everything else. This isn't a new proposal. This isn't something that's caught us by surprise. As Councillor White said, if this is so important, if this needs to happen now, why wasn't the money in the coalition budget to fund these projects? I second the Conservative amendment.
Councillor Corbett.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Provost. I think that this is one of these debates where I can't see the merit in a number of different positions, but I'm going to move that we accept the report as presented, unamended. I do that because I think that offers the best balance between reflecting the shifting nature of the investment priorities and leaving enough wiggle room for what all of those priorities should be. Now, I understand where the Conservative amendment's coming from, and that this is a big change in the fund, and reflecting further on that may be no bad thing. On the other hand, there are some investment decisions which would benefit from funding support now, and there's no real reason to delay those. Equally, I don't think there's any significant disadvantage in the Capital Coalition amendment, and if that's where we end up, so be it. But it does jar a little with other parts of the report which talk about growing the fund in the future, and of course we have an annual return coming into the fund from the investment already made in the Sighthill industrial units. So in balance, we believe the report as presented seems to strike the best balance for us, and Deputy Lord Provost, I so move.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. I'm speaking in support of the report as tabled. The City Strategic Investment Fund's main purpose, as noted at 4.5 in the report, is to stimulate investment that otherwise might not happen in projects that are important to the Council by providing seed corn funding. The motivation for creating this fund has not gone away. There is clearly still a need for this. And as noted in the report, this fund has served a valuable purpose in the past, and given the continuing funds and income, it can do so in future. So I second the report.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. Just to respond to some of them, some of the comments, we heard very clearly at committee what the rationale for this proposal was. We reached an almost consensus with the Conservatives moving something different. I'm not sure the governance for this has changed dramatically, and that committee has decided that there are strategic investments which this money can be used for. The enabling of granting, the fact that it's taken 15 years to get to this point where we're having more detailed conversations, is not a reason to delay any further, and it's also not a defence to the Tories delaying projects that otherwise would have been taken forward just because I can only assume it's not happening in the right area for them, or some other reason. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but the governance point that Councillor White made I don't think stacks up in the slightest, because this has went through committee, because the case, I think, has been set out compellingly. And what we don't have is any alternatives for the remainder balance. We have a proposal within the report, which did go to committee and was approved, that the remaining fund would be held in P&S, essentially, Policy and Sustainability Committee. I think it's more prudent, more sensible to, instead of acknowledging that the nature of it's changed and we'll wait on other proposals, to put it into unallocated reserves. Let's not forget that's where this fund originated from. So I'm happy to stick with the coalition amendment to the report.
Division bell will now be rung and the vote will be in 1 minute. We are on item 8.3, the City Strategic Investment Fund. We have a coalition motion moved by Councillor McVeigh, seconded by Councillor Watt. We have as Amendment 1, a Conservative amendment moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Hutchison. Amendment 2 is a joint Green and Liberal Democrat amendment moved by Councillor Corbett, seconded by Councillor Neil Ross, which is to move the recommendations of the report. Could I take the votes for Amendment 2, that's the joint Green and Liberal Democrat amendment, please? 14, can I take the votes for the Conservative amendment, please? 17, and those for the coalition motion, please. That's 60, isn't it? We do not have a, sorry, I'm just getting my calculations there. We do not have an overall majority, so the Amendment 2, which got 14 votes, falls, and we'll take a second round of voting, please. Can I take the votes for the Conservative amendment? Amendment 1 again, please. (23), and those for the coalition motion, please. (37), the motion is passed. Item 9.1 has already been considered, so that takes you on to item 9.2. This is a motion by Councillor Neil Ross on the provision of lunches and refreshments to councillors, and we also have a coalition amendment to this.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. It has become something of a tradition that lunch is provided at meetings of the full council. I understand that in the days before councillors were paid, there was a full silver service lunch with wine. Nowadays, lunch is a more modest self-service affair, but welcome nonetheless after 3 hours of debate and questions in the council chamber. And for that, we are very grateful to our in-house catering service. On at least one occasion, not that long ago, we were treated to the same lunch as was served up in our schools on that day, and we were asked to make a contribution towards the cost. Although the cost may not be a lot, it is still perhaps £7,000 a year, and when added to the provision of other refreshments, adds up to a greater sum. I have mentioned the light lunches provided at licensing committee meetings simply to provide context, though I realise the cost of these lunches comes within the ring-fenced budgets of the licensing department. I fully accept there are sensible business efficiency reasons for continuing to provide lunches and refreshments, both in terms of time management and protection from lobbying interests. However, I think we need to set a good example to show both city residents and council staff that we are taking our financial position seriously by paying for our lunches and other refreshments. Several councillors have commented to me about this motion, including a request to bring back puddings. But seriously, as you know, Deputy Lord Provost, the Council may be facing cuts to its budget next year in the order of £36 million. Compared to all that may mean for frontline services, and even though the cost I'm talking about is a relatively small amount, I don't think we can, on principle, justify free lunches for councillors in the current financial climate. How can we rail against injustice and demand action on poverty and then claim a free lunch? I note the administration has tabled an amendment. I am happy to accept it and would therefore ask the clerk to make a verbal amendment to the final section of the motion and replace the words policy and sustainability with finance and resources. Deputy Lord Provost, this really appeals to my inner Aberdonian. On behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group, I propose the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. As another inner Aberdonian on my father's side, I'm happy to second this motion.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost, Deputy Lord Provost, and not to play top trumps with tightness. This Paisley Buddy is happy to withdraw an amendment on the basis of the change asked by Councillor Ross. It's worth saying from the administration we completely agree with Councillor Ross's point in terms of, with all the decisions that we're facing, it's important that we ourselves are held to that high standards and that we fully appreciate what it's like for everyone else in the city, not just councillors.
Councillor Webber.
Thank you. This is speaking to the fact that we shouldn't be getting free lunches, but I would also just like to draw attention to some of the other catering costs that happen across the membership in the chamber. I have here some of the spend, and in the last 2018-19 our council administration has spent £4,000 on internal catering costs, and I think if you look at the added up the rest, we're coming under about £250. So I would plead that this internal catering at group level is also included in the report that goes to finance and resources. Thank you.
The Deputy Convener has ruled that 9.3 and 9.4, which is two motions on fireworks, is taken together. We have first motion by Councillor Staniforth and the second by Councillor Gordon. Would ask that we move and second both motions, though, before coming to a composite.
Councillor Staniforth.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Obviously, yes, we have formed an amalgamated motion on this, which I believe has been circulated to everyone. So hopefully everyone has seen and read what they will actually be voting for. Fireworks are, in my view, undoubtedly beautiful, but we cannot ignore the fact that they are also very disruptive, both to wildlife and to people's pets, and that they are also dangerous, particularly in the wrong hands. And that's what both these motions and the amalgamated motion seek to address, to make sure that we can enjoy fireworks in a way that does not disrupt our communities and put our communities in danger. I think it's only right. This is also in response, of course. I'm sure we have all received emails from the public asking for us to do this. So there is a lot of support for this. It is only right that we address the dangers and disruptiveness of fireworks while maintaining that they are beautiful and not banning them outright. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Seconder.
Formally seconded.
Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. I'm happy we're taking these together. I just wanted to focus on more aspects that are really not considered when people are enjoying themselves. I don't want to curtail people's fun, and that's why I wanted to bring this motion forward. You know, it's not the light that flashes that cause most of the damage, it's the noise, the decibel levels, and that's what really confuses individuals. I cared for my mother for many years, and I used to dread December and right through to January because she became very more withdrawn and very more unable to really enjoy life because of the fact that there was constant banging going around her area. It was so unpredictable that it destabilised her completely. Ironically, I tried to escape from that and started doing stuff within the wildlife and worked with Lothian and Fife Swan Study Group, who works with the SPCA, and a good shout out to them because they do tremendous work at this time of year. I mean, even then, I can tell you horror stories about taking swans into Middlebank and to Dickvet that are severely injured due to the use of fireworks. So I commend everyone to please support this motion.
I think it's me. I'll see formally. Sir Howie.
Provost, thank you. A few words on behalf of Gucci and her friends and colleagues. Broadly in support of the motion, but I think a few words are called for here. I'll refer mainly to guide dogs because I've had 6, so I have some idea what I'm talking about, and they've all got different responses to fireworks. You know, walking along the pavements, dogs can be startled. When they're startled, they'll jump sometimes, and it's a fine balance, and you can end up spalled in the pavement. Even more dangerous if you're crossing a road, you can imagine. It makes you consider how you're going about, especially the first fortnight of November. And, you know, you have a choice, you know, take the risk of walking to the bus stop, catching a bus, safer option of taking a taxi, or the safer still option of just not bothering and staying at home. And I think I appreciate the restrictions and regulations involved in this motion. And I think that does have implications, however, for those who are required to enforce them, and it places quite a burden on them. I think it's probably impossible to regulate them completely. My personal preference is for fireworks to be restricted to public displays, weddings, etc., for which licences would be required, and for private use to end. But I'm realistic enough to know that's probably improbable in the near future. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Are we agreed?
Can I just ask, for, technically, we've had the two original motions proposed, but not the composite proposed. So do I understand that both of the original motions have been withdrawn in favour of the composite? Because I think we need to be clear procedurally.
Sorry,
I'm not objecting to anything. I support them both and support the composite as well. It's just
this is probably me just being overly technical here. What I'm doing with when we have composite and amalgamation motions of this is that we move and second the original motions, and then the fact is, in the discussion, they've agreed the composite. But I think it's important not to come up with a composite which then comes in later, because then that changes the fact that the motions are put on the agenda before the meeting papers go out, and I don't want to compromise that. So slightly technical for me, but what we've got here is we've got both motions amendments moved and seconded, and then they have amalgamated into the one that has been circulated.
Agreed for the composite.
It takes you on to item 9.5. This is a motion by Councillor McClellan on marketing Edinburgh. We have a coalition amendment and a Green amendment as well.
Councillor McClellan.
Thanks very much, Deputy Lord Provost. First of all, I'd just like to make a very small verbal amendment to paragraph 2 of the motion, just taking the phrase last year to the end of the sentence so that it reads, notes as activities helped generate £900 million of economic activity for Edinburgh, including £72.4 million of benefit from business tourism last year. So last year is at the end of the sentence. So the motion tallies with the last submitted figures from Marketing Edinburgh as it proposed its new guise, which, as we now know, is no longer going forward. But that figure represents £90 for every £1 the Council invested in Marketing Edinburgh last year, which by anyone's measure is a remarkable performance. I don't wish to go over too much old ground from the previous discussion, but as we all know, Marketing Edinburgh, as was, is effectively dead. Marketing Edinburgh was prepared to take that decision itself. It proposed a detailed plan for its reinvention as Edinburgh and Partners. But now the convener of Housing, Fair Work and Homelessness is already in place as a director to replace the mass resignation of the old board. And I'm glad that earlier on she was able to confirm that she knew that officers have already been into the organisation to discuss the way forward. What she might not know is that those discussions have got quite far, that roles have already been identified for redundancy. And I wonder if she can confirm that this will not include the convention team, which by its estimates helped generate over £300 million of economic value for Edinburgh through business tourism last year. Marketing Edinburgh is no longer an arm's-length organisation, but completely in the control of elected members of this administration. So, unless she can confirm otherwise, Number 50 of the Coalition commitments, quote, to continue a policy of no compulsory redundancies, is now, as at Marketing Edinburgh, also dead. But should we be surprised?
by refusing to accept paragraph 4 of my motion, far from regretting that council actions have put Marketing Edinburgh employees at risk of redundancy, it's fair to presume that the Fair Work convener had no regrets at all in taking that course of action, despite what she said earlier. And I'll wager our colleagues on the EPIC benches might agree. And as for the Caring Sharing Greens, no regrets in their amendment either. Lots of concern for people in far-flung places, but on this occasion they have not given a hoot about people working hard to bring prosperity to the citizens of this city. But let's have a look at what the city is losing. A campaigning voice. Whether you agree with the policies or not, Marketing Edinburgh has been a key player in taking forward the council administration's plans, city vision, tourist tax, Make It Edinburgh and This is Edinburgh, all run for the administration by Marketing Edinburgh. Benchmarking. Edinburgh will have no presence in the Best Cities networks or the European Cities networks, or maybe like global education comparisons, benchmarking is a dirty word for the SNP. Coordination. Marketing Edinburgh was a council voice in groups like Essential Edinburgh and ETAG and Visit Scotland. It's lost an experienced team with contacts, networks and a strong reputation at home and abroad, and they have been treated shabbily. That's just for starters. No one knows how Convention Edinburgh will be organised, so what happens to the members who need an agency to bring in business they need for 2021, 2022 and beyond? This is something I know that Visit Scotland are extremely concerned about. The administration likes to claim it's leading the way. Well, it certainly is now, by being one of the few major cities without a destination management bureau. Of course, the coalition has taken the word of officers that it'll all be fine. We can take all the responsibility in-house. It'll tick over nicely. Visit Scotland aren't going to let Edinburgh slip, are they, after all? And hey, we've got a big castle to draw in the visitors. But maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe this is the administration's version of the producers, where an idea so backdroppingly crazy is actually going to improve the way Edinburgh is sold around the world. I think not. But it's certainly a joke to expect us to believe that the same organisation which has singularly failed even to make sure there is planning permission for a major attraction it commissions literally in its own backyard can also organise all of the things I've just listed and more. But the die is cast. The coalition has made its bed, and I should mention with the support of the Lib Dems, but the rest of the city has to lie in it. I'm happy to report that the rest of the city is not just taking this sitting back, and in particular the Chamber of Commerce has been particularly active and keen in trying to find ways forward for a new independent organisation to take forward the interests of the wider tourism and destination management businesses. And from what we've seen in the past few weeks, that will be no bad thing. It will not involve the same level of involvement that the Council has had in Marketing Edinburgh over these years. But at least the coalition has agreed that the Lord Provost should write a letter of thanks to the now ex-board members. It's going to be a hell of a letter.
Seconder.
Deputy Convener, I'm happy to second Councillor McClellan, although it's difficult because he's left me with very little to add to a very comprehensive speech. I'm sure there is some more, though, because we will continue this debate. Here we have a debate that we didn't have properly in public when it came to making a decision on Marketing Edinburgh, because it was all taken under a B agenda item. It was done so because people's jobs were on the line, something that the administration don't seem to get when they say they have a no compulsory redundancy policy, although that seems to only apply to those in trade union jobs in the council. It doesn't apply to any arm's-length organisation, as we found out with EDI when it was decided to be wound up by the same group of councillors. You see, the problem here, Deputy Convener, is that we're looking at a successful organisation. There was no budget to keep it going in its current form. So the suggestion is, well, somehow if we bring some bits of it in-house, it'll all be okay, even though there's no budget for that. It'll all be done within the budget that's already there. Well, I'm not quite sure how, because it involves people, and you have to pay people to do these things, and there's no indication of how that will be brought forward. Same poor budgeting as normal. And then, of course, we were told when this came forward for decision that
We couldn't do Marketing Edinburgh's partnership approach, Edinburgh and Partners, to look at how we all got tourism together and looked at it in a more sustainable way, looked at it in a way that was commensurate with concerns about over-tourism in the city, and looked at it in a better way forward that brought all the partners on board, all the private sector partners, as well as public, because that would take too long to transition. Even though there was a plan there, even though it involved things like changing articles of association of a company that council officers would tell us would take many months, but in the private sector, I know, can be done very quickly if you get the lawyers onto it. So actually, there was some fiction around that. The bottom line is that instead of trying to save the best bits and come up with a new vision of what this organisation could do, we've just decided to throw the whole lot out. Pretty much baby in bathwater, whole lot over the side, don't worry about it, it'll all be okay. And in doing so, what we've done is, by the administration's decision, is ensure that the council has much less influence over the tourism sector in this city than it had before, and much less impact in setting an agenda or strategy for the future. There's all sorts of contradictions in this administration's policy, Deputy Convener, but this one lies at the heart of it. And the days when this council could say it was a proud partner of business in the city are long, long gone.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. Where to start? First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor McClellan for giving me the opportunity to add into his motion my thanks to the staff for their achievement and for their hard work, because I feel that was missing from the original motion. The staff were mentioned. They were mentioned in terms of their redundancy, and I feel that that has been weaponised to be used against this administration instead of giving staff their proper place. When people ask why it was on the B agenda, it was on the B agenda because of the staff, because it didn't feel appropriate to have these kind of conversations where people are scoring political points when people's lives and their futures are being discussed. And I think that members in this chamber should feel embarrassed about the way that they have approached this motion. I think that they should feel embarrassed about making some comments that I would call disgustingly glib in the context of the allegations being thrown at us and the discussion about people's lives, careers and redundancies. So I'm frankly quite appalled at the way that this has been approached by colleagues. And I didn't expect, I thought there would be some of this. I didn't actually expect it to be quite as bad as it has been. Councillor Watt and I will be meeting the senior management team next week. I've already had a couple of very brief discussions with a member of the senior management team, which were very positive. They want to bring us ideas looking at how they can prevent as many redundancies as possible, and Councillor Watt and I are very keen to hear those ideas, and we're very keen to work with them. In terms of some of the points that Councillor McClellan was making about saying that positions had already been discussed and there were roles that had been assigned for redundancy, I don't know where he got that information. It's incorrect, to my knowledge, and I will be following that up because I don't think it's appropriate to make that kind of discussion or comment in this chamber. So I will be investigating that, but I will certainly be following that up. The decision, as I said earlier, the decision to stop funding Marketing Edinburgh was taken as part of last year's budget process, when we also took a decision around some of our own staff. They're not easy decisions to make, they're very difficult decisions to make, and they're decisions forced on us by 10 years of Tory austerity. That's true. However, I stand by that decision because I don't believe that the people of Edinburgh want us to spend money promoting our city as a tourist destination when that money could be spent on frontline services like schools, health and social care, homelessness and waste services. There is plenty of evidence that tourism is set to grow across Europe. Other European cities are stopping funding marketing and focusing on managing their cities for residents. Our 2030 vision for tourism sets this out as a way forward for our city. And we have to be honest, there are also problems associated with tourism that we need to manage. There are 40,000 jobs in Edinburgh, and this is important to the city, but too many of them, too high a proportion, are below the living wage, insecure, seasonal and without career progression. The impact of short-term lets is making housing unaffordable to many and is hollowing out communities. Additional pressures on services are making life harder for residents, and increased air travel is at odds with a net zero target. So management is absolutely the right approach. But I also want to address the lack of ambition, the perceived lack of ambition that this administration has for our economy. We've put tackling inequality, sustainability and well-being at the heart of our budget strategy. Why would we not do the same thing for our economic strategy? This is not about stifling growth. It's about supporting economic development that works for all of our citizens so that everyone in Edinburgh can share in our city's success. It's about having a vision for a diverse, thriving economy based on principles of fair work, inclusion, sustainable and socially responsible business practices. Fair work is not just about the living wage, it's about living hours, job security, career progression, skills development, equal opportunities, equal pay, inclusive workplaces, things that create lower staff turnover, a loyal, happy and productive workforce. And I hate to break it to Councillor McClellan, or Councillor White indeed, but this isn't particularly radical. This is mainstream thinking about how you boost productivity, attract investment and deliver better cities for people to live and work in. And as the Green Amendment says, we have to manage this in a sustainable way, helping businesses to grow in a way that benefits them and the communities that they serve. Economic growth isn't about whether we fund marketing to tourists, it's about more than that. It's about the interventions that we make to support our ambitions to become the data-driven capital of Europe, whether through the City Deal, skills and infrastructure, or projects like the office space in Fountain Bridge. It's about massive regeneration projects that bring investment, homes, new business space and whole new quarters into the city. It's about the support that we give to start-ups and SMEs through Business Gateway. It's about how we use procurement to deliver better outcomes, influence social change and give SMEs the opportunity to deliver contracts. It's about employability, groundbreaking projects like All In, helping people to overcome barriers of poor physical and mental health or disabilities. It's about having planning and regulatory systems that are clear and navigable. I'll come to the end. Planning policies, educated workforce, transport infrastructure, schools and a thriving cultural landscape. All of these things are what economic development is about. And it's about our leadership role. And when you have a city that works for the people that live here, other people will want to come and visit.
No, Councillor Campbell.
I just need to. So, my personal view.
Councillor Campbell, don't.
I just need to say what I'm accepting from.
Councillor Campbell, you're well over the 5 minutes.
Okay, but to give clarity, I just wanted to say that.
I'm sorry, Councillor Campbell, you're well over the 5 minutes. No, you're well over the. Seconder.
I shall be brief. There is absolutely no doubt that the Council and the new board will do absolutely everything that they can to support the employees of Market in Edinburgh as we try to find a way to move forward, whereas many of them continue to be employed in the jobs that they've done so well and could do so well in the future. And I would hope that the whole chamber would support that. Thank you. Thanks, Provost.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. I'd like to propose the Green Amendment with a few words of explanation as to why we're tabling this amendment, and also start off with a couple of quick points of clarity. I understand that Councillor Campbell was intending to amalgamate these two amendments together, and I think that's what she was trying to indicate to you, although it's unfortunate that she wasn't able to within the time limit. So perhaps I could do it in reverse. I don't know if that's possible. So we could perhaps amalgamate the two amendments once I've proposed mine by accepting that the first paragraph effectively duplicates the coalition amendment, but the other 3 points are still valid. The other point of clarity that I wanted to quickly make before really introducing our amendment was for the benefit of Councillor McClellan, who, despite his many skills, Deputy Convener, hasn't yet quite managed to master the ability to discern my inner thoughts and feelings when he reads what I've written in a formal amendment from the Green Group. So I just advise that perhaps he resists the urge to guess in the future. And I am always happy to talk about our politics. Green politics is very something I'm very passionate about, very happy to do that. So if he ever does want to know more about the motivations behind our written amendments, he is very welcome to phone or visit. In terms of the amendment itself, the Greens have proposed budgets for several years now which rethink the amount of funding that this council should contribute to an organisation whose objective is basically to attract ever greater numbers of visitors. And that's something which we've been very consistent on. While I understand that there was a point in time where this objective made sense to some, there were reasons given, such as job creation in the cultural, hospitality and tourism economic sectors. However, we see this as Greens as being an unsustainable objective in the context of greenhouse gas emissions caused by travel and hospitality, and generally agreed urgent need to reduce these and meet pretty ambitious targets that we have now begun to agree at different levels of government in order to address the climate emergency. So, that's really what our amendment seeks to set out. I'm glad also that during the discussions that we've had in the run-up to the Decision Act Committee and at this council meeting, that the conversations I've had with members and officers about this have led to an emerging need around whether the Police Directorate takes more responsibility for managing tourism, and that some of the elements of that which sit within the Council's responsibility are now starting to be clarified. And we are having conversations about how that can be done in-house rather than by an outside organisation. And I think that that's something which has been a benefit of the conversations that we've had around the remit and the function of Marketing Edinburgh. So I see that as a positive. However, I do think that it is regrettable that we have come to this stage, and that we're also having this debate in public, because I do think that there was a good reason for that to be on the B agenda because of the respect for the members of staff and their roles. I felt that that was appropriate, and I don't usually agree with having sessions in private, but I did think that on that occasion it was appropriate. The other thing that I think is regrettable is that Marketing Edinburgh didn't actually propose a way forward that was achievable within the budget that we had set. The Council set a budget which contained a reduction to their funding, and they came back to us with a proposal that didn't actually match that contribution. And people we are representing here in Council can't expect us to reverse a budget decision made by full Council earlier in the year, and they wouldn't expect us to be providing funding to Marketing Edinburgh in addition to what they already receive, when utterly essential services are under extreme pressure and don't receive adequate funding. So the Green Amendment simply sets out the real position that this Council is in right now with regards to destination marketing, based on the current needs of this city and its economy. Thank you, Deputy.
Councillor McGuinness. Sorry.
Formally second.
Councillor McGuinness.
Thank you, Councillor Booth and Deputy Lord Provost. I would like to take the opportunity to clarify that Councillor Campbell was attempting to express before being shut down at the end of that last piece that she is happy to accept 2, 3 and 4 points of the Green Amendment as an addendum to our amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, but Councillor Campbell was not shut down, she was over time. Jim Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. There's more that we have in common than separates us. And actually, I'd like to thank Councillor Watt's contribution, making clear Council's desire and the desire of the new directors to do everything they can to protect the interests of the staff of Marketing Edinburgh. And I would expect that from Council, and I would expect that from the directors. I wish them well in that endeavour. I would point out that the previous directors, which did include 2 directors who came from the administration, Councillor Cameron and the Lord Provost, also tried to do the same thing. And they, as a member of that board, brought forward a proposal called Edinburgh and Partners, which sought to achieve many of the aims that Councillor Campbell set out in her proposing of her amendment. I have to congratulate that board for bringing forward the proposals to create Edinburgh and Partners. They managed to concisely list those things in a mere 80 pages. I do think this is a very difficult decision, but I think it is worth pointing out that there were senior councillors from the administration that brought forward the proposal for Edinburgh and Partners. I think it's deeply regrettable that no way forward was found that involved some compromise to continue with the partnership arrangements with private sector organisations in the city to protect Edinburgh marketing or Edinburgh and Partners going forward. And that has now been lost, and that is a real loss for our city. They recognise the need for change. They were not proposing to continue as a destination marketing organisation.
Councillor Cook.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. I think there's a few points as a former board member with that sort of experience that are worth making. And I have to say, I don't think the convener's remarks really offered anything other than perhaps making her feel better about the position. And fundamentally, the redundancies within the organisation are a terrible thing to happen at any time of year whenever they occur. Nobody really wants to see that happen. But there's a clear sensitivity in this administration that attacks are levelled. It doesn't understand the Edinburgh economy, it doesn't understand economic development. And perhaps they sting a little because they're true. We hear it from outside organisations, and in the convener's remarks today, I think we've heard that I'm not entirely sure she understands what Marketing Edinburgh actually does, because we swiftly diverted into the overabundance of Airbnbs in social housing and why cities no longer want to manage their tourism strategy. But let's look at some of the bread and butter things that Marketing Edinburgh actually achieved in delivering that financial value to the city and to the council. It was through its convention business, which was channelling delegates to huge international conferences into hotels as part of a package. They weren't channelling these people into Airbnbs. They're supporting the hotel industry in the city, where we want our tourists to go and where we want our tourists to stay. Marketing Edinburgh's award-winning campaign, This is Edinburgh, wasn't based on attracting people primarily from the continent or from North America or from East Asia. The primary purpose of it was to get people back into the city centre, Edinburgh residents back into the city centre after what happened with the tramworks, and it had driven local residents away into peripheral retail parks. The work of the company was aimed at the citizens of this city in bringing back to life what was in essence our town centre. That's who it was aimed at, not anyone else. Things like Edinburgh's first ever Fashion Week, which was a huge success, again, involved local people. It was aimed at local residents. Fundamentally misunderstands the role of the organisation. So a wider problem is part of this administration, and it was clearly on display there. So I proudly support what Councillor McClellan has put before the Chamber today.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy Convener. Yes, I rise to support Councillor McClellan today as I'm another former alumni of the Edinburgh Marketing Board. And it was a valuable and interesting experience. What was especially interesting about it is a councillor who has represented the city centre for 12 and a half years and has long called for management of visitors to be given more emphasis in this council. It was welcome, actually, when the convener of Housing, Homelessness and Fair Work today said that that was now going to be an emphasis of the council, because I've been pooh-poohed for many years about the requirement for this. But it is important, and actually when I was serving on Marketing Edinburgh, that pivot was beginning to happen in direct marketing organisations across Europe, and that was a real value that they were the only organisation and the only way the council had into an organisation of European cities that was looking at changing marketing to just what I suspect the Greens would call unsustainable growth, to a more considered way of how you attracted and managed the visitors, so that you protected both the worked at the environment for the residents living there, but also those visitors that came had a good experience and saw that cities that were good places to live were also good places to visit, which I think is very important. I am deeply concerned that an organisation which, yes, in the budgets we did agree to reduce the funding to, but had come forward with a plan which they asked us to support about how they could pivot away from that for our budgets next year, that decision was not supported by at the committee. And we are left with uncertainty over that organisation and the potential that if they do move into another organisation or come in, that relationship may become yet ever more distant at a time when we are trying to bring relationships across the city. One of my colleagues said this is a city, this is an administration that doesn't seem to support business, and I'm sorry to have to relate that that is the message I get from business all the time, that they do not feel supported and valued about how they do it. And it is important because we represent people who have jobs, who work in the city and live in the city, and we need that. We need to support business because they provide the employment for the vast majority of the people whom we represent. So this is a sad day today, and I support Councillor McClellan's motion because Marketing Edinburgh came about at a quite difficult time for the city when we were, and I really think did prove its worth as doing something more than just direct marketing. It wasn't just pouring visitors in, it was thinking about how we promoted our city, and it was at the forefront of some really important thinking that we needed to do. And it's a sad day today. Thank you.
Councillor Barry.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. I'll be relatively brief on this. I would like to speak at length on this, but of course the secret briefing was only given to other party members. I see from the council diary that took place. Nobody from the independent group or even at that time an independent member were invited to attend to hear what was going on. We did get to vote last year on the budget, but of course as things developed we were kept completely in the dark. It was on a B agenda, so we don't get the B agenda papers. We have no idea what's going on until suddenly it appears on a council papers today. However, I do have some experience in winding up a company because I was chair of ADI when we made that decision to wind up. And yes, that was done on a B agenda. And I made the point personally as chair of that company, of going straight to their offices to speak to the entire staff and explain to them what had been the decision of the board. Nobody else, straight on, down there, no doubts in their mind, personally appeared in front of them as chairs. I believe that's the way it should have been done. I don't know how it was done otherwise. I've got to say, Market in Edinburgh was invented in 2011, and if my memory serves me correctly, my history serves me correctly, under an SNP economy convener. Had we buried Tom Buchanan, he would have been burling in his grave today to see where we are with this organisation. Tourism and marketing of this city have grown exponentially with the life of Market in Edinburgh. It's a sad, sad day to be where we are today, and I'm really quite upset for the staff and all the people who have done so much effort to bring the city to where it is. They've done a fantastic job, and it's a very unfortunate way they've been paid back.
I don't see any other hands. Councillor McClellan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost. First of all, I'd just like to pick up on something that Councillor Barry just mentioned, which was invoking the memory of Tom Buchanan, who I knew very well and was a fine, honourable man who did a lot for the city, and we are very much the poorer for Tom's sad early demise. So thank you for that. It is now clearer than ever what's happening. This is all about control. The coalition likes to think it knows best, and so what this is really about is getting rid of anyone or anything which challenges its view of how things should be. But the irony is that in seeking to control more, it's actually going to control less as the destination and tourism industry realigns itself to cope with the loss of a key body. And perhaps the clue was in the Marketing Edinburgh blueprint for transition to Edinburgh and Partners, presented to the last Housing and Fair Work Committee. One of its key tasks was administration and allocation of the transient visitor levy, something also recommended in the Edinburgh Tourism Strategy 2030, now out for consultation. So maybe a brilliant new agency will rise up when the tourism tax revenue arrives, whenever that might be, but somehow I doubt it. A council department hamstrung by squabbling politicians is more likely, because handing over any control of TVL funds to anyone but themselves is the last thing this administration will want. And even by raising the possibility of a new independent organisation, Marketing Edinburgh has signed its own death warrant. And again, the irony is that all of the things that Councillor Campbell has just cited were key components of the Edinburgh and Partners proposition. They were in line with what she has just been saying. So the rationale for killing it off is even more difficult to understand. Sure, the Council in the next few years will run consultations and briefings and all the rest of it, all as usual, designed to give it the answers it has already prepared. But actually losing the opportunity to create a forum to channel dissenting voices. We heard this morning the Green Party's concerns about the expansion of the airport. There is one less tool to be able, for the Council to be able to intervene and make sure that the expansion of the airport is done in a sustainable and manageable way. The absence of a proper engagement plan now means the damage to Edinburgh's reputation for tourism management, as is happening right now with Princes Street Gardens, will continue. But what's really breathtaking is the complete lack of any idea of how this council spreads the message about its own initiatives. The Chief Executive has put all his eggs in the 2050 vision basket. Who did all the work, and who's going to continue to do the work? And whether you agree with it or not, who's going to tell the world about the city centre transformation? Or perhaps we're missing something. Who's going to action whatever comes out of the 2030 tourism strategy consultation? And who will measure if it's working? How does Edinburgh stay in the convention's Premier League with a Vanarama League budget? Look it up. First it was EDI, now it's Marketing Edinburgh. And from the diminution of conventions and what we continue to hear from the administration, the EICC is next on the list. What's your name? Don't tell them, Marshall. The one thing in the EICC's favour is time. Like the rest of us, they only have to see out 2.5 years before the Edinburgh public gets the chance to pass judgment on this shambles. And don't take my word for it. Ask the Lord Provost.
The division bell will now be rung and the vote will be in 1 minute. Item 9.5 is a motion moved by Councillor McClellan, seconded by Councillor White, as verbally adjusted. The coalition amendment moved by Councillor Kate Campbell, seconded by Councillor Watt, as added to by points 2, 3 and 4 of the Green Amendment. Can we take the votes for the coalition amendment, please? $37. And for the motion, please. $20. The coalition amendment is carried. That takes you on to item 9.6. This is a motion by Councillor Jim Campbell on Edinburgh's Winter Festivals. We have a coalition amendment and, I believe, a verbal amendment from Councillor Campbell.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. With your permission, I have a small verbal amendment to my motion, which I have circulated to committee services, but I can just cover now if you would accept that.
Accept that.
Thank you. So, in paragraph A, what I would like to do is remove the reference to Finance and Resources Committee and just end, so it reads, arrange an open book audit for this year and the previous 4 years, with the final report before the 2020 summer recess at the latest. And then, secondly, in the last paragraph, it should read, to be reported to Policy and Sustainability Committee in 2 cycles, accepting that A, may be an interim analysis at that time. The effect of these verbal amendments is to condense this into a single report, and that all the reporting will be to the Policy and Sustainability Committee. The only other remarks I'd like to make is I welcome the amendment from the Coalition. I think it indicates that they accept too there is a need to review these matters that I have highlighted in my motion. Where I disagree with them is that I think this should be, as far as possible, in public, and therefore I don't think a member's briefing is the right way to do it. The open book audit may well have to be in private. I accept there may be commercially sensitive information in that, but I think there is no question the other 2 elements should be in public so that our constituents can hear what we have to say. In fact, I would plead with the Council leader, quoting what he said earlier today in the Chamber, that as much as possible should be in public. And if he wants to stand by those words, I would ask him to withdraw his amendment and back my motion as I've verbally amended it. I propose my motion.
Seconder.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. It's very unusual in the Chamber to get to respond to comments made earlier in the day if you're not in the administration. So I think it's important to correct Council Leader's response to my contribution earlier in the day, where he did say that opposition councillors had not picked up the opportunity to discuss matters around the winter festivals at committee. I think it's fair to say that all opposition councillors in the June meeting were presented with an emergency motion, and as he well knows, there's no opportunity to quiz officers under the provisions of an emergency motion. Well, there wasn't any opportunity. I was there. So that's an issue. And in terms of the September meeting, the item on the agenda was the KPIs around last year's winter festivals. And as good committee members, we actually stuck to the remit of the report and we asked questions around the KPIs of the winter festivals. To be fair, no, I'll probably be accused of bias. If it hadn't been for Councillor Myatt presenting a motion to GRBV, no councillor would have had the opportunity to quiz officers on any report in respect of this year's winter festival. And I think the problem that we've got with the amendment that's been presented by the Coalition again today is it was wanted to be done by briefing. Unacceptable. We want to be open, we want to be clear, otherwise people will think there's something to hide. And for that reason, it's absolutely essential that any report is brought to committee and it is not presented as a briefing to councillors. So for that reason, as well as the principles set out by Councillor Campbell in his presentation of the motion, I am delighted to second it.
Councillor Miller. Apologies, Councillor McBee.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost. And can I thank Councillor Campbell for setting out his motion. I think I understand it a bit better now. I have to say, the way it is framed, it wasn't immediately clear to me that we were talking about a specific open book accounting or audit process for one specific contract, which is why we phrased our amendment as a members' briefing on the principles of both open book auditing in relation to contracts and indeed some of the reputational aspects and the issues covered. So to clarify the meaning of our amendment, it is on the issues raised by the Conservative motion. I think that's useful. I think it is helpful that it's been clarified as to one report, because part of the problem in this, actually, I disagree with the comment made by Councillor Doggart that this wouldn't have been discussed. Actually, the problem is exactly where it's going to be discussed. We had a motion to Culture and Communities, we had a motion to GRBV, and we had a motion to this council, all leading to the report to P&S next week. It's important that these things are kept as tight as possible so that they're not going off in tangents and you have different committees instructing officers in different ways, which would have been confusing. So the amendment is certainly welcome in terms of the Conservatives, but we are sticking with our proposed amendment for a members' briefing on the issues which are addressed in the report. In the motion, I didn't read the report as specifically in relation to one contract, otherwise I would have assumed it would have said that. So on the issues raised, more than happy for a members' briefing, and if that requires further actions, like a report, and we're worried about the bureaucracy of having to bring a motion forward or anything, I'm more than happy to have a conversation with Councillor Campbell and an opposition member if we need to call for a report in a quicker timeline than that. But I think in this instance a members' briefing will hopefully do the job which I was under the impression was trying to be done by the motion, and get that information out to elected members.
Seconder.
Former David Burgess.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. And I want to thank Councillor Jim Campbell for his motion to Council today. I've spent a considerable amount of time over the last couple of weeks asking questions on behalf of residents to understand this tangle of issues relating to winter festivals. There's a lot of really complex issues, and I think this motion is very helpful to bring forward yet some more questions, and I think we do need to have answers to those. I'm still not done asking questions as well, and I think that we're doing it through different formats. There's been motions brought forward, which is absolutely the right thing to do. I'm still in dialogue with officers asking questions as well, and I think that I'm in agreement with colleagues in the Conservative group that we do require clarity and openness on this. So Greens would be supporting the motion as they have verbally amended it. Addressing the coalition amendment, I think, obviously, I would still welcome briefings to continue to elected members during this time while we're waiting for any and all reports on this issue to come forward to committee. And I would like to take the opportunity, I suppose, to highlight that just now to any officers present in the room, and also to any watching the meeting via the webcast, that I am eager and open to listening and hearing answers to questions that we are still trying to really understand as the information emerges, and not wait until formal reports are prepared to give us that clarity. It's just that having that final report is helpful because it allows us an opportunity to take decisions in a committee, which we wouldn't be able to do through a briefing. And I do think that that is important, and also the element of transparency that is gained by publishing very clear reports on our website. But I just don't feel that we can rely solely on having briefings for that reason. And I'll certainly be continuing to work to build a full and complete picture of what has happened, the reasons why, and what needs to change so that we don't make any mistakes in the future. Thank you, Deputy Convener.
Councillor Mowat.
Very briefly, Lord Provost, we will be supporting...
Councillor Barry, I saw Councillor Mowat first.
I don't know, 20 years and a lot of hair. Thank you, Deputy Convener. That was slightly surreal, because I was about to start speaking and Councillor Barry's voice came out of my mouth. I was like, oh, I've been taken over. I've been possessed. I just want to speak here... Now, sorry, that's all been amusing, and this is actually quite serious. I want to speak here today about why, unsurprisingly, I will be supporting Councillor Jim Campbell's motion, and why I would urge anyone who's unsure about this, about whether to support the Conservative motion, Councillor Jim Campbell's motion, or the coalition amendment, why they should support the Conservative, the Councillor Jim Campbell's motion. We have heard today that apparently it is opposition councillors' fault because we didn't ask the right questions when we were given briefings. Now, I have to say, I am slightly stung by that. I am more than a little bit upset, a bit riled, because I don't know how I am supposed to ask the right and meaningful question when I don't get all the information that is available. You can only ask questions unless you carry a huge portmanteau of questions with you to be produced on all and every occasion. It has never occurred to me in a briefing to ask how many shipping containers will be required to stage this event. And I look around the chamber and I ask you all to ask yourselves quite seriously whether you have asked that question at any briefing you have been given about an event that may be happening in your ward. Because if you have, my hat, I tip my chapeau to you, because you are a better councillor than me, obviously, because you have considered the likelihood that shipping containers may be there, having had no previous information that a shipping container may even come into the staging of a Christmas event. So that is why I think it is extremely unfair to say councillors didn't ask the right questions. And that is why this should come to committee, so that we can share that as much as possible with the public. Because the public are a little bit bruised over this, about who got what information when. And we have a bit of a job of work to do in this chamber to show that we are acting on behalf of people, that we can ask the right questions and we are getting the right information. So I'm afraid that's why we're having to have a deep dive over this, because it has rocked some people's faith in our ability about whose interests are going first. Now, I am very clear, and I have been very clear in all the comments I have made, that I understand we are the landlord of Princes Street Gardens. We have a contract with Underbelly about delivering an event, and that is absolutely fine. We have responsibilities as a council under that contract. We also have responsibility to residents, and it is only fair and right and proper that residents should be able to see where we are on, and on whose behalf, which of our responsibilities we're balancing against other responsibilities. And that is why we have asked for this report to be made public as a point of transparency. And I will sit down, Deputy Convener. Thank you.
Councillor Barry.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. I'm slightly conflicted on which way to go on this. Obviously, I would love to see it go into committee and questions being asked, but of course some people won't be able to ask questions at such a committee. So perhaps a member's briefing would ensure that we all get the information. So let's say, I think our colleagues in this corner will probably vote their own way on this one, because quite frankly, given earlier decision today, there isn't a right way for the EPIC group to vote here.
Don't see any other hands. Yeah. Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. I would appeal to the councillors of EPIC to think about whether this is better done in the public glare of a committee or in private. I would welcome the Coalition's amendment if they were to change it to an addendum. I have no objection to a briefing on the narrow topic of this particular contract or on the broad issues that are raised by my motion. No objection to a briefing. But I think the issue in relation to the Christmas market and our winter festivals does deserve a report and an examination. We subsidise the event, and yet it's, we're told, a highly successful event. And I think Council has a right to understand the nature of the subsidy and the reasons for that subsidy. We've heard earlier about how we have to make wise choices about the way we spend money. I think it is reasonable to say that if a contractual counterparty of the Council brings the Council into substantial public disrepute, we may wish to have a mechanism within a contract to deal with that. We know from the answer to Councillor Rust's question at the beginning of this meeting that we have, I think, over 350 contractual counterparties. And in each case, we may want to have a mechanism to protect ourselves if any of those counterparties were to do something that brought us into substantial public disrepute. And finally, I don't think it's right that we act in a duplicative facing in two directions at the same time. If we are arranging a festival or any other event on our land and we engage a contractor to help with that, the contractor should not be left in any doubt as to the need to apply for all the relevant permissions, including building or planning or any other permission that's required. There should be no possible misunderstanding on the contractor's part that somehow the Council will not require that to be the case. It seems to me, in this particular case, the planning system has been very successfully gamed, and we've been a party to that. And I don't think that's the way we should be behaving as a council, and I don't think that's what the citizens of Edinburgh would expect. I move my motion.
Councillor McVeigh.
Thank you very much, Deputy LaProche, for letting me come in. I did hear the offer and that contribution that if the administration turned our amendment into an addendum, it would be accepted in lieu of the changes which Councillor Campbell had made. I think the administration's happy to do that as long as the mover of the motion accepts two things. One, that the report may be B-agenda and may have to be B-agenda, and two, that some of the information asked for in relation to the specific, as was clarified earlier, may not be able to be contained in the report for various reasons out with our control. If those two issues are accepted by the mover, we're happy to put ours down as an addendum rather than an amendment and go forward on that basis.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. Thank you, Leader. I would accept that in good faith. We do accept there may be matters of commercial confidentiality that wouldn't be appropriate to share in public.
Then that takes you to item 9.7. This is a motion by the Lord Provost on Tom Gilzine.
I'm honoured to, on behalf of the Lord Provost, to move this motion. Seconder.
I'm happy to second just formally.
Agreed.
It takes you to item 9.8. This is a motion by Councillor Cameron on Small Business Saturday, and I believe there's a verbal amendment as well.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. And in light of previous remarks about this Council's reputation with business, I'm delighted to bring forward a motion to highlight Small Business Saturday. It also gives me the opportunity to share with members the excellent work that the Council is doing to date with regards to procuring services from small businesses, and whether that be a family business, a local shop, an online business, a wholesaler, a business service, a small manufacturer, a social enterprise, cooperative or a sole trader. The Small Business Saturday 2019 happens on Saturday the 7th of December, and that means there are 14 days to go, and I would hope that assuming that the motion is agreed by Council today, that our staff, our teams are appropriate, will proactively promote this, and it's not just a thing about putting signs up saying Small Business Saturday on the actual day itself. So in terms of the Council and what we've been doing, in the 2018-19 year, the Council's spend with SMEs was 47% of the Council's total core spend of £603 million. Total core spend is suppliers that we've spent over £1,000 with. In the most recent Local Government Benchmarking Framework report for 2017-18, the Council procurement spend with SMEs was ranked 6th in Scotland overall. Our Commercial and Procurement Services team worked closely with the Supplier Development Programme, Partnership for Procurement and Just Enterprise to provide additional support and training to SMEs to assist them in all aspects of public sector tendering. The team also, the Commercial and Procurement Services team also host Meet the Real Buyer events in Waverley Court, at which over 100 suppliers attended. They also actively seek opportunities to encourage and enable SMEs to tender for our contracts, including the breaking up of contracts into smaller lots and encouraging consortium and bids partnership working and subcontracting opportunities, and keeping the SME market in our economy updated on forthcoming opportunities. The securing of community benefits is also embedded in our procurement process. For example, the Trams to Newhaven Infrastructure and Systems contract. Within that, the contractor has committed that 70% of supply chain spend will be sourced within a 60-mile radius of the site. And most recently, just last month, the Council unanimously agreed a motion to, in response to the deputation from the Edinburgh Black Cab Unite branch, to undertake survey work and produce a detailed report on the over-provision of private hire cars in Edinburgh, which has now exceeded a number of 2,500 licences. So in lots of ways, this Council is already meaningfully supporting small businesses. So in conclusion, Deputy Lord Provost, I would just hope that as part of our economy strategy, one thing that we could be progressing is our commitment to co-produce a new social enterprise strategy. That is a commitment within our economy strategy, and we would hope to work with the SME sector across the city to do that. But in the meantime, let's please use the next fortnight to highlight and support, particularly in the run-up to Christmas, where we can support local shops and encourage people to spend locally and spend sustainably, and increase the success of our small businesses across our city. Thank you.
Seconder.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost. This is important as it is every year, but it's important as it is every day. The small independent retailers across the entire city are in many ways the lifeblood of our economy, or the backbone of how we distribute services and goods to the people of Edinburgh, and fundamentally are how people enjoy this city, whether it's restaurants or bars or cafes, independent traders or anything in that space. It's hugely important. It's a hugely important component of how this city does business. I have to say, I don't recognise the portrayal in earlier discussions about this administration's relationship with business. While there's some reforms that we've taken forward that I understand why, like the A-board ban, that some independent businesses have found difficult. I completely understand that, and I'm willing to take that on the chin, because we need to balance everyone's needs in this city. It's not just about businesses trading within their areas. It's about every single citizen being able to access those businesses and spend their money and take advantage of what those fantastic businesses across our city provide our capital city. And I mean that in terms of our economy, in terms of goods and services, in terms of the vibrancy they add to our city. So more than happy to agree with Councillor Cameron, and all the administration are happy to support.
Deputy Lord Provost, I forgot to make my verbal amendment, so smart legs for me. Despite writing it in big letters, sorry, the verbal amendment is basically to refer the report that the motion calls for to Policy and Sustainability Committee and not the F&R Committee. So I apologise to you and to the Chamber for forgetting to say that.
Don't see any hands.
Sorry, just a small contribution for the businesses in Queensferry. You're talking about supporting small businesses. Every Christmas they have a wee extra night where they open later and they encourage people to go down. And I always can encourage people to go down and support the small businesses because there's quite a few wee independent shops. So it's quite right to do that. So I just thought it would be put a wee, I think it's the 5th of December they're having it. I can't remember the exact date. But just talking about supporting small businesses is important, but it's also important to support your wee in each councillor in their area to support and promote their local businesses. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands. Is that agreed?
Takes you on to item 9.9. This is by Councillor Cameron on the War Memorial. I believe we have a verbal amendment from Councillor Cameron, and we also have a Conservative addendum.
Thank you. I'll start with the verbal amendment so I don't forget this time. So it's to refer the report that's been called for to the Culture and Communities Committee and instead of the F&R Committee as indicated in the motion. I would also like to correct myself in terms of describing the War Memorial as the War Memorial, when I should, of course, correctly describe it as the Stone of Remembrance. So that's what this motion refers to. I think what's being sought in the motion is self-explanatory. The Stone of Remembrance it was erected and unveiled by Prince Henry on the 11th of November 1927 in tribute and respect to all Edinburgh people who served and died in the Great War. And it is, of course, a very important, and it is the important location for our annual Remembrance Day. But as many members cross-party across this chamber have expressed to each other and to officers, we are concerned that access to the Stone of Remembrance is available, because quite a lot of visitors and residents do come and pay respects. I've seen visitors lay flowers. I've seen local people coming as well, out with the remembrance period. And I think we can do better and be more imaginative than sort of barricading it with metal railings. So it's not to make the Stone of Remembrance inaccessible, but it's to try and make emphasis to the fact that it is a Stone of Remembrance. It is important to this city, it's important to civic life, and it's important as a tribute to those who served, suffered, continue to serve, and who made the ultimate sacrifice. And I do think, and I've talked about this briefly before in the chamber, just that whole area around the street frontage with pop-up traders and people that are perhaps not licensed, I think we could do better in terms of how we present the Stone of Remembrance and make it accessible, but make sure that people understand the importance of it to our city and to those who visit. So I look forward to the report. In terms of the Conservative addendum, I don't wish to accept that for the reason in that I think it's unwise to put a figure at this stage to what the works to do, as the motion calls for, comes to. I think that's premature, and I would expect the report, although it's going to the Culture and Communities Committee, that there will be a significant input from the property services and staff to make sure, because this is one of these projects that cross place and F&R, and it's one of those kind of projects. But I do hope that whatever comes back meets the wishes, I believe, not just of myself and the coalition, but of every elected member in this chamber, to make sure that our Stone of Remembrance is treated respectfully, as is the case for war memorials in all other cities and all other places in Edinburgh. Thank you.
Seconder.
Deputy Provost, I'm happy to formally second.
Councillor Jim Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. I very much welcome the bringing forward of this motion to Council. As I discussed it with Councillor Cameron earlier today, there are many councillors across the chamber who have talked to each other and talked to the Lord Provost about how we could better present the Stone of Remembrance, perhaps with a little bit more dignity. And I think it's regrettable that that's not been managed over the last couple of years. And I very much hope the motion that Councillor Cameron has brought forward will change that, and that we can see something put in place that perhaps is more fitting. I view this largely as a civic matter for the Council, and I have no wish to create any division on it, so I will happily withdraw my amendment, assuming Councillor Brown is agreeable. But I would just like to end by quoting the words that are on the plaque at the bottom of the stone, because I think they are a little unusual. They're not the normal inscription that you see. And I quote, "Let us remember the brave who for their faith, their hope, for life and liberty, made the great sacrifice, gave their lives, and gave right willingly for you and all of us." Thank you.
Is that agreed?
That takes you on to 9.10. This is a motion by Councillor McVeigh on fast-track cities.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost. And just a reminder to the Chamber that World AIDS Day is obviously the 1st of December. So it's with great pride that I present this motion, not just because it gives us the opportunity to present the contents of it, but also it gives us the chance to really acknowledge the work done by our IGIB and NHS services in the city already in hitting the milestones that are asked for from HIV Scotland as part of the global movement in the 1990 pledge. The fact that we as a city already hit these targets, I think, is a measure of real pride for those services and for us as a city. Obviously, the real targets are 100, 100 and 100 in terms of stopping new preventing new HIV infections and also making sure people know their status. I should also say on the 1st of December, Councillor Day and I will be championing Waverley Care and some of the work that they do in the city, and I'm sure members are keen to get involved if they wish in that. So more than happy to propose the motion and hope the Chamber is happy to accept it.
Seconder.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm pleased to second the motion on the fast-track cities. I'm aware the Lord Provost may have already signed the Paris Declaration. If not, he will soon. As HIV Scotland celebrate their 25th anniversary this year of their work in Scotland, I'll be joining them next week to speak about the fantastic work they do here in Edinburgh and across other cities, and their mission to create a future where people can live without fear of HIV in Scotland. As Councillor McVeigh has highlighted, he and I will be putting out social media videos in the next week or so as champions for Waverley Care to highlight their messages as well. And I think the message from all the community is that we should all join HIV Scotland and Waverley Care and all the organisations that work supporting it to support their ambition to end HIV-related deaths by 2030. I'm happy to second the motion.
Is that agreed?
Takes you on to item 9.11. This is a motion by Councillor Corbett on Gorgie City Farm, and we also have a coalition addendum.
Councillor Corbett.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Provost. I mean, here in Edinburgh we have hundreds, maybe thousands of charities doing wonderful work to make our city what it is, and they're all hugely appreciated. But I think few have a place in the heart quite like Gorgie City Farm. There can be few parents or grandparents who haven't spent time there over the last 40 years. And I include myself in that, been fortunate to live within a very near distance of the farm and been able to drop in and out at will. And also with the extra bonus of having an older son who for a year was a Saturday volunteer cleaning out the pig pen. As well as offering that opportunity for public access, the farm's also been a haven for many adults and young people with additional needs who volunteer there, a critical part of the work. So it was a great shock when, 3 weeks ago, out of the blue, the closure of the farm was announced by the Charities Board with immediate effect. Now, the exact circumstances remain a matter of investigation. We have to let the insolvency practitioner, Shona Campbell, complete that job. But the response, not just in South West Edinburgh, but across the whole city and well beyond, has been wonderful. To date, over £93,000 has been raised, and the response by the staff team, remember this is a staff team, all of whom lost their jobs, has been astonishing and testament to the fact that for that team, the farm was a passion, not just a job. And organisations like the Volunteer Centre and EVOC have been hugely supportive, and offers of help from the neighbourhood, other third sector organisations and the business community have been overwhelming. And I know the staff team really appreciate the support they've had from council officers, all 4 ward councillors and from the council leader. So it's been a difficult time for staff and volunteers. It does look like there's light on the horizon, with up to 10 organisations having been in touch with the insolvency practitioner to ask about securing the future for a farm. And it's important these proposals are robust and that they work in the long term. So that's why I very much welcome and accept the addendum from the council leader and deputy leader, which makes sure that some of the costs for keeping the farm intact in the interim period can be delivered. But that interim period also raises some queries, inevitably, about what exactly the future looks like. Now, I don't want to second-guess that any more than anyone else, but there's growing consensus, I think, about some of the criteria against which any successor organisation should be judged, such as that we want something that's got a social or charitable purpose, that we want it to be a farm, with both growing and animal husbandry, and that education is a key feature of Gorgie City Farm, as was, and also the offering of supported placements for young people and adults with additional needs, and that public access is retained. Now, I think everyone that I've spoken to knows that Gorgie Farm Mark II won't be exactly the same as Mark I, but the last 3 weeks have shown what an asset the farm is, has been and will be. So I move the motion in my name.
Second. Seconder.
Is Councillor Wilson not seconding?
Yes. Sorry, I was going to second the amendment. So, the reason I want keen to second this is because you mentioned the local ward councillors, and I think the reason for the addendum is to make it absolutely clear the council's position on this. And Councillor Corbett, you very clearly set out what was different and what was special about the Gorgie City Farm. And I think there's some dispute about how far back it goes, whether it's 40 years, but those of us locally can remember it beyond that, so it actually has been around for even longer than that. And so what is it? Why is this such a disaster? Why have we reacted so instantly to this? And the reason is because it is such a special organisation. And as local ward members, we're very familiar with that. It's bad news for the local area, for Gorgie Dalry, but it's also very bad news for the city and indeed Scotland because of the unique nature of what this is. And Councillor Corbett touched on not just the staff who are incredibly dedicated, and we have to commend their efforts to keep things going in the meantime, but also over 100 volunteers. And this is an organisation that works so well with volunteers that there is a clear beneficial well-being effect on those who are involved and who participate in what it was doing. We don't just want to create a group or another voluntary organisation in place of the farm. We want to look at what made the farm so special, what it actually did, and we need to recreate that. The Council, Education and Children and Families Department are very clear about the benefits of the farm, and they have supported it for decades. And for that, they are very clear, we are very clear, that these are the things that we want to bring back into the area and back into the city. So it's not just about recreating something else, it's about recreating the benefits that that particular project had. And it's about saying that, making a statement that the Council stands ready to support that, and that's why we've added this in as an addendum. So the last quarter of the funding is still available and to go into whatever it is that is set up in its place. So support this motion.
Councillor McLeod.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost. I think there was a wee bit of crossed wires there, and that Councillor Wilson seconded the Green motion, but I've rustled up Councillor Fullerton to second the addendum all the same. I am grateful for the motion being put down by the Greens. It gave me an opportunity to put an addendum down, which was pertinent to the stage in the process, rather than have to bring an emergency motion, so I am very grateful for that. What is unquestioned in the reaction that we've seen from the city to the incredibly sad news about the closure and the abruptness of that process is the commitment that the city has to the facility, to the farm, and to the impact that it has on the community. I would like to echo the thanks that I've put in my leader's report to the liquidator, because having met her directly, it is very clear that she understands her role and is clearly exceptionally competent at her duties, but also understands the expectations we have, both as landlord and as the council, in terms of making sure that whatever replaces the previous organisation, that it is something that meets those expectations that were talked about just there. I know people will have a lot of questions about why this went wrong and went wrong so suddenly, and I think we have to wait for those answers to emerge as part of more formalised processes and let those doing the work do the work. There are credible operators who have come forward, who bring an interesting plethora of skills and dynamics to what that could be, although I agree with Councillor Corbett in terms of some of the criteria that we in the Liquidator are applying to those to establish a front-runner. But this addendum is aiming to give us the time and the space and the resources to create that front-runner bid. It may be a consortium bid at the end of the day to draw on many skills of other organisations, but what I think is going to be clear and what is going to emerge if everything works as it should and we get to a positive place is that the operator of the future Gorgie City Farm will have broader shoulders, will have better ways of accessing additional funds and hopefully be able to take the farm on with more certainty than was the case before. That said, Deputy Lord Provost, I'd like to end with thanking the community themselves, not only for the almost £100,000 that they've raised for the farm, but their patience as we work through this process. I hope it's evident to everyone, and I should have thanked cross-party colleagues as well for their engagement, because I hope it's evident to everyone that this is something that we have all come together to try and make sure happens and happens in the most positive way forward. So I'll move the addendum. I hope it's agreeable to the Chamber, because I think this genuinely secures the future, hopefully, going forward.
Councillor Fullerton.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost. I'd like to endorse everything that's been said by Councillor Corbett, Wilson and McVeigh. It is encouraging that there are several credible organisations interested in taking over the site. Gorgie City Farm's reputation for educating children in farming life, giving them an opportunity to touch and care for the animals, was outstanding. My own relationship with Gorgie City Farm spans 40 years, since the idea of the farm was first mooted there, and my support as ward member over the last 7 years has been unstinting. It would never have survived all these years had it not been for the hard work and dedication of the loyal staff and an army of volunteers. I therefore support any effort that this council can give to ensure that the farm, in one form or another, will be resurrected, and I therefore support the coalition motion, Councillor Corbett's motion and the coalition addendum. Thank you.
Councillor Corbett.
Not my specs when I can't see you. Sorry. I'm very pleased, obviously, there's a lot of agreement there, as I expected, and I just want to echo what everyone said in terms of the consensus around this, and hopefully the next few weeks will see that result in a real future for the farm. So thanks very much.
Agreed.
Item 9.12 was considered earlier, so that takes you to the final item on today's agenda, 9.13. It's a motion by Councillor Lang on the use of schools as polling places, and we also have a coalition amendment.
And then there was one. Lord Provost, in moving this motion, I just want to start by offering my sincere thanks, and I hope those of everybody in the Chamber, to our Chief Executive, our elections team and all of the staff who are involved in administering this upcoming general election. This is the second unscheduled Edinburgh-wide election this year, and of course it comes on top of the by-election that we had in Leith Walk, one of the city's largest wards. Now, running an election, I know, is an enormous administrative task, and I think the team have done an excellent job in confirming all the polling places and making all the arrangements for what I suspect may be an unusually high level of postal voting at this time of year. So this motion is not a reflection on any of the arrangements for this election. It simply seeks to look beyond the 12th of December and consider what, if any, changes we want to see for polling arrangements in the future. Now, I know I will not be the only councillor who has received letters and emails from parents concerned that their child's primary school is going to be closed on polling day. Across the city, I think it's 37 primary schools that will need to be shut on the 12th of December. Indeed, I think half of the primaries in my own ward are going to be closed, with all the disruption that this causes to pupils and to teachers. And on top of this, parents need to take time off work or make other childcare arrangements. Now, yes, of course democracy is important, and of course we need to make voting as easy and accessible as possible. But we also need to balance that with respect for the education of our children and the busy lives of parents who work or who have got other important responsibilities. Ultimately, it cannot be beyond our ability to facilitate elections without causing disruption at schools. Now, I understand that there are various and often complex criteria needed in agreeing a suitable polling place. Location, proximity to public transport is important. Suitable access arrangements are needed for those living with disabilities. And my motion certainly does not seek to take any firm decision today, but I think it is important for us to look again at how we could, perhaps over the next 18 months, reduce or ideally eliminate the current dependence on schools for polling places. And my motion gives, I hope, ample time for such a report to be compiled before being taken to the Corporate Policy Committee for detailed consideration. And if I can ask for perhaps one verbal amendment to my motion, Deputy Provost, that after the Corporate Policy Committee to add in for subsequent referral to the full Council, because I realise that full Council would need to consider the matter ultimately. Now, Lord Provost, before I conclude my remarks, I just want to say this. Elections don't just need people to run them, they need people to contest them. And I'm a great believer that in elections and in politics generally, you have opponents, you have competitors, and preferably you try to avoid having enemies. And to that end, can I perhaps take this opportunity to offer my best wishes to Councillors Burgess and Miller, to Councillors Hutchison, Cook and Laidlaw, and of course to Councillor Munro for these remaining 3 weeks. Democracy needs people who are prepared to stand up and put themselves forward for election, whatever your party. Standing for election is a brave thing to do, and I wish them all well with their respective campaigns. But finally, Lord Provost, I want to end where I started, and again thank our Chief Executive and all the staff who I know are going to be working so hard over these next few weeks. These are not people who otherwise sit twiddling their thumbs. And so all of us should be grateful to them for their commitment to ensure that this city's local democracy can take place. I move the motion.
Seconded.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Provost. I'm happy to second this motion. As Councillor Lang has explained, there is a clear disruption to schools and pupils when their buildings are being used for a day of polling. Now, as a local authority, we have an obligation to provide education for our pupils. But we also ask parents to make that same commitment and ask them not to take their children out of school for a holiday because it might happen to save them some costs, to encourage their children to have good attendance records at school and try and always arrange for family commitments to be out with the school day. I do feel we send a bit of a mixed message when we then close the school, the entire school, for the purpose of providing a space for voting. Now, we are talking about thousands of pupils being out of school, missing out on their education and causing, as has been mentioned, childcare issues for those that have working families. I do believe that we undermine our own efforts to put education as a priority for our young people with this mixed message. I would like to see us move away from using schools and look more creatively at other opportunities. Now, this motion is making no decisions today. It just asks Council to agree on a report on how we use our schools and ways that we could try and make efforts to cease in doing so. Councillors absolutely can then consider that report and the various options that it may bring to the surface. I would ask you all please to support the motion. Thank you.
Mr McVeigh.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Provost. The question I asked officers about the motion was, is any of this not going to happen anyway? And the answer was no. So that was the reason for the amendment. I'm very sympathetic to the rationale and the purpose behind it raised by Liberal Democrats. I think where we have an alternative that does provide access for people with disabilities and a whole host of other criteria that we run with in terms of proximity and ease to vote, then we should look at those alternatives and make sure they are used not just a first option, but a second and third and fourth option until we get to our last resort, which is using schools. I absolutely agree with that. I did enjoy Councillor Lang's contribution and thought there was something for everyone. It was shameless playing to the gallery. You even mentioned the Leithwaite by-election that made us happy and congratulated everyone else in their campaigns. That said, I think we'll be sticking with our amendment. It's worth saying the process for this is not best deliberated on the Policy and Sustainability Committee floor, where local knowledge may be missing in some areas. The best process for this is the process we already go through, which is engagement with local members and other stakeholders to make sure that where there are flashpoints of concern and where schools are used and may not be the first, or may have an alternative to that, that is gone through in detail with local members who are interested and affected by those issues. I think that's the best way of getting that local knowledge inserted into the report that will come back to Council next year. So I'm simply moving that the process that we've went through over years continues, that we bring a report back next year, and that engagement with local members is predominantly the best way of resolving some of these things, not an arbitrary decision by the Policy and Sustainability Committee, which may be lacking the local knowledge that's really needed, not only to measure polling places against the criteria that's important to ensure participation, but that really community voice is heard.
Seconder. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm afraid I'm not...
Apologies, I think I didn't see your hand, Councillor. Sorry,
No, thank you. I was waiting my time. And for the benefit of Councillor Mark Brown for his Twitter feed, thank you, Deputy Convener. Check Twitter what I'm talking about. On a serious point, though, I do acknowledge the disruption caused by the people's parents and teachers, with parents sometimes having to take, find alternative childcare arrangements, and also somebody take time off work maybe, or annual leave. Teachers, of course, can use it for an in-service day, but I think they would be rather teaching. And, of course, pupils who sometimes are quite happy about getting a day off never realise they should be in school getting educated. However, my understanding, and this is where I support the amendment by the administration, my understanding is that these things are always under review, and reviews take place quite frequently. And also, as is the case, and I can go and explain further, that the Council is always open to suggestions by parent councils or elected members, or a combination of both. And I'll give you a couple of examples. There are 2 schools in my ward where schools are no longer used. One was the Silver House Primary School, where the Parents' Council campaigned to not have their school be used, to have find an alternative location, and the Council found an alternative location was the Holy Cross Church. Domini Primary School was the same. They sought to ask for an alternative location, and the Council duly found the Domini Church Halls. Now, I think it had to go back to the school because of because of renovation in the Church Hall, but I believe it will go back to the Church Hall again. So the point is that the alternative are looked at if they're asked to look at it. So I was a wee bit surprised about the motion. I'm also, I think, in danger if the Council passed something to say no schools should be used, because I'm not sure if that is what the idea of the motion is. That we could have some areas which are, there is no alternative but to use a school in a polling district. There's no alternative. There's maybe 10 minutes walk away for 90% of the people. So although I do accept that sometimes, schools, have to be used, it is good to look at alternatives. But if there's no suitable alternative, and Crammon Primary School is one of them, there is no suitable alternative nearby. So, where would you use the alternative polling station? So I think we have to clarify what the rules are regarding where we have polling stations within a polling district, or how far they should be away. And also the costs. Sorry, I'll just finally finish with that. I believe it would be good in any report that comes forward, how much would it cost the Council to use alternative locations rather than a school. So I think these things would have to come into it as well. So I'm quite happy to support the Capital Coalition motion, because a lot of it already happened. Thank you very much.
Councillor Arthur.
So I'm going to start by disagreeing with Councillor Work. I don't really think that... I think we have to think carefully about cost driving this. So I think the aim in selecting polling stations is to be maximising turnout, and that's from all sectors of society, including people who have mobility problems. And the issue here is many of our schools are fully accessible, more so than other community buildings in our wards, and that's why they're so attractive. But one polling station in my ward is Pentland Primary School, and a mum did get in touch with me to say that she's going to lose a day's wages because of the election next month. And it's worth noting that school's 200 metres away from a community centre, 220 metres away from a library, less than 300 metres away from 2 churches, and 500 metres away from Oxgang's neighbourhood centre. So there is alternatives. But when I spoke to council officers about this, one of their frustrations is they can't do the planning work around this because of these unexpected elections we keep on having. 2018, the EU election this year, and now this general election. And that's your answer to everything, Norrie. Thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Work. But what I will say is I think the Council is already doing excellent work in trying to match up polling days with in-service days, where these are unexpected. And I think that's really good, and we should welcome that. So I'll wrap up there. Thank you.
Along to any other hands, Councillor.
Thank you. So we're not going to be able to accept the administration's amendment, really because, well, firstly, it removes the section about understanding the concern expressed by parents, so it's a little bit dismissive of that. It removes the bit of my motion that actually thanks and congratulates officers, so I think it's a little bit unfair on our officers, taking that bit out too. And thirdly, we do think it's important that a report goes to Policy Committee first, because that's the only mechanism in which you get to ask questions and scrutinise papers before they come to full council. What the administration is saying is that there will be a report which will come straight to this council, and there will be no opportunity for detailed questioning and scrutiny of that report. And I don't think that is right. And with the verbal change that I have made, it would have to come to the full council anyway, and there will be lots of opportunities for individual ward members to make their contributions and to make their points. So ultimately, Deputy Provost, I just don't think the amendment is any better. In fact, I think it's significantly worse than my original motion, and so that's why I will pursue my motion. Thank you.
The division bell will now be rung and the vote will be in 1 minute. We're on item 9.13. This is a motion by Councillor Lang, seconded by Councillor Young, as adjusted. And we also have a coalition amendment that is moved by Councillor McVeigh, seconded by Councillor Day. Can I take the votes for the coalition amendment, please? (25) And the votes for the motion, please. (33) The motion is carried.
Thank you all very much.